Mesa City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Costa Mesa Housing Authority for Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. I now call the meeting to order, and at this time, it's the time for our national anthem and Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's national anthem features a performance by Duke Newcomb, a 12th grade singer and actor at Newport Harbor High School. Duke has been involved in the vocal, music, and theater programs all 4 years of his high school experience and enjoys performing, being himself, and trying new things. The music programs at Newport Harbor High School engage students by teaching them how to find their voice and showcase it through annual workshops and performance opportunities. Thanks to Newport High School vocal music director Jeffrey Ladon for arranging these student performances for us to enjoy. Now let's all rise as Duke performs the Star-Spangled Banner, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Chavez.
One minute, Mayor, we need to reset it.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch, with so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Councilmember Chavez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now is the time for a moment of solemn expression. Tonight we will have Pastor Phil Eiskens from the Lighthouse Community Church. Is Pastor Eiskens on the call?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, Pastor.
All right. Good to see you. Good to see you. Mayor Foley, Lorianne Harrison, esteemed City Council. I gotta take a minute to take this opportunity to thank the entire City Council of Costa Mesa and all those who played an important role in making the bold decisions that allowed the Lighthouse Church of the Nazarene to participate in the city's temporary bridge shelter for the past 2 years. I know it's coming to a close and the hair on my arm is going up, but these 2 years have gone by very quickly, which indicates to me that our relationship has been an incredibly positive success. A good relationship which the hard professional work accomplished by city personnel as well as Mercy House personnel has made a big strides in helping individuals experiencing the many complicated issues associated with homelessness to have received some real hands-up help. Madam Mayor, I want you to know that the city's integrity could not have been more clearly expressed than in working the working relationship with you had as me as a pastor and with the Lighthouse Church. And for that, I say thank you. And Clarence Mannion was the dean of the Notre Dame College of Law from 1941 to 1952. In 1946, he wrote this concerning our Declaration of Independence. Look closely at the self-evident truths, these imperishable articles of American faith, upon which all our government is firmly based. First and foremost is the existence of God. Next comes truth that all men and women are equal in the sight of God. Third is the fact of God's great gift of unalienable rights to every person on earth. Then follows the true and single purpose of all American government, namely to preserve and protect these God-made rights of God-made men and women. Can we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you right now. We approach your very throne of grace. And Lord, I lift this incredible city of Costa Mesa up. I lift Mayor Foley up and Lorianne Harrison, the city manager. And I lift up the entire city council. Lord, what a great and grand and glorious relationship that has been established with this council. And I appreciate it so much. And my heart goes out. And Lord, I pray to bless this city council even tonight, that they would make the right decisions and make bold decisions for the benefit of the entire community. And we pray these things in Jesus' name. And everybody said, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Phil. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for your partnership with the city and for all you've done to help our bridge shelter be successful. It's been a beautiful relationship and we're so appreciative. And I personally want to thank you for everything. So thank you so much.
Thumbs up, Mayor Foley. God bless.
Okay, we have our roll call now. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Chavez,
Present.
Councilmember Gamaras,
Present.
Councilmember Harlan,
Present.
Councilmember Harper,
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar, Mayor Foley.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, City Attorney, Ms. Barlow, any report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm afraid this is going to be a little bit of a long report, so please bear with me. There were a number of items on closed session. Among those items listed under item 2 was a Brown Act demand letter and threat of litigation we received from Mary Helen Beatificato concerning actions taken at your prior meeting on March 2nd of 2021. And the council has directed that the items raised in Ms. Beatificato's letter be cured, and specifically acted to rescind the 2 actions taken in closed session at the March 2nd meeting. That was by, hold on a second. That was by, motion of Mayor Pro Tem Mar, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds, and approved on a 7-0 vote. There were also, and that includes rescission of the action on item number 3, this agenda, but it was on the prior agenda as well. And I'll speak to item 3 again in just a moment. With respect to 2 items of anticipated litigation under item number 1, potential initiation of litigation, there were 2 items of potential litigation that were approved by the council to move forward. The first one of those is a nuisance abatement action. In a moment, I'll explain. And that was on the motion of Mayor Foley with Mayor Pro Tem Mar seconding. That was approved on a 7-0 vote. A second item of potential litigation authorizing nuisance abatement was moved by Councilmember Harlan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Mar, also approved on a 7-0 vote. With respect to those 2 items, we are not identifying the action, the defendants, or the particulars, but we will specify, but the action has been given to approve, and that the defendants and the other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless it would jeopardize our ability to effectuate service of process on one or more of the unserved parties. or that it would jeopardize our ability to conclude negotiations. The third item of potential initiation of litigation under item 1, no action was taken. That was, again, I reported this out earlier, but it was with respect to the city's RENA allocation. On item number 2, other than the action taken on Ms. Beatificato's letter and Brown Act cure demand, the other action of potential litigation was discussed, but no reportable action was taken. Finally, with respect to item number 3, well, not finally, but on item number 3, regarding the existing litigation of insight psychology and addiction, the council did ratify the decision or the direction that was previously given to, and by previously given, I mean previously given by the city manager and the city attorney, authorizing cross complaints in the existing litigation. And that decision or the determination of the council to ratify that was made on motion by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Mar, and approved on a 7-0 vote. And finally, no reportable action was taken on item 4 for your closed session agenda, threat to security. So I want to observe that the action taken to rescind the March 2nd, 2021 closed session actions also includes the action taken for an item that is on your agenda as consent calendar item 10. So that item, that approval, previous approval has been rescinded. We will be asking you to take action on that item after you receive public comment on that item, and our recommendation may change as a result. But I do want to indicate that that item will be pulled so that we can clarify on that item. And with that, my closed session report is done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Barlow, did you want to clarify what the, are you going to do that with consent item number 10? To clarify what the litigation was about?
Yes, I was planning on doing that with respect to item number 10.
All right, very good. Thank you. Okay, now we have 4 presentations tonight. The first presentation is from our Bikeway and Walkability Committee annual update. Ms. McDonald, are you on the call for the update?
Hi, Ms. City Clerk Brenda Green.
Hi, Ms. Rosales. Is Ms. McDonald on the call?
I am here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Foley and council members. I'm Cynthia McDonald, Chair of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee. Tonight I will present the committee's annual report. Next slide, please. The committee was formed back in 2015. The names of our current members are in the green box. In addition, our council liaisons are Jeff Harlan, Lauren Gameros, and Arliss Reynolds. The Chamber of Commerce liaison is Brent Stoll, and the school district liaison is Dr. Bauermeister. Next slide, please. The committee's mission is to focus on the review and update of the city's active transportation plan, or ATP, and improvements to be made to bikeways and pedestrian facilities in the city, and evaluate the bikeway, bikeability, and walkability of our city in order to make recommendations for improvement to you. Next slide, please. Active transportation is important to Costa Mesa because it improves our physical and mental health. It is cost efficient and good for business and real estate values, and the residents like good trails. It's also important to the environment. In addition, the council priorities include implementing active transportation strategies to alleviate traffic and parking issues in the city. Next slide, please. The committee currently has 8 subcommittees, which are listed here. Next slide, please. So what do we do? Well, since our last report, we've only met 4 times due to COVID, but our newest project is the Pedestrian Master Plan, or PMP. That project has just kicked off, but we will be assisting the consultant KOA with walk audits and giving input into the plan and its recommendations. Public input has begun. The final PMP will be incorporated into the general plan. Please note that the committee also performs its own walk audits because not every street is covered in the PMP. Next slide, please. We continue work on closing gaps and fixing the missing links in our bikeways. You may have seen projects using green paint to alert drivers to conflict zones. Bear Street is a recent project that implemented that. There are also sharrows or striping modifications used in these projects. We will continue to prioritize new projects as others are completed. Next slide. I hope you've seen the many new bike racks on city property. In addition, our activities include the framework for a commercial bike rack program working with the Chamber of Commerce. Next slide, please. We submitted a memorandum with our recommendations for a mobility share pilot program last May. Since that time, California Assembly Bill 1286 was enacted, requiring providers of shared devices to obtain permits from cities and provide insurance before the distribution of devices. In addition, our draft Healthy Eating, Active Living, or HEAL resolution is under review. That resolution satisfies a goal in our ATP. We also identified and ranked events that promote cycling and walking. These are events in which the committee would like the city to participate and fund or partially fund. Next slide, please. We also had educational presentations at our monthly meetings, and we reviewed improvement projects and provided input to the city. Unfortunately, our outreach activities were postponed due to COVID. Next, please. There was a virtual safety training event last August. Members of the committee and city staff participated in this event along with others. Costa Mesa is the second city in Orange County to participate in this training. 3 routes were assessed, which are Newport Boulevard between 17th and 19th Streets, West 19th Street, and Fairview Road near Orange Coast College. Next slide, please. The recommendations that came out of that program are listed here. There are quite a few. I won't name them all. Next slide, please. And I believe many of you saw the Reimagine 19th Street event last September. This was a demonstration project with outreach and surveys that provided great feedback. We hope the city continues more demonstration projects like this and that they lead to permanent traffic calming measures. This was a demonstration project led by CMABS. There were traffic circles at intersections of Wallace and Center, as well as Monrovia and 19th Streets. Bulb outs were on Wallace and 19th. This project has been highlighted in presentations by SCAG in their Go Human campaign and by America Walks. It is great publicity for the city of Costa Mesa and what we are doing to promote active transportation. Next slide, please. In the future, our committee will be working with the consultant on the PMP, recommending implementation of projects from the ATP for the upcoming budget, performing more walk audits, making recommendations on more bike racks. Next slide, please. We will also continue to review projects from the perspective of a cyclist and/or pedestrian, review the comments regarding our shared mobility memorandum and the HEAL resolution, work on planning open street events, prioritize a list of projects from the ATT and PMP, and work on a request for consideration of future funding of pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure improvements. Next slide, please. These are projects that are in progress or under construction. Merrimack is underway, yay! And bike racks continue to be installed. Next slide. The Fairview Road project is in progress and is due to start soon. This project will improve cyclist and pedestrian safety and includes better bike lanes, medians, and crosswalks, along with new ADA ramps and sidewalk replacement. Next, please. In addition, these are projects that are in design phase. The Adams Avenue Multi-Purpose Trail and improved bike facilities between Fairview and Harvard will create an important link. Next slide. And here are two more. The Adams Pine Creek project is being done in conjunction with OCC. And then there are citywide Class 2 and 3 projects. Next, please. In addition, the design plans for Randolph Avenue have been completed, but we need funding for this project. Next, please. And here are two more that the design plans have been completed, West 19th and the West 17th and the West 19th improvements. The last one is going to bid soon. All of the projects you see in the presentation are elements of a greater active transportation network we are trying to build. We need your support and funding, of course, to make our streets complete and safe for all users. And that's it. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. That was an excellent report. Great to hear all the amazing work that you're doing. Council, are there any questions? If so, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature. Councilmember Reynolds.
I don't have questions for Ms. McDonald, but I just want to acknowledge the great work of all of our committee members and those who are also members of the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets and all of the staff members who've worked on this committee. I think Mayor Katrina, I think you formed this committee, I forget what year, but it's some of the most inspiring work. I feel like every real meeting I go to is very inspiring because we see residents, very committed residents focused on this work that's, as Cynthia mentioned in her presentation, focused not just on safety, but benefits our local economy and community health and climate issues. And the long list, I think, in the ATP plan. So just wanted to acknowledge all of the good work from everyone working on active transportation issues. So thanks for a great presentation.
Okay, no further comments. I echo everything Councilmember Reynolds said. This committee has got, I think, some of the hardest working committee members of all committees. So thank you so much for your insights and your contributions to improve the transportation and mobility and safe pedestrian access in the city of Costa Mesa. Okay, I can't wait to support you in a different capacity. Okay, let's see. We now have a presentation from Ms. Price on our prevention of homelessness update.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. This is, I say afternoon because it's still light outside, and I'm so thankful to be here following after the bike and just the updates going on with bike and pedestrian work. It's fantastic. It's hard to follow that presentation. Cynthia did an amazing job. But I am here with my colleague, Stacy Lumley, to provide you an update on a full range of activities going on in our city with regards to homelessness in general. So if I could start with just the first slide, Stacy. And I know that really our council and our community is pretty well aware of the vibrant response that we are coordinating in our city. But I just wanted to take tonight an opportunity to thank the police department, CPU staff and leadership, as well as Mike Brumbaugh, our code enforcement officer that's working in the homeless realm 100% day in and day out to respond to high need areas in our community. This chart here just reflects what he's done really truly in the last 45 days. He's been working on some pretty significant projects where he's coordinating with the city of Santa Ana, the county of Orange. He's been working with Caltrans, private property owners, condo HOA associations, been quite thankful for their efforts most recently, and I'll show you in just a moment. Then, of course, our outreach teams in the Network for Homeless Solutions. It's such a great team to represent. I can't even, words don't describe what this team has been involved with and the success that they've had. I'm going to show a couple of pictures. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. A couple of areas that we've been working with, and this has not been something that happens over a couple of days. This has been kind of a longer range project that the team has been working on with all of the partners that I just described. And if you're familiar with Corte Casas Place up off of Sunflower and Fairview, there's been a number of areas. It's right by the Greenville Banning Channel. We've had some encampment activity that they've had to address. And so, Mike Brumbaugh is such a unique position for him because he's working on coordinating with our public services team on public property. He's also dealing with our businesses and private sector folks on private properties, which I'll show you a picture in just a moment. But when you look at this storm drain, I can tell you from my experience, and we won't go too far into that at this moment, but just to share with you, this is a substantial level of an encampment when you're talking about a storm drain that looks like this. And it's highly, highly dangerous for life safety issues should they decide to check that pipeline any day soon. We want to make sure that we don't have people in harm's way. Next slide, please. So these pictures here just really show you kind of what our teams are engaging with on a regular basis. These are areas that are hidden to the general community, maybe even to the naked eye. But our teams are out there really crawling in areas that cannot be seen. And that is really, by design among the homeless population to get to areas where they can be off the grid and off the beaten path. And so when you see the amount of work going on here with our street outreach teams, working with our law enforcement and our code enforcement, being able to connect people to resources has been really our primary focus. If I could go to the next slide. This one is an area that we've been working with. And, when you work with law enforcement ongoing and you see some of the vegetation around our city, sometimes it prevents us from having a line of sight for security reasons. And so when you look at this before and after site, what you're actually looking at is a change of environmental design. When you take a look at certain areas in our community that might be a congregation or a place of safety or issue for community members, when you look at environmental design upgrades, you can create a safer environment for everyone. And this is one example of that. And many of you probably are aware of this location. We've received a number of calls about it. We've been working on it for multiple weeks and been working with the owners of these properties. So I want to take a moment just to thank these teams. They're impressive, they're amazing, they're effective. I get a lot of good feedback from community members about their work. And so, it's just a pleasure when somebody in the community actually notices some of the things that we do, because it is somewhat invisible. It's supposed to be invisible. We're really just trying to maintain and upkeep our community overall. So if I could go to the next slide, I'm going to provide an update on something that, the council's been working with the staff on the Community Development Block Grant COVID money that we received. And one of the first allocations that rolled out the door was the rental assistance program. And so we funded SPIN to serve families and Mercy House to serve individuals. And it was a total amount of $387. We've only spent 46%, but not to be alarmed by that, because I want to just remind you that the County of Orange received a $66 million allocation, and we referred so many people up there to that county program because they were funding up to $10,000 per household per month. I mean, for back rent, if they paid their 25% of their rent per month. So we've had some good success in referring people up there. We are in contact with the county regarding that program. And I have an update. Hold on one second. So they closed the applications in the county in February, and it looks like they've got somewhere between 18 and $22 million left. And so our teams will do our very best to make sure that we spend that money on any resident in Costa Mesa that is seeking rental assistance in arrears. So back rent, but you have to have paid 25% of your rent during this time. And so that program is going to open back up in April for applications again. And we're going to continue to use that program for the referrals that we get here in the city of Costa Mesa. So we're going to spend this money out as well. And you'll hear later tonight in the agenda report on street outreach augmentation that we have another allocation of $400,000 that will come out after this. So I think over the course of the next 3 years, we're in pretty good shape to be able to assist residents that are behind in their rent because of the economic impacts of COVID. I'm happy to report that. And on this next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Stacy Lumley for just a moment. She's here on the call, hopefully somewhere here, but to give her an opportunity just to share some of the success that we've had with the Network for Homeless Solutions. And I just want to take a moment to say Stacy is an amazing employee of the city of Costa Mesa. She's been working her tail off, working at the Airways site and managing all of her daily responsibilities. But she has a true passion for this work. And I wanted to give her an opportunity just to share with the council a couple of quick success stories. Stacy?
Thank you, Susan. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. This evening, I'm going to share a few success stories. They lie near and dear to me. I've been with this program for 7 years, and I've actually had a personal opportunity to work with both of these success stories, and it really, truly makes me proud to see that they're in a situation to better themselves, not only medically, but in a permanent housing situation. So the first story is with an individual that we worked with for several years. He's been connected with SOS, one of our great partners in the community, for over 6 years. But he's actually been chronically homeless on the street for over 10 years. In collaboration with SOS, he was connected with the Wellness Center. And with that program, a recovery program, with the whole person approach, we were actually able to work with they were able to actually work with our outreach team, as well as county healthcare agency. And he was actually matched to permanent housing. So after several years and multiple efforts and barriers, he didn't have his naturalization papers. He didn't have an ID. So with all of our efforts and our advocacy, he's actually in housing now. And I'm proud to report that he does have his naturalization papers now after long hours of hard work on his part. He's continuing to get efforts and support through Trellis, SOS, our Costa Mesa outreach team, and now he's looking forward to find a job. So as I said, I worked with him for many years, and I'm really proud to see that he got permanent housing on a successful path. Our next story is a difficult story to share, but it's a very successful one for us. He is an individual that has many medical challenges. And we got a call in regards to this individual that was on the street one day from our code enforcement. We work really closely with them, as well as our community policing unit. And they informed us that he was back on the street. He's been in and out of the hospitals. It was his choice to leave. You know, that's one of the hardest things for our team is we really push the efforts and we really try to advocate for them to help them out, but it's their choice. And unfortunately, sometimes they do decide to leave the hospital because it's not a fit for them. And then there's the one day where they do need the help and they're realizing that. So in this day for this client, that day was that day that we got the call. Our outreach immediately responded to the individual that was on the street in collaboration with code enforcement and police and county outreach and engagement. Our Cal Optima field team went out there, and with our fire department, we were all there on site to help this one individual. He actually ended up going to one of our local hospitals, and our outreach team followed up with the hospital social work team to really advocate on his part for a long-term care nursing program, because that's really what he needed at this point due to the multiple medical needs that he had. So with that, we did support the social workers. Our team collaborated with the county outreach engagement workers, our outreach team, and the social workers at the hospital. And he is now receiving the higher level of care. So he finally came to that point where he realized he couldn't do it on the street anymore. And with our continuously outreaching to him and offering our support to him, he finally came to the day to accept it. So we're really happy that he's receiving not only the medical care he needs, but a permanent situation he needs to care for him long term. My last point is actually, I'm really proud to report that SOS, being a great collaborative partner, they're actually providing COVID tests or COVID vaccines. They've actually been providing ongoing COVID tests at our shelter once a month for both, for our residents. And the county has actually been providing the COVID test for our staff, city staff, as well as the Mercy House shelter staff. But they're actually SOS is going to be providing the vaccines for us. So starting tomorrow at the Bread Shelter, they're going to be addressing and providing the vaccine. We already have a list of clients ready to go. We have staff ready to go, and they're going to be on site tomorrow to offer the vaccines for our Costa Mesa staff, Mercy House staff, as well as our residents. So we're really happy to be working with SOS in regards to that. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Stacy, for that. And if I could just take a moment to say that, this past week, we're up to 167 people that have been housed as a result of our efforts. This past week has been a little bit bittersweet in that, we had one of our clients who's been housed pass away. And then we had one of our clients graduate the shelter into housing. So we'll not be moving on to Airway. So, it's a challenging job, but it has such strong rewards that, some of us are going to be doing this for the foreseeable future. And I'm happy to say that Stacy is one of them. So if I could go to the next slide, I'm going to give a sneak peek and talk a little bit about our progress with the Airway site. And Stacy took this picture. I just want to acknowledge that it looks like the sun is coming up. So she's been having some long days, but the building's looking good, and we're hoping that all of those shrubbery that's been planted there will grow in leaps and bounds. So next slide, please. As many of you have read in the paper or seen in the media, we've gotten a lot of great coverage in Costa Mesa regarding IKEA's work at the shelter, and they've been there for about 2 weeks. They've got a couple more days to go until they're finished. But if you look to the left, that picture, those arches on the wall, they really create a design feature that creates depth in what the largest room in the shelter. And you can see from the boxes and the supplies that have been delivered that there was a ton, and a lot of questions have come, like who's putting together all that furniture? It is IKEA, it is Trellis, it is volunteers from our community. And we have a picture there where we are all eating lunch that was delivered by the owner of Descanso. I want to thank him for that, and also to Kim Barlow for joining us on this day to have lunch with our volunteers. And this was last Tuesday. I want to mention while I'm on this slide just really quickly that we have a subcommittee on muraling that's working on the Airway project. And so they're working with the Cultural Arts Committee, was just done a presentation earlier this week about a call for local artists. We have a blank wall in the shelter by the intake room that we're going to leave blank until we select that artist rendering that's going to be placed on that wall. And it probably won't happen until maybe the end or early part of April, but we're super excited to see what transcribes there. Next slide, please. just to give you a little taste of what it looks like, it's starting to look a little bit like an IKEA catalog, which I think was the design, but they used a lot of local pictures. And so when you get a chance to see this site, you will see that there are pictures that have been submitted from our partners at Travel Costa Mesa, the OC Fair, and our staff as well, and the city team looking at historical pictures. So we've got a lot of things that everybody will they will recognize. And so with that, just to remind everybody, this is a 72-bed shelter with 23 beds for women, 46 for men. There's 3 hopper beds, which are for like after hours intakes or quarantine beds for anybody that needs to be segregated from the broader population. And it has all the full amenities, which I will share with you that we're working on a virtual tour so that our community can get a really good look beyond these pictures, but to really see the facility come alive with all of the design work that's been done. Next slide, please. This seems to be people's favorite area. If you like to cook or if you like to eat, this is your pandemonium right here. This is the commercial kitchen. We're looking forward to serving a lot of meals here. We're looking forward to engaging our entire community in working here, as well as our local restaurants. So super excited about all of the work going on there. And I think we're coming to the end. What's the last slide? Maybe one more. Just some more pictures of the offices. It's the same picture of the hallway with the pictures. Let me get to the last slide, which is the timeline, and I'll be super fast on this. Our timeline continues to shift just a little bit. One of our big mantras is flexibility, because, you know, it's a moving target. But as far as coordinating all the vendors and all the supplies and all the things that need to come in to set up the facility, that's what we're heavily engaged in now. IKEA's wrapping up their work. They've been there for 2.5 weeks. This coming week, Stacy and her team and Mercy House will start to move in their supplies from the Lighthouse Church and start to stock all of the supply cabinets and the shelves. And then the week of April 10th through 15th, we're going to be moving in our clients. I think right now our census today at the Lighthouse was 16, and then we have 9 at the motel. We are going to be testing out the facility. And I know that right now, Raja and his team and the contractor, they're all testing out the facility now. But once we move the clients in, then we're going to be doing our own kind of operational test of everything and making sure that we're all comfortable. We got everything we need. And come May 1st, we're going to start taking intakes from both Costa Mesa and Newport Beach outreach teams. And then finally, we hope to be fully open and fully occupied with the vaccinations, as Stacy just mentioned, that July 1, 2021, our Airway Bridge shelter will be our permanent home. Last slide, please. And if I could say this without crying, I'll do my best. A heartfelt thank you to all of our council, our Costa Mesa community, and the support and the partnership and the engagement. Our city teams, I can't say enough. We've had every department in there pretty much weekly or daily. You'll see somebody from one of our city departments. And I just appreciate everybody so much, because it's a lot of pressure to bring on something so important for our city. And then I want to thank our partner agencies who've been with us from the very beginning, and they've just been amazing through this pandemic. And they're all just super excited as well to move into the new program. And just as a reminder, it takes a village, and here we have one, and it's a strong village. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Excellent report. Excellent work. Thank you, Ms. Lumley. I know you both have led so well and with grace and compassion and efficiency. So what a great combination. So thank you so much. We are all, I think, thrilled that we get to see this to fruition and see it open and make things happen for Costa Mesa. So thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yeah, I mean, I just needed to take the opportunity also to say thank you to the incredible team for all of the hard work. I had the chance to swing by. It was an official tour. I just happened to swing by while IKEA was there, and was a little bit overwhelmed, to be honest. I didn't really have anything smart to say to people while I was there because it was just so incredible what has been accomplished, how beautiful it looks, how professional and clean it looks. So yeah, thank you to all your hard work. And Stacy, Susan recognized you at the beginning, and I just want to double down, since long before we were talking about a permanent, you have been one of the people in the city who has been just incredibly committed to this work, and we're very grateful for you. And then just like one really quick logistical question on the rental assistance from the very beginning of the presentation. I noticed a couple of other cities are partnering with nonprofit legal firms in order to help tenants navigate now the process of paying back rent or negotiating with their landlords. I think we offer links on our website to some services, but I'm wondering about partnering with somebody more formally, or even having them sit in City Hall a couple of days a week, or some kind of an arrangement where we can make sure those services are adequately offered to people, because now that these moratoriums are going to start getting lifted, is going to be crunch time for people, really. So
Yeah, precisely.
that was it. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, I did actually have one more logistical question. Will we have a community garden there? I couldn't remember.
I don't foresee that we have the space to do a community garden, but I did talk to Raja about, I know that they were going to seed the grass along the front of the building. I don't know if you've been over there recently, but it was getting quite like all dirt. And so we're seeding some grass, and we anticipate having some pets there. So while I don't see we'll have a garden, we are kind of seeking having a space where we can kind of have our dogs outside, our pets.
Okay,
So trying to program the outdoor space that we've got, which isn't a heck of a lot, but we're making the most of it. It's pretty fun.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Great work. Okay, our next item presentation is our proclamation for Let's Be Kind Costa Mesa Month. Whereas in 2018, Rebecca Robick, a visionary student from Costa Mesa Middle School and High School, saw a need for inclusiveness among her peers. It was hard for Rebecca to know how to handle unkind peers who would step on her shoes, call her names, and make fun of her. She knew she could spread kindness, as it was shown to her when she and her brother moved to El Salvador as children. And whereas Rebecca recognized that being unkind diminishes students of a fun and fulfilling experience at school, and demonstrated leadership by creating opportunities to provide purposeful acts of kindness to cultivate a sense of community. And whereas it was the church and community members who, through their kind gestures and acts of kindness, made Rebecca and her brother feel welcomed and part of the community. And whereas in 2018, Rebecca delivered 200 pizza slices with kind messages to her peers in an attempt to show her peers kindness. And whereas it evolved from pizza slices to designer t-shirts to more campuses joining in on what became Let's Be Kind Day, to raising over $9,000 to purchase 2,100 t-shirts for the entire Costa Mesa middle and high schools. And whereas on April 25th, 2019, a combined effort of 3 schools led to over 3,000 t-shirts being handed out to students and faculty staff. And whereas in 2021 will mark the 4th annual Let's Be Kind Day. And whereas Rebecca's mission to unite her peers embodies the city's mission of providing a safe, inclusive, and vibrant community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Katrina Foley, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Let's Be Kind Costa Mesa Month, and urge all residents, children, and adults to recognize and celebrate this month with kind gestures to others, Kindness is contagious and we can all participate in our own ways. Also, Rebecca was recognized with the Mayor's Award, and I'm excited to announce that we have formed a partnership with Vans, headquartered right here in Costa Mesa, to support our month of April Let's Be Kind Costa Mesa month. So great, great work. Thank you, Rebecca, for your inspiration. Okay, our next proclamation is for condemning acts of violence and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And I was asked to bring forward this proclamation because unfortunately in Orange County, we have seen a significant rise in hate crimes against our Asian friends. And so, whereas the outbreak of COVID-19 has seen an unprecedented spread and devastating effects across countries, communities, and cultures, whereas COVID-19 has no country or state boundaries and was not created or caused by any race, nationality, or ethnicity, and that the World Health Organization has cautioned against using geographic descriptors that can fuel ethnic and racial discrimination. And whereas hate crimes, discrimination, and aggression against specific communities, including Asian American Pacific Islander, AAPI, communities are on the rise throughout the country due to inflammatory rhetoric blaming these communities for the COVID-19 outbreak and spread. And whereas California has the largest Asian American population in the United States, and 1 in 5 Orange County residents are Asian American. And whereas the President of the United States stated in a national address on March 11th, 2021, that there have been vicious hate crimes against Asian Americans who've been attacked, harassed, blamed, and scapegoated, and that it is wrong, un-American, and it must stop. And whereas the city's mission statement is, the city of Costa Mesa serves our residents, businesses, and visitors while promoting a safe, inclusive, and vibrant community. Whereas the history of Costa Mesa includes early pioneers of Asian ancestry who contributed to the success and agricultural enterprises that significantly fueled economic growth, adding to the variety of crops and innovative production techniques, prompting the Santa Ana Register to promote in 1928 the 150 acres of strawberries farmed year-round in Costa Mesa by the Japanese American community in the Fairview Avenue district. And whereas the Issei, first generation Japanese Americans, contributed to Costa Mesa's community education, founding one of Orange County's early 20th century Japanese language schools at 18th and Whittier Streets, supported by the Kuriharas, Hashimoto's, Izakis, Minatos, and Shuji Kano's, father of Fountain Valley's first mayor, James Kano, was one of the first Niseis to become mayor in the mainland United States, and an elder with one of the oldest Japanese missions in California, the Wintersburg Japanese Mission at Orange County's National Treasure Historic Place, historic Wintersburg. And whereas Asian Americans, such as Isamu Noguchi, confined during World War II at the Colorado River Relocation Center in Arizona, made significant contributions to the City of the Arts with the internationally recognized California Scenario Sculpture Garden in Costa Mesa's Theater District. And whereas in 1986, the United States and Marshall Islands formed an official diplomatic relationship recognizing the Marshallese right to live, work, and travel in the United States, and many Marshallese came to the US and made Costa Mesa their home. And whereas the Asian American Pacific Islander community continues to make significant contributions to the fabric of Costa Mesa in the arts, education, cuisine, and our city's cultural landscape, bringing international business and tourism to our community. And whereas, as our history has shown, times of great fear, uncertainty, and unrest can lead to the demonization, blaming, and scapegoating of groups as the other, leading to unjust actions such as World War II incarceration of Costa Mesa's early Japanese pioneers, destruction of property, physical violence, and fear, preventing full participation in civic life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Katrina Foley, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the City of Costa Mesa affirms its commitment to the safety and well-being of all community members, including the Asian American Pacific Islander communities, and in combating hate crimes targeting Asian American Pacific Islander communities, and ask residents to join us in calling attention to these harms and condemning hate to help keep us all safe during this unprecedented pandemic and beyond. Presented the 16th day of March 2021. Whew. So thank you. I know that was a lot, but super important, I think, to share the history and support our Asian American and Pacific Islander friends and families. Okay, at this time, we'll have public comments. Matters not listed on the agenda can be heard at this time. And if you would like to speak to public comments, and this is for an item not on the agenda, you can raise your hand using the hand raise option, or press *9 on your telephone and press *6 when prompted to begin speaking. Let's see. The first speaker is the phone number ending in 869.
Hi, good evening. My comment tonight is regarding the removal of commenting via YouTube, and I basically think that's an infringement of the First Amendment for the following reason. YouTube, though it is a private company, it is sort of the council chamber being used, as is the telephone, to conduct these meetings. And if the meeting was conducted in council chambers, people could put up signs with obscenities, like saying things like "fuck your face" or "shut up" or "fuck that council person." And as long as they weren't blocking anyone's view, they would be allowed to do that. And commenting amongst themselves, that's not in any direction necessarily to council members, is a part of that right. So removing it, I don't think had anything to do with YouTube. It had to do with the city continually stomping on the First Amendment rights. Namely, I had been participating maybe for a decade now in city politics, and I had not used profanity until a few meetings ago, when I realized that the city was actually bleeping people's words, and they are not the arbiters of good taste. They don't get to do that. And whether it's the city attorney or whoever is deciding that is wrong, they might not like it. It might to them not be good behavior, but it is the person's First Amendment to say "fuck shit," "as bullshit," "fuck your face," "fuck your First Amendment abridgment," "fuck you trying to be the arbiters of good taste." And now I do it purposefully to make sure that that right is upheld, whether someone likes it or not. And I dare you again to bleep me, because this time I will actually do something about it. You bleeped me, and then I called, and then you didn't bleep me the second time. So actually, I would like to know which one is correct and which policy the city is going to be following. Do you intend to censor residents when they say things that you don't like, including maybe comments about the way you are governing our city? Thank you.
Whew. Okay, next speaker is Ms. McDonald. Ms. McDonald, go ahead and unmute yourself. Maybe she had her hand up from earlier. Okay, I'm going to move to the next speaker, phone number ending in 713. You can unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your telephone. Phone number ending in 713. You can unmute yourself by pressing *6. There you go.
Hi there.
Hi.
Well, I'm not sure how much fun it is to follow Anniversa, but especially tonight. That's not why I called. I called because the last item on your agenda deals with the replacement of Katrina Foley as our mayor. And I just wanted to call tonight to thank Katrina Foley. She's done an exemplary job as mayor. I've been watching city issues for 40 years. I've never seen so much energy by a council person. And it's been very positive, despite the fact that she's been pilloried by way too many people. I know that it's going to be fun to watch her activity on the Board of Supervisors. They have no idea what's coming. But Katrina, I want to thank you for your service to my community. It's very much appreciated. Good luck with all those people in Santa Ana. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. West. Okay, next speaker is Mitch Siegel.
Good evening. My name is Mitch Siegel, and the reason I'm calling is I'm on the board of the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. So a good segue from your last comments that you made earlier about the anti-Asian events that have taken place. Our president actually signed a paper for Tam Nguyen from the Vietnamese Chamber when he had his event last week over at his business in Garden Grove. But the main reason I'm calling about the chamber is to introduce you to it. We are a chamber of 34 cities, but there is no Hispanic chamber in the city of Costa Mesa. So we're Costa Mesa's Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And I just want to make sure that you all know the availability of the resources that the Hispanic Chamber offers. I've been on the board for 9 years, and I'm in my 19th year now as a member. We have on the board companies such as U.S. Bank, Disney, AT&T, Aetna, Wells Fargo, Chase, UCI, Cal State Fullerton, Chapman University, and Merrill Lynch. And actually, the head of our legislative committee is Martha Sanchez Kennedy, Linda and Loretta's sister. And she has divided up the county. About 6 of us, I think, are calling all the cities and going on the city council meetings to give information. So we support 3 pillars. One is economic development, one is education, and one is advocacy. Under economic development, 6 years ago, the SBA designated our chamber as a small business development center. And for those of you that are not aware, that's a national program in the state of California. It's funded by the SBA, by GoBiz out of Sacramento, and by some financial institutions. And it's absolutely free consultation for small businesses. We're one of about 3 or 4 chambers of commerce across the country that have been given this designation. So we're really proud to say that every year we're consulting over 3,000 small businesses. This last year, because of COVID, we put the brakes on March 12th, and we consulted 10,000 small businesses between March 12th and the beginning of August on every type of loan imaginable. We're still doing daily virtual calls for small businesses. And there are 35 to 40,000 small businesses in Orange County owned by Hispanics. And because of the percentage of the Hispanic population now in the county, which is approaching 40%, we're all inclusive. So we actually just developed with Bobby McDonald from the Black Chamber of Commerce, the Orange County Diverse Leadership Coalition, and which makes up about 65%, including all Asian organizations. 65% of the county is represented through that organization. Under education, we have a separate 501c3 education foundation. We've given out over $100,000 worth of scholarships. And I'm proud to say that I'm the lead advisor for our youth chamber. We're also one of a few chambers in the country to have a youth chamber made up of students from high school seniors through collegiate grads or graduate students. Last week, I actually had a meeting with the Newport Mesa Unified School District with one of our youth chamber board members to give exposure to the district of our youth chamber and the opportunities there. It's absolutely free for your students to be members of the youth chamber, and they build points which lead up to scholarships. The scholarship time period is open right now, goes to the end of March, and we'll be giving a record $30,000 worth of scholarships away in June. So there's still time to apply. The last pillar.
Okay, if you could wrap it up, please.
Yes, the last pillar is advocacy. So we are connected locally, regionally, statewide, and nationally to elected officials, and that's why we're reaching out to you. We have a great rapport with all U.S. congressmen, with the governor, folks up in Sacramento, but also regionally as well. And we would like to offer our services to you as well. I thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for your time.
Thank you for coming and sharing. Very, very helpful. Okay, Mr. Turpin. You can press star 6 on your telephone, or the.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm looking at you, but I don't think you're looking at me. So I am Bill Turpin, resident of Costa Mesa, and appointed in January by Mayor Katrina Foley to be the Costa Mesa representative on the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District Board of Trustees. And so I'm here tonight first to congratulate Supervisor-elect Katrina Foley, to thank her for her incessant service to Costa Mesa, and to thank you for appointing me to the Board of Trustees of the Vector Control District, and to thank the rest of the council too for supporting and approving that appointment. The first thing I did after being appointed in January was to talk with former Mayor Sandy Guinness to get insights on her long service on the Vector Control Board. And then since then, I've attended 3 board meetings as a member of the trustees. And I'm pleased to say 2 weeks ago, I was able to arrange a over an hour meeting with the district manager and senior staff to discuss Fairview Park wetlands. And that was a very productive meeting. That's an area, of course, in which the city has a contract with the Vector Control District for vector control services, and you spend about $11,500 a year right now on those services. What I also wanted to do was to bring to your attention, you as council members and city staff have been invited to attend a special open house that the Vector Control District is holding on March 25th. And there it is. Thank you for putting that up. That's March 25th from 11 to 12:30. I'm told by district staff that there is a formal presentation from 11 to 12. And there's a phone number right on that screen there. And Susan Price can give you that information too if you don't have it, on how to register for this virtual open house. So I hope you will take advantage of it. It's kind of an obscure district that provides very vital services to all of our communities, and particularly to Costa Mesa. So thank you all again.
Thank you, Mr. Turpin. I'm so glad you came to give us a report. And that reminds me that we need to make sure we get him on our agenda to give an update, because it used to be it was a council member. So now that we have a community member representing, we should probably make sure we do that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Vivar?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so good afternoon, almost evening. My name is Jimmy Vivar, and I am a small business owner, and I just wanted to thank you, Madam Mayor, and the council for the Small Business Bridge Grant Program, and for city staff. Mr. Inlows was very helpful in answering my incessant calls and questions. So thank you very much to all of you for these great help that, just definitely needed. And I just wanted to thank you, Mayor Katrina Foley, for your service and leadership in Costa Mesa and related to this and other matters. And I wish you the best in your upcoming appointment as a supervisor. And I remember reading also, and I believe it was in an LA Times article, that you mentioned that one of the things you would be looking to do as a supervisor is providing small businesses with grants and support. So for me, it's definitely as a person who's struggled financially with this, small business minority owner, has been very helpful. So I look forward to your leadership and to your continued help as a supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, phone number ending in 698.
Ms. Green, this is Steve Chan. I provided a 3-minute audio comment on tape. If you could play that, please.
We will note that now.
The quiet enjoyment of Center Street continues to be negatively impacted by our commercial neighbors. Hedge fund Smart and Final has adopted policy and procedures that in practice don't comply with law. Coupled with no effective efforts to enforce compliance by state or local officials or employees, created within weeks after Katrina Foley was sworn in as mayor, the outdoor back room acoustically dominates 5 to 7 Center Street residential properties. In this soup kitchen neighborhood on the west side, the city continues counting each minority down to the person. That's quiet. 5 out of the 7 residential properties contain residents in the Smart and Final outdoor back room blast zone who will bitch about the no compliance cost operation in sidewalk conversations. 4 of them made public comments to the city council at the after Thanksgiving meeting last year about this problem. In the last 2 council meetings, the city manager cited repeatedly the number 2, spun up by city investigators. Are her numbers right? Once again, why are you counting us minorities up in our quest for equal protections under the law from our commercial neighbors? Our count of mouths from those 7 properties stands at minimum 8 residents. How many do y'all need to count before you start enforcing the regulations on this business that happens to be tied to public employee retirement account pension funds? How many you gotta count before you start enforcing the law in our minority neighborhood? The Mesa City policy in our neighborhood is racist, racism in action. An astounding claim, I'm sure listeners will think, especially looking at our current city council, of which there are 4 Latinos, which is a clear voting bloc. Majority, supermajority power. But for 2 years, have refused to take the knee of the $450 billion hedge fund Apollo, Smart and Final, off the necks of the soup kitchen neighbors. That next door strut bar that attacks residential security cameras with lasers, now this time with many beeps, painted a mural of Dolly Parton on the east wall of a building that should be torn down and redeveloped properly. Residents played guessing games as to who was being painted. That is, until the name showed up. Painters, cursing residents, used the den from Smart and Final as justification for their own. What is art? Not critics. In its normal operations, Smart and Final is a public nuisance. A liquor licensee is prohibited from this. Please abate using the Unlawful Liquor Sales Abatement Act. The quiet enjoyment
Is that, were you finished?
I think my 3 minutes ran out.
Ms. Green, was that 3 minutes?
Yes, the video is 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chan. Next speaker is calling user 1. You can unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your telephone.
Yes, March 17th, 2020, was the last in-person council meeting that was held. So we're almost 1 year to the date of having no in-person council meetings, which means the residents can't speak in person. They can't have eye contact with their neighbors or be seen on the videos as they have in the past. But today's action has even further complicated that on YouTube, you have taken the comments and locked them. So the residents, even among themselves, which few there are, I think there were like 35 or 38 online today, can't have any kind of input with each other and exchange of information. If someone is using foul language, well, you know what? You got to put your big girl pants on and just let it flow, because that's just sometimes how things go. But to take and punish everybody who's on that line, who actually interested in the city business, interested in watching some of these city council meetings that go for 5-6 hours, and then can't even have any feedback from their fellow residents. I mean, talk about choking and gagging and stifling public comment in a sense of locking the doors from the council. So I'm asking, now that we have the vaccines that are on the forefront, now that we have the numbers going down, now that we have other cities that have actual residents in their chambers and speaking in person, even the Board of Supervisors have speakers every session. I'm asking the council to open the doors and let the people come in with social distancing, with appropriate masking, and with appropriate rules. But we can't have the knee of the city on the throat of the residents any longer. We have the right to speak out, free speech, no matter what that speech will be.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Ms. Barlow, after we finish public comments, to update the council on what happened with the YouTube so we can all get an understanding. Mr. Morelli. You could press *6 on your telephone or unmute yourself on your computer.
Good evening. Could you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Well, first, I want to congratulate our mayor, Katrina Foley, for being elected to the 2nd District Supervisory. So I'm looking forward. Hopefully, we can work together at the county. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm just calling basically to follow up regarding several communication that I have with the city manager office, where I left several messages, and also I communicated via email to the mayor and also to the planning commission and also to the code enforcement regarding 3030 Harbor Target store, where I have neighboring residents 1421 Shamrock and 1425 Shamrock Lane. Basically, they started construction, and I hate to say that during the construction where they were doing the demolishing, the whole house was shaking, and also the drilling and the jackhammer from 7 o'clock in the morning. And it basically, a lot of people right now working from home. So it was very inconvenient and intolerable. And I communicated with that to the city code enforcement. And to be honest with you, I really need a follow-up to find out what kind of action or what kind of corrective action need to be done. It seems like, you know, like throwing a rock in the middle of a water fountain, you never hear it hit the bottom or not. So I'm just curious to get some kind of follow-up, some kind of action. Most important, DR 99-22, there is a lot of mitigation effort associated with Target, and they need to have a full compliance. And the history for the last 21 years shows that they haven't been a good neighbor. So I really ask any violation that the code enforcement need to issue violation and citation associated with their lack of enforcement. Last but not least, if you notice on College Boulevard, the emergency gate has been open, and I sent 2 pictures already to the code enforcement, and so far it seems like Target has been ignoring that that action to keep the gate closed. And that's, from my perspective, that's a violation and it should require a citation. And it's supposed to be for emergency door only. And also, more important, where DR 99-22, the employee is supposed not to park on the north side of the property, but to park on the harbor side. So again, you know, they could claim it's an employee parking or whatever they want to claim. All I'm trying to say is, if I have to feel the inconvenience of their construction and the noise starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, I think it could be inconvenient for them to accommodate what they need to do to manage and require for the mitigation. And again, all I ask is the code enforcement to follow up and to provide action and to keep me informed via either email or written regarding what action they have done, and also a copy of the citation has been offered. So I really appreciate your feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. I know we were corresponding on that item, and then I want to make sure that Councilmember Gameros is now the representative for District 2, so he will be following up on that. And then maybe Ms. Farrell Harrison, when you give your report, maybe if you could give us an update if you know anything. Mr. Morelli, someone will respond tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ben Chapman. I'm a District 2 resident. As always, thank you for your service to our city. My comment is regarding the closed session statement made by the city manager about disabling the YouTube chat. I was on the call and saw the obscene comments from the last meeting. We as a community chat live while listening to the presentations and discussions. Not one person supported or agreed with the obscene comments. If you're gonna keep chat disabled, since vaccines are being distributed, and since we as a county are now in the red tier, and I apologize to my buddy Councilman Harper, but I'd like to find out when council meetings will be conducted in person again. Aside from that, just want to say congratulations to Mayor Foley on winning the March 9th election. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if you would like to speak in public comment on an item not on the city council agenda, this is the last call to raise your hand with the hand raise feature or to press *9 on your telephone. Okay, we have phone number ending in 566. And again, these are for items not on our agenda. Phone number ending in 566, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your telephone.
Hi, this is Kathy Jo Liebel, and I just want to congratulate you, Mayor Foley, on your winning of your election. And I also wanted to just thank you and the council members for recognizing or considering to recognize retired police chief Roger Ness, who happens to be my neighbor, a 94-year-old historian of Costa Mesa, has done so many wonderful things. And I have coffee with him a few times a week, and I learned so much about Costa Mesa. So I hope that you guys will consider honoring him. And again, I just wanted to appreciate that. And I want to thank John Stevens for helping me and directing me on how to approach this, because I'm a talkative person, but sometimes I don't know the avenues. So I just want to thank all of you again for your service, and just consider and thank Mr. Ness. If anyone ever has an opportunity to talk to him, they should, because he is a wealth of information and history of Costa Mesa. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Liebel. Okay, phone number ending in 056. This is for an item not on our agenda for tonight, and you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to call in and thank and congratulate Mayor Foley for her election to this Board of Supervisors. I want to thank her for her service and leadership over the past number of years. One thing I'm very much appreciate and value is proactiveness. And one thing the mayor is very proactive, and I really appreciate that. I also want to think I also think it's a great thing to have a resident of Costa Mesa representing Costa Mesa on the Board of Supervisors. I think that lends to good things for the city. So again, thank you very much for your service and congratulations, and look forward to seeing you up there in, I guess it's Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taboda. Thank you for your service. James, you are the next speaker. You can unmute yourself.
Hey, I just want to congratulate Mayor Foley on being elected into the Board of Supervisors. That's absolutely fantastic. I'm really glad that Costa Mesa is rid of Foley and her corruption. So there's a positive there. The negative, though, is that all of the people that voted for her is going to be completely sad that she's gone, because she doesn't want to have any other humans that posted the time in election to even remotely have their voice heard of who they want to have in. The reason why in 16 that we have a election for the mayor, and now you guys are going all the way back in time and not hearing any one of our voters. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that is our final speaker, and we will now close public comments. And at this time, we will have council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. We're going to start with Councilmember Reynolds.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Mar. I didn't know that was a hand raise.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to jump in at the beginning of council member comments and force you to do this out of order, whether you like it or not, and steal the show for a second to take an opportunity to also express my thanks. Some of the words that have been used tonight, I think, are pretty remarkable: tireless, incessant, proactive. I was going to use the word indelible. But you have absolutely left the city better. And I was trying to figure out the way in which I could sort of summarize all of the things that you have done. But the list is very, very, very long. And so instead, I tried to use the image search in my phone for all of the photos that came up at various events. And I felt compelled to go through this just real quick. All of the art shows, the vote for the library with the Joint Planning Commission, the musical instruments at Mesa Verde Library, concerts in the park, dancing by the stage, buying art socks with Selena Mendoza, being on the radio at Angel Stadium, being on the radio with Tom Johnson, story fundraisers at the Met, Bikeway and Walkability Committee meetings, Cultural Arts Committee meetings, Thanksgiving dinner at the Senior Center, Lions Park Playground meetings in the rain at the Downtown Rec Center, the ribbon cutting for the McDemus sculpture, the press conference at the opening of the bridge shelter, and there's like at least another like page and a half of these, but just a quick flashback of some of the many opportunities I've had to serve with you, and a snapshot of just the tiny amount that you have contributed to the city, which could probably take 4 or 5 pages. I just want to sort of speak for the city manager that we want to do a more formal send off. I don't think we had a ton of time to get a tile together and some other things, and so we're going to drag you back to council at some point for all the formal stuff, the proclamation, etc., and hopefully we can do that in person soon. But wanted to barge in and make sure I had an opportunity to say thank you for all you've contributed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to try to get through this meeting without crying, so you're going to make it harder. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thanks. I'll give you a quick break, and I think you'll appreciate that I want to squeeze a little bit of updates in here too, and then I'll come back to to some memories. So a couple of quick updates. Want to let the public know that we do have a parking study in progress. We had our first community meeting on that last night, and it was fantastic. I was actually really blown away by our parking consultant. We had a lot of really, really good feedback from residents across the city. Obviously an important issue that a lot of people care about. And we have one more community meeting on that on March 31st. We do have an online survey. And one of the comments we got back, I just want to make sure staff hears, is it'd be great if we had a feedback option for people who can't take the online survey. So maybe like a phone call where someone can leave a message. Other update, and I know this is near and dear to Mayor Katrina Foley's heart. 2021 again is the 100th anniversary of the Orange County Public Libraries. I'm sure we'll have some kind of celebration on that this year, which will be fun. It'd be great to do something at our library. The Orange County Public Libraries is hosting their 100 book challenge. So just want to remind our public that the libraries are open and we still encourage reading. And there's another fun challenge I want to share through the folks at the Orange County Soccer Club, who have been a great partner. They're doing, I'm going to do a quick show and tell. So they have these bookmarks. They're encouraging residents, kids, these are for kids, I think, to read 4 books. So once you read 4 books, you put the titles on the back and you can actually trade this bookmark in for 2 free tickets to a game when they start playing again. Or when they start opening that up to the public. So just wanted to share that opportunity. Those bookmarks are available at the library and we're going to try to get them out to schools. Okay, no, try not to cry. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, for reading through that list. I've had sort of a flood of memories pouring through as we went through the presentations. And, you know, all of that, of course, is just a snippet of the work you've done in this city. I want to share just one memory, and it's probably a more uncomfortable physical memory, but one of my favorite memories. And you probably know already what I'm thinking of, and that is on one of my first votes on council, a pretty intimidating vote, of course, was taking on this topic of a homeless shelter in the city. And the mayor and I knew that I think the whole council knew we didn't want to take on this project without the support of the community. And to get the support of the community meant talking to people door by door by door. And we spent time in living rooms, we spent time in courtyards. The day we did the door knocking along Plummer Street, which are the neighbors most directly affected by the temporary shelter, which has been a screaming success, it was pouring rain, and the mayor and I were knocking on doors on a Saturday morning. People were answering in their pajamas to the mayor and a council member with raincoats and water just, you know, pouring over our heads. And it was, you know, uncomfortable but magical at the same time, because it really, to me, represented what good community service is, and that's the direct resident engagement. And so I really appreciate you putting in all of the time on that issue and on every issue that has pushed so many things forward in the city. So thank you for your service. Thank you for all of your work this last year. Absolutely unprecedented year. I do truly believe there's no one better for the job than you. You were a warrior for Costa Mesa and Orange County. It's great for us that you're going to be on the board to continue to help us move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arliss. Councilmember Riddle. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone for joining us today at our council meeting. A few quick things. I had the pleasure of joining the unveiling of a new mural in my district, right at Strutt's property for the Dolly Parton mural. It was really nice seeing the work be done a bit week by week in my district and finally seeing it being unveiled. And you know, the beautiful thing about the mural is that it's in honor of the healthcare workers during this pandemic. So I think it's a good reminder of us that this was a very weird 2020 with COVID-19, but a lot of unsung heroes are in here, you know, with our healthcare worker and frontline workers. So nice to have a mural for them, and always nice to have more art in the City of the Arts. I too attended the parking impact meeting yesterday, and as alluded by Councilman Reynolds, it was myself and her who really pushed us to do a parking study in Costa Mesa. In my district, particularly District 4, parking is a huge issue, and I know it's an issue citywide. So it was really good hearing from residents discussing their particular issues with parking in their parts of town. And you know, one of the things that I took out of it was, you know, it's going to be a really interesting solution we need to come up with. There's not going to be probably a clear-cut answer that we're all going to like, but the important thing we can do is get involved and have our voices be heard. So please join us at the next meeting, which will be on March 31st at 6 p.m. and also do the survey online. It's very quick questions. I did it like in 5 minutes tops, but it's important to get feedback from everybody because as we look at parking citywide, we want to make sure we have the most accurate information possible from everyone. So please do the survey. And then I wasn't going to speak much on Mayor Foley, but since my peers want to praise her, I shall do so as well. I will be more simple. I would just say it's been a real pleasure working alongside you these past 2 years. It's not easy being a young person on any city council, I imagined. And, you know, being 23 when I got elected, it was really nice to have someone I could talk to and talk about what's the best way to be effective in getting my goals done for my community. And I think in a large part, you've done a lot for Costa Mesa because you've left the city in a much better place than when you first joined city council. And I have so much hope and joy for you to go to the county because you're going to do so much great for our entire district and District 2. And I know that you'll be the change agent we need in the county to be a lot more efficient and a lot more better Orange County. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Guimeros?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to take a moment and just thank you for all the opportunities that you've afforded me when I had the opportunity to do this. You have been a huge supporter for me and a great mentor. And I also want to thank you on behalf of labor because you really do stand up for the working person and you represent all that's unique to us and what we do, and you really understand where we come from and what it's like to have boots on the ground, beating yourself up every day physically. So I really want to thank you for that. And I hope in my short time here working with you that I can only live up to your expectations here in your absence, and moving forward, I really hope to accomplish some of the things that we have talked about in our many, many conversations. So thank you on behalf of myself and for labor for your commitment to me and us. And with that, I also want to talk about a couple of other things briefly. In regards to the Target Shopping Center, I'm well aware of all the pounding that's going on because I too live behind the Target Shopping Center, and I have reached out to the mayor for one, and we're looking into it, and I will continue to pursue and make sure that we can get some sort of resolve with that in the future. Along with that, I also want to say that I was very happy to represent my city at the unveiling for the Strut. My wife and I did attend, and it was filled with just everybody was very wonderful, and they do serve food there. So if you get hungry and you want to eat, stop by. They have a good selection on their menu. I also want to say that Costa Mesa National and Costa Mesa American Little League have merged into one league now. And by doing that, merging these two leagues, we have 500 kids all together who have the largest league in our district. So I come from a baseball family, and I want to thank the Little Leagues for merging together. That's going to be a great help moving forward. And I can't wait to get started. Little League is going to be coming back April 10th, and Pony's coming up as well. I've seen a couple of Pony families out there already, and we're just really happy to see everyone playing ball. So thank you once again, and have a nice evening, everybody.
Great job. Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few kind of housekeeping items. I can't believe nobody's mentioned this yet, but I want to say how grateful I am to have participated in the Randy's Donuts opening a few weeks ago. Let's not forget that. I want to thank the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce for organizing an excellent event. I don't think the demand has abated yet on Harvard Boulevard, but I think we're just very fortunate to have that kind of investment in our city. So thank you to Randy's Donuts as well. I also want to give a shout out to the Bikeability and Walkability Committee. Normally I would be giving an update of our meeting a few weeks ago, but thankfully Ms. McDonald did an excellent overview of the last year's worth of work. And as I think was pretty evident, there's a tremendous amount that's being done. And I do appreciate all of the passion and commitment of the committee members. We've got a new committee up and running, and I know they've got a lot to carry forward. I too also attended the parking study workshop the other night and want to also express my hope that people do participate on the online survey, even though the focus is on collecting data from districts 4 and 5. A lot of the recommendations will be applied citywide. So it's really important for people to participate. And as for our mayor, obviously, congratulations. You know, I'm looking at the board here, and I think, I don't know if I really want to admit this, but I think I might be the only person who knows you here the longest on council. I don't know, maybe Dawn might have known Katrina earlier, but you know, 15 years ago we met, and you were, I would say, largely responsible for getting me involved civically. My first introduction was serving on the Costa Mesa Community Foundation board, and I've never lost my interest since. And so it's been really amazing to follow you over the last you know, 15 years here. It's a well-earned victory. As other people have said, I don't think the county knows what's coming at them, but they're definitely going to be taking your passion and your commitments. And I know you've always said this, it's all about people. And I think that really does come through. So thank you very much. And lastly, I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that it was 10 years ago tomorrow that we had a sad day in Costa Mesa with very unfortunate death of Hui Pham at City Hall. And it was, I think it's important to actually recognize how far we've come from that time. It was a real dark period in our history, and I really feel like now we are, even though in the midst of a pandemic and economic crises and everything else, we are definitely moving in the right direction. So I appreciate maybe if we could at least adjourn his honor tonight.
Yes, for sure. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Okay, Councilmember Harper.
Thank you. And Jeff Harlan, I think I may have known her longer than you. I think she knocked on my door over 20 years ago. I don't remember what she was running for, but she was running for something. And Emmanuel, it's hard to be the youngest guy. It's hard to be the old guy. So, but Katrina Foley, you've been nothing but kind and polite to me at my start here, and I appreciate that. And congratulations. I do want to mention Rebecca and the Be Kind movement. I'm really touched by that, and that's a real example of leadership, and it's an example of freedom of expression, and it's really critical in our country. And that leads me to the comments we heard tonight about YouTube. And I don't pay any attention to YouTube and seldom get on Facebook, so I don't even know what was said. So, but I do think, it's the other side of the coin where freedom of speech is important. It's critical, even if we don't like what we hear. It's important, and I hopefully we can solve that for the people on YouTube that want to express themselves and converse, and it can be a polite, productive forum. And I'll be really kind right now and end my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Harper. You've been nothing but kind and polite to me as well. I appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Oh, you already spoke.
That's further. I butt in already.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to go into any long speech. I just want to thank you all. I'm actually really proud of this council, and I'm so excited to watch what you do. I think you're all really pretty amazing, and not just our council, but the commissions and the committees and the whole team of volunteers that work so hard every day for this city. Of course, our amazing city staff, and there's just so much to look forward to. And I have lots of high expectations for all of you. And I'm always just a phone call away, and I will always answer. And I want to make sure that you know that I am I'm just so honored to have been able to be, of service in this city for so long. I raised my family, my first committee, I was pregnant, and now my boys are 20 and 22. And so it's been a journey for our family. I think that my husband's probably watching right now because every Tuesday night, everybody in our family watches this. And so, So really boring lives we should have. But thank you so much to Casey for allowing the community to invade your life for all these years, and it will continue. But thank you to the city of Costa Mesa and all of you for being willing to serve and having ideas and being innovative and just being willing to, work on behalf of the community to make it a better community for everyone. So I know that there's so much more to come for the city of Costa Mesa, and I'm just really excited to be able to watch from afar. So thank you, and thanks for all your really kind comments tonight. I'm a little overwhelmed, and I'm actually really I don't even know what to do if I don't come to City Hall or be a participant in City Hall. It's going to be very weird. But I have had a lot of really good interactions and briefings from the county, and I'm really looking forward to the new job. I can't wait to get to work. I think that there's just so much that we can do together and that I can do with our team at the county to facilitate and support all of your priorities, and homelessness, especially active transportation, our climate action. I mean, I'm so excited about the opportunities. So it's going to be a fun ride. Next journey, I'm looking forward to. So thank you so much. I'm not going to continue on because I just don't want to start crying. And thank you to the 5th floor staff for the awesome banner and for the amazing bundt cake from Nothing Bundt Cakes. And for the 5th floor staff is just like an amazing team of people who really care about the council, care about helping the council to succeed, and care about, their, making sure that the room is set up, making sure that when we were on the dais that we have treats and waters and all those little touches that everyone does every single day. And a shout out to Janet, who always makes sure that we are all, scheduled and we know what we're doing and where to go. Really, really, you can't imagine what a great team it is to work for and be here. So, all right, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Oh, where do I begin? Mayor, we're just on behalf of the entire city team and all the employees of the city. And I just wanted to tell you how proud we are of you and what you've accomplished. I had no doubt that you would succeed. We know that you're the kind of person that puts everything on the table and you go for it, and you really commit yourself to something to get it done. And it's just incredible that you've made history on so many different fronts. I'm really proud of that for you. I'm really happy for you and for your family. I know that this is going to be different for you, and you did share with me how it would be unusual to not come to City Hall, but your legacy, even today, goes far beyond the borders of Costa Mesa. I mean, your work has impacted not just our city, and our neighbors, but also the entire region and the Southern California region. I mean, you're known for being the compassionate and tenacious, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Mar said, relentless leader that you are, and it's all for the community benefit. And so I can say that on behalf of all of the employees of the city, we're super proud of you. We're going to be very, very lucky to have you in that 2nd district seat. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I have no doubt that you'll roll up your sleeves and get right in there. I've worked for many councils in my career, and I don't think I've ever met someone that's as informed, that educates themselves as much as you do, and that really gets into a lot of the information to understand it and can remember it. I mean, most of us can get into it and understand it for that meeting, and then we have to go back and take a refresher. And your recollection of just the institutional memory of our city and why things happened has been invaluable. So I'm hoping that we can turn to you for some of that in the future. But I can just say that we're really happy for you. We know that you're going to be an incredible success. And we just wish you a lot of luck, although I don't think that you need it. And tonight's not our official farewell. We will definitely have much more pomp and circumstance for you, but we did want to acknowledge your incredible win and victory, because we know that you're going to hit the ground running, and I know how you are, and I know you've already started working and started tasking people, and so I know that you're going to take off, and we'll have very little time to look back, but I know that everybody here is in your heart, and of course the entire city of Costa Mesa is rooting you on to be super successful and to have just an amazing run at it. And so thank you for everything that you've done and for your leadership. And we're so happy for you, and congratulations. It's going to be an incredible opportunity for all of us, I think, to just re-engineer the relationship between the cities in the 2nd District and the county. And so I also had something else that I wanted to share tonight. It does this week, it's serendipitous that our mayor would be going to the County Board of Supervisors. We'd be having that change, that we've gone into the red tier over the weekend, and that this week represents the 1-year mark from the first ever stay-at-home order issued by Governor Newsom. And so I did not know that this would be your last meeting, Mayor. So I asked our very competent video team to put together a video on our past year and reflection for COVID. And so just wanted to share that with all of you. But before that, I did want to ask for your grace in just having a moment of silence for all the people that have passed on from COVID. As many of us get vaccinated and we feel a sense of relief, and our loved ones, there are many, many families for whom the vaccine came far too late. And so many Americans have lost their lives, and many throughout Orange County and even here in Costa Mesa. And so we dedicate this video to them and their families, and we just ask for a moment of silence before we show the video. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to our talented video team.
There was a possibility that Fairview Developmental Center would be the recipient of potentially between 30 to 50 individuals or patients or people who had been exposed to coronavirus.
This isn't just about Costa Mesa. This is about our Orange County region. And we are all united in addressing this, what we think is a public health crisis here in our community.
We're here at the Emergency Operations Center because we've been activated, and we're trying to track down the information necessary to make the proper preparations to ensure that the community has in place the different things necessary to be safe.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item that's before you this evening is to adopt the urgency ordinance and the declaration of emergency, basically certifying the actions that were taken by me yesterday, adopting a local emergency for the purpose of protecting public health and safety and helping to reduce the spread of and transmission potentially of COVID-19.
There's a mutuality and there's a recognition of our interdependence that requires of this moment that we direct a statewide order for people to stay at home.
We're going to give you an update on what's happening with COVID-19, what resources are available for you as it relates to your health and as it relates to your housing.
Hi Diana, this is Yasmin calling from the Costa Mesa Senior Center. I'm calling to let you know that we will be delivering your meal at about 10 a.m.
Oh, the Meals on Wheels are perfect for me, for us. I'm 90 years old. I've done all the cooking that I ever want to do. Costa Mesa is a good place to live.
Our goal, like others, is to flatten the curve.
The governor has called on all Californians to stay at home.
And remember that we need everyone to work together with cooperation and compassion.
Our public safety teams remain prepared and ready to respond and provide excellent level of service
that our community expects.
If we stay calm, we can get through this together.
Practice social distancing, and please don't take part in panic buying.
Please visit our website. We are updating the information and resources daily.
Tenemos que tomar acción.
En caso de emergencia, llame al 911.
Quédese en casa si está enfermo.
Hey Costa Mesa, I'm Dane Bora, and this is an at-home edition of the Costa Mesa Minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping keep our community safe.
Shout out to you for doing the right thing and supporting Costa Mesa.
And on behalf of our entire team, we want to wish you well.
And together, with God's help, we will continue to be
Costa Mesa strong. Costa Mesa strong.
Costa Mesa strong.
You have to change you're on mute. You're on mute. Ms. Barlow? We're having some technical difficulties tonight.
As the mayor said, we have been experiencing technical difficulties this evening due to 2 power outages, and so please bear with us. We're here and we are ready to serve and to move forward with our meeting.
Let me tell you a little bit about the origin of tie-dye.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
Together, we've been working really hard to provide a lot of these resources to the community.
So here I am at the next station. Roll your window down. Hi.
This is the dashboard. If you're not open it yet, make sure your name's correct on the back.
Es gratis y fácil. Le explicarán cómo debe de tomar la prueba y luego le pedirán que baje su mascarilla.
Hi Costa Mesa, it's Brenda from Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue, and today we're going to do a little cleaning. We're going to spray the product down and we're going to use a clean towel.
Every 10 years, the United States Census Bureau counts every person living in the United States.
This funding helps schools.
You help your community.
Employment opportunities.
Respond to your census questionnaire today.
You can even complete it online.
Cada 10 años, la Oficina del Censo de los Estados Unidos cuenta cada persona que vive en la nación.
Okay, so I have a whole array of places where I go. I go to Hank's for breakfast burritos in the morning, Taco Mesa for burritos during the day, Tacos Cancun for street tacos, and Avila's for chicken soup.
It depends on the day. So tacos, El Toro Bravo. Tortillas, El Toro Bravo. Fajitas, Avila's, empanadas, Pasta Connection. What am I missing? Churros, Taco Mesa, tortas, Taco Mesa. So much good food in this city.
I go to El Toro Bravo in my district, District 4, and get their tacos. They're pretty good.
Para bailar la bamba.
Se necesita una poca de gracia.
We care for our communities and we provide food assistance and other needed resources to our most at-risk communities.
And for Power of One, that is our fight.
Thank you so much to the Power One Foundation and to IKEA. We are so grateful to all the love that our community is sharing over the last 3 days with our toy drive and our toy distribution. We could not have done this and served our community without all of you. Welcome to Costa Mesa's newest pocket park, Perez Park, named after Rachel Hamilton Perez.
Perez Park, located in Eastside Costa Mesa at the corner of Santa Ana Avenue and University Drive, has been transformed into a park space for the entire community to enjoy.
Amenities in Perez Park include 2 new play areas with rubberized surfaces, 2 shade structures, and security lighting throughout the park.
Thank you to everyone for bringing this park into fruition. And welcome to Perez Park. We hope you'll come out and celebrate and play in this new fun space.
That's crazy. That's awesome. Thank you. Can't wait till we don't have to talk with masks on anymore. All right, beautiful. Thank you, Costa Mesa TV. Amazing as usual. Okay. It feels like, I'm sure you all feel the same, but doesn't it feel like that was 10 years ago? Just 1 year. Oh my goodness. Okay. Ms. Barlow, City Attorney report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Gosh, I'm not going to get to say that to you anymore, am I? First, I want to address the issue of the YouTube. I understand that people feel that they're being deprived of an opportunity to communicate with each other. But let's be clear, council meetings are designed to allow the conduct of the city's business and to allow the public to communicate to the council members and to the staff about their concerns. It's not designed as a community conversation, even if it sometimes turns into that. So the First Amendment protects your right to communicate with the council. It does not require that we rebroadcast obscenities or offensive speech. And so if we bleep out inappropriate comments, things that are not normally used in civil discourse, particularly where, if you consider, at least it used to be that it was mandatory for students to attend at least one council meeting in their government classes. And it's just not appropriate for adults who should know better to be using the opportunity to spew obscenities in this place, in this space. You are more than welcome to criticize anybody on the council, and especially the city attorney. I have a big, strong back and shoulders, and I'm more than happy to take your criticism. But I am not going to bow to people who will say that we must broadcast anything they choose to say. That's just not true. With respect to the YouTube, there were some extremely, beyond a few curse words, things like that. There's some really extremely offensive usernames and comments that just do not have a place in anything that the city of Costa Mesa's name is on. The YouTube broadcast is our communication to the community. It is designed to allow people to watch what you are doing, the council is doing, and the public comment that is made to you, not as a forum for people to engage in communications with each other, or as it was used at the last meeting, to basically take over the meeting and try to turn it into an offensive message. Sorry, my cat is very unhappy with me right now. The First Amendment doesn't require us to do that. Again, there are many opportunities for community members who wish to engage with each other, whether it's around our council meetings or broadcast thereof. There are Facebook. I've seen many Facebook groups or other community groups where people can get together and have those kinds of conversations. We certainly don't want to discourage that, but I do want to encourage people, if you wish to share your comments with the council, the way to do that is to communicate to the council. They're not watching YouTube video of our meetings while they're having their meetings. So you're not getting to the council if that's who you want to communicate with. So I'm gonna stop there. That's probably, I've probably said enough, but I do want to add something personal for the mayor. Mayor, I want to thank you. You have been so supportive of me personally, and of my firm, and of the hard work that we've all tried to help you succeed in the city of Costa Mesa. And I'm personally grateful for it. I'm grateful for your friendship. I'm very excited to see what you're going to accomplish in the county and on the County Board of Supervisors. And I'll always be here if you need me. So that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're on the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city staff, public, or council members request an item to be pulled or removed from the consent calendar for discussion. If a member of the public at this time wishes to pull an item on the consent calendar, please use the raise hand feature on your computer or press *9 in order to let us know which item you'd like to pull. Ms. Green, do you have any council members or staff request to pull any items?
I have no council members. City Attorney, do you have anything?
Yes, I had requested that we pull item 10 so that I can address some of the comments that have been made on that item.
Okay. And
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get this communication out ahead of time. I'd like to pull item 6, please.
Item 6. Okay. So item 6 and item 10. Mr. Ibarra, are you asking to pull a consent calendar item at this time?
Yes, I was gonna pull item 6, but thank you, Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, is that a motion? Your hand is raised for a motion? Or
it can be. It's still up, but I'll move the balance.
Second.
Okay, call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
Item number 6 is the Adams Avenue and Pine Creek Drive intersection project and Adams Avenue bicycle facility project.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, we have prepared a brief presentation for you for this item, which I can go ahead and share.
Thank you.
All right. So Adams Avenue is classified as a major arterial, and it's in our city's active transportation plan, shown as proposed Class 2 bicycle lanes. Both of these projects were developed in consultation with Orange Coast College, and we had quite a few meetings with them as well to discuss these particular projects. The intersection project, the Adams Pine Creek intersection project, which would plan bicycle and pedestrian intersection improvements. The city received a federal grant for the intersection project for both the design and construction. Both of these projects are currently in the approved fiscal year 2021 CIP budget. A little bit more information. Adams Pine Creek intersection project includes all of the following, but it also doesn't preclude a bunch of other things that we can do. These are just some of the ideas in a concept. The design services has an extensive public outreach component, which will look at all different types of improvements for pedestrians and bicycles at this intersection. So some of the things that are included: adding a new crosswalk on the west leg, converting the northbound slip lane to a right turn lane, redesigning the eastbound right turn as well, a wider sidewalk and trail along the south leg, new bus turnout at the far side of the intersection, and then also traffic signal modifications to accommodate these new improvements for pedestrians and bicyclists. In addition, the CIP has funds in the fiscal year 2021 for the Adams Avenue Bicycle Facility project. This would design Class 2 bicycle lanes on Adams Avenue from Harbor to Fairview. The project also includes design and implementation of new streetlights along the frontage of OCC on the south side of Adams. So this project, an RFP for both of the projects went out in November of 2020. We received 5 proposals, which were reviewed and evaluated by a selection panel. KOA Corporation was selected as the top engineering consultant to perform the engineering design services for both projects. As I stated earlier, there's a robust community engagement component in their scope of work, and then also the projects will be reviewed by the Bikeway and Walkability Committee during the design process. In addition, there'll be significant collaboration and coordination with Orange Coast College for getting their input into all of the design improvements as well. In terms of the funding, as I said earlier, we did receive a federal grant for the intersection improvements, which was in the amount of $620,000. Orange Coast College has agreed to contribute $250,000 towards both of the projects. And both of these projects were in the fiscal year 2021 adopted, and they were both under the Adams Avenue Pine Creek intersection project. They were listed under that project. At this time, there's no construction funds for the Adams Avenue Bicycle Facility Design Project. However, we will look for opportunities to submit grant applications for the construction of this in the future. Both of these projects support Council's new goals, which are strengthen public safety and keep communities safe, and maintain and enhance the city's infrastructure, facilities, equipment, and technology. So staff recommendations are to approve both of the professional service agreements for the 2 projects with KOA Corporation for the design services, to establish Adams Avenue Bicycle Facility Project as its own separate project from the intersection project. This is because the intersection project has federal funding, so we'd like to keep them separate. And then approve the cooperative agreement with OCTA. This is for the grant funding agreement. And then approve the funding agreement with Orange Coast College for this project as well. With that, we could entertain any questions that you have, and I'll go ahead and stop share of the screen.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rosales. Councilor Reynolds.
Yes, thank you. Great presentation. You answered all but one of my questions, so thanks for that. I do think this is a fantastic project, and I really appreciate the partnership too on the funding side with Orange Coast College, who we know is very committed to improving safety around their campus. The one question is, I believe it was in the last Bikeway and Walkability Committee meeting, we talked about an ATP consultant who may be coming on board to do design reviews. Is the intent that consultant's part of this process as well, to do some of the ATP-focused design reviews?
Councilwoman Reynolds, we can certainly entertain that request and have that consultant take a look once they are on board.
Okay, great. And thank you. Yeah, I pulled this item particularly in response to the letter we got from the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets and some of the recommendations that they've had. I appreciate the good work that you guys have been doing. I think we've seen a lot of improvements in the ATP infrastructure. We've also seen examples where folks who use these areas regularly have given really good input. So I appreciate the robust engagement process. And I'll just repeat again, I hear at every webinar I go to that our grant probability is directly correlated to that outreach. So let's make sure those meetings are robust. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to open this item up for public comment. Mr. Ibarra.
Hello, I'll be referring to attachment 1, page 71. Sorry if I talk a bit quick, there's a few things to go through. So on the conceptual layout for the street plan, it says that the bike lane is 5 feet wide. Really, this means it's going to be 3 feet wide with a 2-foot gutter. So that is unacceptable on a street that's 45 miles per hour with traffic lanes and medians as wide as they are. I would hope that the bike lane can be wider with a protected, and it's protected with bollards. Also, anywhere where a car and a bike might cross paths, I don't see in the plan something that says that conflict paint will be there. So I hope that conflict paint will be painted. For more specific things in the design, at Adams and Harbor, the bike lane reaches the intersection. That's fantastic, except for the fact, where do the bikes go once they cross Harbor? The Adams Avenue Improvement Project goes from the river to Royal Palm, and then from Royal Palm to Harbor, they're just left alone and there's nothing there. We need a bike lane or a shared use path between Royal Palm and Harbor Boulevard so that cyclists are safe. Going on to Adams and Pine Creek, there are 2 slip lanes. There's one that has 2 alternatives, one where it's reconstructive and the other where there's no slip lane. Please remove the slip lane. Slip lanes are very dangerous for cyclists, and it means that pedestrians have to cross over 2 crosswalks. Please remove the slip lane. The other slip lane I see is just removed completely. That's good, except I see that there's like a bus stop or a traffic lane or something to the right of a bicycle lane. That's bad. Don't have a traffic lane to the right of a bicycle lane. That'll just create another conflict zone. On the north side of Adams, there's on-street parking. Please have on-street parking to the right of your, have your bike lane to the right of on-street parking. This way, they're not going in between moving cars and parked cars, but they're going between parked cars and a curb. They're not trying to avoid opening doors and stuff like that. And it means that the parked cars will be protecting the cyclists. And going to Adams and Fairview, another 2 slip lanes. Again, that's just very dangerous for cyclists who are trying to go through. Remove the slip lanes entirely. And there's a 3-legged crosswalk at Adams and Fairview. 3-legged crosswalks are just very annoying to get around. There's way too many of them. Have 4 legs on a crosswalk, because then it'll just make life easier for pedestrians. And with the time I have left, I'm just going to say the conceptual layout doesn't seem to have lighting plans for the south side of Adams. It's those little lines with like the sun symbol. I don't see them on the south side of Adams, but I know it's in the staff report. So I just want to make sure that that's included in the layout. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. McDonald.
Hi. Yeah, the Adams improvement projects are an important link to our active transportation plan. We do need the safety. Yes, the slip lanes are a problem. So I'll be happy to see that coming back to the committee, and we can, look at the final designs and give our input. It's really great to see designs like this being done, because before 2015, we weren't seeing a lot of bikeways and concern given to the safety of cyclists and pedestrians. So I really do want to thank the mayor for creating our committee and, tolerating us all these years. But I look forward also to continuing to converse with you about these issues in your new position. So congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Okay, I see no other public comments, so we will close public comment. And council members, Councilmember Reynolds, is that a hand raise or is it left over?
A hand raise. I was going to make a motion.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I move to approve staff's recommendations. I won't read all five staff recommendations, and request that we do this community engagement early enough to incorporate some of the design considerations as appropriate into the final design.
Okay, is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, we heard from the two speakers on some of these design considerations, and I just want to reiterate how, even in my own experience, how different it is as a driver versus a biker versus a walker, and it's so important to facilitate that community outreach and really take that input from the people who are walking and biking and skating and scooting, and I hope we add to that list on these streets every day. I think these are really important notes of feedback. I'll just share one, for example. We do have, while we do have quite a few bike lanes in the city, we do have quite a few bike lanes that are unprotected where we put bikers next to cars moving 45 miles an hour plus. And if a collision happens on any of those streets, it's chances are not good for that pedestrian. Again, we've made a huge amount of progress on this topic in our city, and we've still got a long way to go. So I really appreciate the efforts to continue to educate ourselves and listen to the members of our public who are walking and biking and want to continue to do so.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem Moore.
Yeah, excited to see this move forward. I remember initial conversations when I was on the Bikeway and Walkability Committee about trying to get to help on this. So excited to see it get to the next step. And also, wow, those comments from Mr. Ibarra were just awesome. I mean, that is exactly why we need feedback from people who are just seeing things slightly differently. Definitely didn't catch the lighting when I was looking at those conceptual plans. So yeah, thanks for that. Keep them coming.
Yeah, I will echo excellent communication here tonight. And thank you for your comments, Mr. Ibarra. And also just really exciting to see this moving forward. And after watching that year in review and seeing all the things that we just kept doing and moving forward on, and this being one of them, great work to our city staff for continuing on despite the pandemic. So with that, I will call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
We lost you, Ms. Green.
Parlor?
Yes.
Councilmember Gamaros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Moore?
Yes.
I think you're saying my name. Yes. We're losing you. You're cutting in and out.
Motion carries 7-0.
There we go. Okay, item number 10.
Item number 10 is delegation of authority to city manager and city attorney regarding nuisance abatement actions.
Ms. Barlow?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I want to make a couple of comments about the comment we've received before I give the presentation, if you don't mind. We did receive comment from an attorney who is currently representing a group that has sued the city and that is involved in pending litigation. And both in the comment that she made on the agendized item for number 3, as well as the comment on this item, she's made a couple of allegations that I feel that it's imperative to respond to. First of all, there's nothing, this item is not intended to be punitive or to be retaliatory in any way. We have asked for this because we have spent a lot of time in closed session talking about some of the same operators over and over and over again. And we've been engaged in litigation with a variety of them. Some of them we have pursued through code enforcement and other litigation. Some of them have sued us and lost and continue to operate. It's not about retaliation. It's purely about efficient use of the city council's time. As a practical matter, I don't think I really had to make this request. Under some of the provisions that Ms. Beatificato cites, including Civil Code Section 731, I actually have independent authority to move forward with abatement actions for violations of our code, as does the city manager under our own code. And so what we've tried to do, though, is cognizant of the cost and cognizant of the very public nature of some of these matters. We have sought council approval. We have done a lot of public reporting, and we actually tried to be more transparent by doing it this way than by simply having me act or having the city manager act. So I'm a little frustrated that it's been being taken in the wrong way and treated as if we're trying to do something nefarious here. Secondly, I think it needs to be clear that the reason that that particular operation, it's Insight Psychology, the reason that their activities are being sought to be abated are that they applied for a permit. It was denied because they do not comply with our code. This is not about discriminating against people with disabilities. We have been told by the courts that our ordinances are not discriminatory. That's not what they're intended to do. We are actually trying to help people with disabilities. So this is not about trying to throw people out during the middle of a pandemic. This is not about discriminating against the disabled. And I want to just say in response to an earlier public comment, this council and my office have affirmatively stated repeatedly that if we were to get public comment that asked us to discriminate against disabled people, we would tell people that we cannot listen to that. We cannot discriminate against the disabled simply because somebody in the community might want us to. So that is not what this is about. And so I wanted to address that quickly. Now let me get to the report. I'll try to make it brief. We have asked the city council on a very narrow basis to allow the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to authorize special counsel to bring nuisance abatement proceedings against known operators who have already been brought to the council's attention, who are violating the city's codes in operating against our group home ordinances, many of whom have already been told by courts to vacate. They have lost cases and they continue to operate in violation of our codes. And so it was not an effort to, we're not saying code enforcement isn't going to do their job, they will. Code enforcement will continue to take their appropriate actions in terms of investigation and citation, and only then will those cases be brought forward. And so we are asking, and to be clear for anyone who wasn't listening when I reported out from closed session, the council did previously rescind the action that it took in closed session on March 2nd relating to this item. So we are asking that the council approve and authorize the city manager in consultation with the city attorney to initiate nuisance abatement actions against known operators in violation of our code. And that is my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, if there's any questions, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature. Seeing no one, we will open this item up for public comment. And at this time, Ms. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Beatificato.
Beatificato. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, my name is Mary Helen Beatificato, and I'm one of the owners of Insight Psychology and Addiction. I addressed you earlier tonight during closed session, and this time I'm calling in to comment on item number 10. This item proposes that the council delegate decision-making authority to your city manager and city attorney to initiate nuisance abatement actions against group home operators that have sued the city for disability discrimination and violations of fair housing laws. I'm simply floored by this proposal. It is reckless in numerous respects. First, I can't believe that the city wants to devote its limited resources to shuttering housing for people with disabilities during a housing crisis and a pandemic. If the council is going to go this route, then so be it, but it should do so on a case-by-case basis. The council shouldn't delegate blanket decision-making authority to personnel who don't answer to the public. Second, each of these nuisance abatement actions will be very expensive. Have you asked your attorneys for an estimate on how much each of these will cost? I can't imagine it would be less than 6 figures. Can you afford this when you are trying to close a $30 million structural deficit? Last year, you paid special counsel more than $1.2 million for your group home litigation, and that was when counsel still needed to sign off on filing claims. Ceding this authority to your city manager and your city attorney is not a good way to control costs. Putting your city attorney in charge of these decisions seems especially irresponsible because her firm stands to benefit financially from the city running up legal bills. This is a quintessential example of the fox guarding the henhouse. Third, based on my personal experience in litigation with the city, your current team of attorneys needs more oversight, not less. And it's not just me who's saying this. Our magistrate judge admonished your city attorney's law firm because they admitted that they don't read the papers that your special counsel is filing. If you don't believe me, I've provided the transcript with my comment letter. It's on page 25. The same judge told your attorneys, quote, "You're going to cost your client a lot of money," end quote. That's on page 30. This is not a team that can be trusted with a blank check. Fourth, your city attorney's explanation for this proposal is basically that it's a lot of work to prepare reports. Specifically, she says she doesn't want to prepare, and I'm quoting her report now. Numerous reports regarding the basis of such actions for the council's consideration. Really? I can't believe any attorney would consider filing litigation without preparing reports to ensure there's a solid basis for their claims. With litigation, it is not cost effective to shoot first and then ask questions later. That's the kind of play that will get you sanctioned for filing frivolous claims. I raised several other issues in my comment letter. In closing, I again ask you to consider, do you want to be known as the city that runs up huge legal bills while it faces a structural deficit because it wants to shut down housing
That's 3
for
minutes
people with
now, Mayor.
disabilities during a pandemic? I hope not. Please vote no on item 10.
And I'm going to ask the city manager or the city attorney to address the now 3 times false statement by Ms. Budafatico about our city budget. Okay, next speaker is Autumn Elliott.
Good evening, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment. I'm Autumn Elliott from Disability Rights California. We're a statewide nonprofit organization that advocates on behalf of people with disabilities. And DRC is really concerned that the council is considering delegating away its authority to decide whether people who provide housing for people with disabilities have nuisance lawsuits filed against them. Doing so sets the city up to retaliate against housing providers who serve people with disabilities when they try to ensure that the city is complying with the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Fair Housing Act. And I do want to be clear that retaliation is what we have seen. The allegations against housing providers like Insight have been a laundry list of unsavory allegations, from tax evasion to fraud to colluding to drive other businesses out of Costa Mesa. It goes on. And when we've asked the city's lawyers, what's the basis for any of this, they haven't been able to tell us. the city should be doing its best to follow civil rights laws and not squash down people who are trying to hold the city accountable to those laws. And when the city's attorneys are going after people who are in that situation, they need more oversight from the council and not less. And the Insight case is a really specific example of that. We're representing an individual in one of those, in that case, who needs supportive housing to be available. And you know, as I explained a few hours ago, and as is detailed in Ms. Beatificado's letter, what we've seen from the outside law firm representing the city also specifically shows that more and not less oversight by the city council is needed. People with disabilities need housing options, and we urge the city not to retaliate against the people who try to provide that housing by filing baseless nuisance lawsuits against them. And most importantly, we urge each of you not to relinquish your authority to decide in each case whether or not the city will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. I have a question for you. Oh, too late. All right. Seeing no further speakers, if you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature. I see Ms. Elliott is back. Ms. Elliott, I just have a question for you. Does your client that you're representing live in the Insight Psychology residence?
She's a former resident. She's someone who has PTSD. She was, thank you. Sorry, I don't want to keep going if I've already answered your question.
Appreciate it. Okay, next speaker is Austin Habenstrild. I apologize for the name.
No problem. Good evening, City Council. My name is Austin Habenstrild. I work for Insight as the coordinator of compliance, and I'm here tonight to comment on item number 10, and I urge the council to vote no on this item. Insight supportive housing has been in operation since March 2015. During that time, Insight has established itself as a leader in behavioral health industry. It is a joint commission, or the Commission on Accreditation of Rehabilitation Facilities, both independent nonprofit accrediting bodies. Dual accreditation is achieved by less than 5% of all organizations nationwide and signifies that Insight meets and even exceeds industry standards. It's interesting that you're being asked to authorize nuisance abatement action against Insight, yet the city has never once issued a notion of violation or administrative citation against Insight for nuisance-like activity. I just fail to see how any authorization of this could be undertaken with no violations against Insight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Carly Telenko. Carly Telenko. You can unmute yourself. There you go.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Carly Telenko. I work for Insight as a healthcare worker. I'm here tonight to comment on item number 10. I urge the council to vote no on this item. This community needs Insight because supportive housing for people struggling with mental health issues is hard to find. Costa Mesa has sober living homes for people in recovery who need help staying sober. It also has board and care facilities for people who can't live independently and who need meals, organized recreational activities, and more oversight and supervision. But what Costa Mesa doesn't have is supportive housing for those with mental health issues. That's what Insight provides. That's why this community needs Insight. Please vote no on item 10.
Thank you. Okay, if you'd like to speak to this item, please press *9 on your telephone or raise your hand with the hand raise feature. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close the public comment. Council, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature if you'd like to make a motion.
Madam Mayor, I thought you wanted the city manager to address the budget issue.
Well, let's get a motion on the floor.
Okay, that's fine. I also have some things to add.
I move the recommended action. Is there a second? Councilmember
I'll
Shettle.
second.
Okay.
Oh, second.
Thank you. And yes, at this time, Ms. Farrell Harrison, can you address the budget issue? And then also I'd like to clarify what exactly we are voting on.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of the reference to the $30 million deficit, that's a conversation that we had with the City Council last year. around this time, I would say. And so it is standard and typical for any city, especially when that's in a pandemic, which the entire nation was facing a pandemic, in the context of discussions of its upcoming budget, to have projections about what the potential shortfalls could be. It's also standard practice that within those conversations and the discussion of the budget, you solve the deficit. And so the deficit has been solved by the council. You took actions to address the revenue shortfalls. We adopted a budget last June, so almost a year ago now, just about 9 months in, where we addressed that deficit. And as of right now, we're on target in terms of all the actions that we took as planned. And so there is no remaining $30 million deficit. That was a point in time, as it always is whenever you're entering into a budget season and making the decisions to close the gap or, address any shortfalls that you expect to have, which all cities across the nation expected to have. That's exactly why there's $380 million in the federal American Rescue Plan for cities and counties and states because of their anticipated revenue shortfalls due to COVID. But there is no $30 million deficit today.
Thank you. I hope
And
that-
if I may, excuse me, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to touch on a couple things. I do want to clarify, this action is not about insight psychology, nor is it about the person represented by the DRC. This is about other illegal operators. Finally, I have one other thing, and that is it's nothing we're doing is going to expend money that hasn't been budgeted. If there isn't enough money in the budget for some reason, we would have to come back to you for another appropriation. So this is not a budget buster or anything close to it. So that's all I have.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify that what we're voting on is also not retaliating against people that are providing supportive housing. What it is to pursue abatement actions, whether by cross complaint or new filing, concerning operators with whom the city has been engaged in litigation over non-compliance. And in most of the cases, the action was denied based on our ordinance and our distance requirement, which the federal courts have upheld time and time again. And so that is what this relates to, is failure to comply with our ordinance. And the continued failure to comply and continued operation out of compliance is the nuisance. So there you go. Okay.
I had a quick comment, if you don't mind.
I have you. Councilmember Harper, go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to help maybe the council understand where those comments come from. And it was discussed about the $30 million projected deficit at a meeting, I think in May, and there was an LA Times article that quoted that number. And then I look on our website, and maybe nobody realizes this, but I look on our website, and under the Measure Q education or promotion, it says the fiscal effects of COVID-19 pandemic on Costa Mesa created a projected $29.8 million deficit. So I think maybe, we should clean that up if we want to change that. The first quarter of our fiscal year, if you looked at expenditures versus revenue, there was an over $30 million differential. So some of that's communication that comes from the city, and so people pick that up and they use that. So I just wanted to clarify where that might come from.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I think that's what the city manager was trying to explain. Okay, so call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, respectfully, I'm going to abstain. I don't think I just know enough on both sides, so I apologize, but I'm going to abstain.
Okay, just to clarify, and it's
Can I
fine.
do that, Mayor Foley? I can't? I got to go yes or no?
Yeah, you have to have a conflict of interest to abstain.
I have to go yes or no?
Technically, under our code, you're required to vote unless you have a conflict.
Can I go to the restroom and void the vote? I'm kidding. I have great confidence on these cities, so I'll have to say yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Foley. Mayor Foley,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you, council. And we're going to take a brief recess to take a restroom break. Thank you. 10 minutes, okay? At this time, we will move to our new business because we have no public hearings and no old business. So we have 5 items of new business. City Clerk, will you please read the title for new business item number 1?
Thank you. Request council direction for the renaming of Civic Center Park, 111 Fair Drive. Presentation by Mr. Minter, Parks and Community Services Director.
Mr. Minter?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. As mentioned, this is a request for council direction on the renaming of Civic Center Park. With your permission, Mayor, can I show a slide presentation?
Yes, please.
So this item is regarding Civic Center Park located at 111 Fair Drive. As you can see, it is in District 3 here in the city of Costa Mesa. The request for renaming is for former Police Chief Roger Neff. He is known as one of the first 3 Costa Mesa police officers hired in 1953. He has a series of promotions to his credit. He was promoted to sergeant in 1954, lieutenant in 1956, captain in 1959, and police chief in 1964. He served for 22 years, retiring in 1986 as the then longest tenured and still reigning longest tenured police chiefs for the city. Chief Neff received various awards throughout his career. He had graduated from Newport Harbor High back in 1944 and was inducted into the Newport Harbor High School Hall of Fame in 2016. In 2016 also, he was a recipient of the Mayor's Award. He has numerous contributions to the department and to the city overall, including that he was instrumental in formating the formative years of the police department. He brought innovative practices for technology and best practices to the department. He implemented mobile data computers and video cameras for DUI arrests, and he helped complete and open the Arthur McKenzie Police Facility. But instead of hearing me talk about him, let's hear a video presentation that was put together a few years ago where you can actually hear it from himself. Let's try that again.
The city incorporated in June of 1953, and one of the priorities of the new council was to have their own police department. They hired Art McKenzie as the new chief. There were over, as I understand, 150 applicants for those jobs, and the 3 of us were hired, myself, Lee Laster, and Dave Gregg. I was an officer with the Newport Beach Police Department and had lived in Costa Mesa since 1936, and I was also a photographer that could be used if they needed it. For the relief shifts, which most people don't really like because you bounce back and forth, we drew straws for that, and I pulled the first shift, so that's why I'm technically the first officer and actually one of the first 3. During those formative years, we developed a very complete reserve program. We were the first in the United States to put computer terminals in our police cars for check a registration on a car once on a person in seconds. First in the United States to do that. We developed the first handwriting expert in Orange County, and we did handwriting analysis for other cities. One of the very first program of using video cameras to do drunk driving, arrestees, sobriety tests in the field so that the jury or the judge could actually see how the officer observed that person at the time of the arrest, not how his attorney is going to portray him 3 months later. And Sony Corporation, that provided our video cameras in their advertisement, advertised Costa Mesa Police Department as the innovators. That encouraged more people to continue to go to school, to work very hard, and we were fortunate to having such good people. They made the police department the good department that it was. Since the city was growing so fast, there were new people coming in, was keeping the citizens informed as to what they could expect from their police department. Personally, myself, I was on the board of directors of the Harbor Area Boys Club and the Orange Coast YMCA and programs like that, that you could relate to those other people, and they become, shall we say, messengers for you, giving you the information that could help you do your job. I was on The Orange Coast College Advisory Committee, because I helped start the criminal justice program. I was on the Golden West Criminal Justice Advisory Committee and on the Golden West Orange County Police Training Academy Advisory Committee. The ones that are related to law enforcement were near and dear to me, and because I'm a firm believer in training. I believe in competition very strongly. Way back when, I played football and baseball in high school and college and tackled Frank Gifford once. So we challenged the rest of the city in 1985 to see who can come up with the most per capita contribution. So the city of Costa Mesa was #1 in the United States at giving to the United Way. We couldn't blame our failures on our predecessors because there weren't any. That made us look twice at everything that we did because we would be held accountable for success or failure. We were innovative and we were in the golden years. We were in at the right time starting a new department. I credit that to the people that made up the department because they made it work.
Well said by Chief Neff himself. Great words from a great man and an important figure in the history of the police department in the city of Costa Mesa. This item asks 3 things: that the city council consider waiver of the nomination policy. There is a city council approved policy that dictates what the process would be for nominating name changes to parks. This would be a waiver of that policy. The second item would be to consider the renaming of Civic Center Park in honor of Chief Roger Neff. And the third would be to authorize the city manager designate to appropriate funds from the Park Development Impact Fee Fund and execute any and all actions necessary to purchase and install signage. That completes my report. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What a great video. Okay, any questions, council? Seeing none, I'm going to open this item up for public comment. I have Jackie, you too. Jackie, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
We're doing well. Welcome.
Is this for the number 4?
No, we're on new business item number 1 regarding naming of the Civic Center Park, renaming it to Neff Park. Did you want to
Okay, I'm for number 4.
Okay, we'll be to that one soon. Thank you. Okay, anyone wishing to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close public comment and I'm going to make the motion to rename the Civic Center Park to Roger Neff Park, or Neff Park for short. If there's a second, Councilmember Gameros.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure to read, former Chief Snowden was tuned in, but he got logged out. So he sent me this text to read. He says to let you know that he's totally in favor of the park being named in honor of Roger Neff. He was chief for 22 years, father of the city's airborne law enforcement program, hosted the first Cal Police Chief Convention in Costa Mesa, was a football hero at Newport Harbor High School, from where he graduated and joined the Navy to serve his country. He was a leader and a mentor to many, including me, him, Chief Snowden. I sincerely hope this is successful. And so I think that this park right next to the police station is the perfect way to honor Chief Neff's many years of service to our community. He's 94 years old now, and he survived a pandemic, and it would be nice to recognize him while he's still here with us to enjoy it. So those are my comments. Councilmember Camaros.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that after spending most of my life in the city and community and having more than just a couple of very close people around me that are and were police officers, any chance that we have to support our police department, I'm always going to take that opportunity. So I very happily will second this motion and do thank our police department for their undying support of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yeah, I'll support the motion. Proud to honor this man. I do think in future, I really would like to use our process and the Parks Tax Commission to make sure that we're sort of soliciting nominations and going through a process, because I think we've skipped them the last couple of times. And so it's important, if that's going to be one of their roles, that we give them an opportunity to do it.
Okay, anyone else have any comments?
Mayor, I'd like to call on our Chief Glass, if he'd like to make some comments.
Yes, please.
Well, I'd just like to say, Mayor, Council, thank you very much for bringing this forward. It's an honor to be able to acknowledge it for the Chief Neff. His history, the foundation he laid for his organization is something that's carried on for years. That Chief Snowden could bring it up to myself. We were proud of that reputation. I've been reading, I have a copy of a typed version that this video was based on when he was asked to kind of do a historical thing on the organization. And the other day I was going through it, and besides, it's been a while since I've seen anything typed, but a typewriter, but to go through the pages and the detail that he put into it. I've watched this video several times over my career since they've done it or presented this several years ago. And I've had good conversations with him when he's been recognized by other chiefs, Chief Gazy, when we had a 50th back at the department. So thank you for the support you were showing the organization and the support naming this park after someone who led the path for myself and many officers before me and officers to come. And besides just being a member of this community too, and then starting the organization. So thank you very much. And I'm very proud by that park every day, as I do multiple times, and know that it represents a legacy in our organization. Thank you.
And one of the things too that I loved about Chief Neff is that he really did value training and innovation and, making our department as strong and community oriented as possible. And he lives literally still right down the street in the neighborhood. And so it's really nice to be able to do this for him. Okay, we'll call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Camaros?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent. Can we prepare a letter to send to him? Ms. Harrison?
Absolutely.
Okay, item number 2, new business.
This is Arts and Cultural Master Plan. Presentation by Mr. Minter, Parks and Community Services Director.
Good evening once again. I will stay in the hot seat for this item. I would like to thank my predecessor, Justin Martin, is the director who kind of kickstarted this process off back in 2017 with council direction to create an arts and culture master plan, as well as Recreation Supervisor Ashley Thomas, who was also on the call. We wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for the consultant that was brought on for this process, which is Richard Stein, and he should be on the call to make a presentation to you all. I'm going to keep it short to focus on the presentation by Mr. Stein. If there aren't any questions at the onset, can I turn it over to him for the PowerPoint?
Sure, Mr. Stein.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mayor Foley, members of the council. It's a great pleasure to be with you this evening to present the report on the Arts and Culture Master Plan. I'd like to also express thanks to the Cultural Arts Committee Arts Plan Subcommittee, which met 11 times with me on this process and provided quite a lot of input and direction and valuable information in order to develop this plan. So it is a privilege for Arts Orange County to serve in this capacity as a consultant to the city. And I just want to mention that we are the nonprofit Arts Council for Orange County, and that we are designated by the Board of Supervisors in that capacity. And so we have worked with a number of other cities, some of your sister cities around the county like Irvine, Newport Beach, Mission Viejo, and some outside of the county as well. So we do bring a wealth of experience and knowledge in this area, and it's really a labor of love that we had the opportunity to work on the plan for the City of Arts, Costa Mesa. So I'm going to ask Ashley to move to the next slide. Thank you, and we'll begin the executive summary. So I'm just going to read a few things, and then a lot of the presentation will just be summarized, and we'll go quickly point to point. So the City of Costa Mesa Arts and Culture Master Plan results from the compilation and synthesis of significant community input collected during the course of over 1 year. And it reflects the dreams and wishes of Costa Mesans expressed in the following vision and mission statements and distilled into goals and action steps for the city to pursue. Next slide, please. The City of Costa Mesa rededicates itself to the distinction of being a city of the arts, a place where creativity and creative people can flourish. Imagination, inspiration, and innovation are held in high regard. The arts are agreed to be essential to everyone's education. Arts and culture enrich lives and uplift the human spirit, and arts and culture promote civic pride. Next, please. So building on the efforts, accomplishments, and momentum of its proud history and recognizing the challenges and competitive pressures of today, and I might just add that this was pre-COVID when this plan was developed, and I'll say a little bit more about that later, and responsible to the expectations and vitality of the future, the City of Costa Mesa set forth 4 core priorities. Number 1, to increase opportunities for all to experience arts and culture throughout our community. And we have people of all backgrounds. There are so many neighborhoods in Costa Mesa. There are people of all ages and varying degrees of engagement with the arts. So this was seen as extremely important. Expand public art throughout the city, both indoor and outdoor, because this is a beautification opportunity for the city in so many ways. To professionalize and elevate the status of arts and culture in city government. It's great that in 1984, the motto was changed to City of the Arts, but there are so many more opportunities to wave that flag on behalf of the city of Costa Mesa. Support Costa Mesa's thriving creative economy. And I'm going to show you some statistics here that demonstrate how vital that is to the economy of Costa Mesa and how many people are employed, Costa Mesa residents, and how many businesses are in the creative industries. So before I go on, I just want to mention a few things. So we did get contracted in 2017. We did our research in 2018. The plan was approved initially by the Cultural Arts Committee and the Parks and Arts and Community Services Commission in 2019. And as I said, it was pre-COVID, but it contains enduring vision and goals. And regardless of COVID, those still are sustainable and of great importance to the community. And there's so many ways to achieve them. So when we look at what's in the plan, the timetables that are suggested are flexible and can be moved forward and back. The budgets are rough estimates, and in almost every instance, they are scalable depending on how long you wish to take to ramp up a project, or whether you would like something more modest, whether you'd like something more grand. And the potential funding sources are internal and external. Some proposed items do require considerable effort by the city in terms of implementation, and some actually have the city acting as a catalyst with the private sector to take the lead on many of these items. Some items do still require more in-depth planning, and that really will be a matter of the priorities that you decide upon today. And finally, some of the items are highly symbolic gestures that just underscore strongly Costa Mesa's assertion that it is our city of the arts. So our methodology was to conduct regular monthly meetings with the Cultural Arts Committee Arts Plan Subcommittee. We interviewed 78 key stakeholders in the community, way beyond contract, way beyond what we do in other plans, because this was such, as I said, a labor of love. We had 7 public community conversations, facilitated visioning sessions with members of the public. We conducted site visits to organizations and venues throughout the city. And we conducted online surveys in English and Spanish with over 1,000 respondents. Next slide, please. So we were able to collect input from all sectors of the community. Again, I won't read you all of this, but the professional arts in town, the community and grassroots arts in town, destination retail, major business, education, the creative industries, Costa Mesa residents, small businesses, the Latino community, social services and philanthropy in the community, the media, and of course, city government. I've got just a few highlights of the online survey. Of course, the Arts Master Plan document that was in the agenda is much longer and more detailed than what we're presenting today in the interest of time, but and provides more detail on the survey results as well. But Costa Mesans value the quality of life in their community. 2/3 consider arts and culture not just important, but very important. 81% would go out more often and participate in the arts if they could afford it a little bit better through discounts and lower prices. And the number one benefit that people pointed to of the arts in the community was that it provided safe and healthy activities for youth. And they were frequent arts goers, attending 6 times or more each year. And how did they find out about the arts? Like we all do on just about everything good in life, word of mouth. So the next slide really just has pinpointed some of the reasons why the arts are important. And it isn't just because they're beautiful and they make us feel good and we enjoy sitting through a concert or a play or a ballet performance or reading a book or any art form, attending an exhibit. It is documented, and behind each one of these points is voluminous research that's been done to show that arts are essential to our well-being. And boy, if we didn't get a real proof of that during COVID, I mean, this has been really a period in which we have, not only do we now hunger so much for live arts, but where would we be? Our mental health, our mental state would be just disastrous if we didn't have the arts virtually during this period. And a big kudos to the arts institutions and grassroots organizations as well in Costa Mesa, who that word pivoted to provide so much virtual experiences, not just experiences, but instruction as well. You know, we always think about the schools providing the instruction, but many of the arts organizations did that as well. Making neighborhoods safer, strengthening the economy, improving academic importance. These are all important attributes of the arts. So we're going to move on to the first goal in the plan, which is to increase opportunities for all to experience the arts. And the first objective under that was to expand arts and cultural offerings for children. One really major business owner in town, and I mean one of the biggest, said it all comes down to the kids. Arts education is critical, and this was for many the number one goal of this plan. And so the city has in the past invested in the Smart Camp program, and there's an opportunity to grow that further. Engaging with community organizations to see what they can provide even further, invite them into the process, and also to create more public performance opportunities for youth, to give them a stage to perform on. Specific actions would be engaging major organizations to deliver youth arts programs citywide. Many of them do, but most of them do it on their own site. So the possibility of partnering them with other locations within the city would be considered important. Engaging higher education institutions. You have just a wealth of arts talent and instructional capabilities on the part of Orange Coast College, Vanguard, and UCI. And then to work closely with the Newport Mesa Unified School District to strengthen their range of arts programs. So when we look at the cost of that right now, the city's putting in about $60,000 into the Smart Camps, and the suggested budget over 5 years is to raise it over time to $100,000, because it is one of the most impactful things that the city does arts-wise in the community. Moving on is to increase free arts experiences year-round for all. And as one person put it, you know, it's great to have really world-class arts that we can go to, and it's very special. And under those circumstances, you know, we will pay, you know, high ticket prices to have those experiences. But there's lots of arts activities that we could be having around town, in our neighborhoods, in our parks. And we don't charge for the use of our parks, so why should we charge for arts experiences that are spread around the city? So how do we deliver that? The Art Crawl experience concept is one that has worked in many communities. It was tested out in Costa Mesa as well. It needs a little bit more oomph and a little infusion of some seed money and some transportation ideas to make it work better. Having a Costa Mesa resident gets in free program at the Segerstrom Center campus with all of the tenant resident organizations there, you know, including the new Orange County Museum of Art, South Coast Repertory, Pacific Symphony Philharmonic Society, and Pacific Chorale, and the Segerstrom Center presentations themselves, and sitting down with them to talk about that. Acquiring a professional showmobile. We're not just talking about loading up a truck with some things that we can take around to the parks. We're talking about a fully equipped mobile stage that is also ADA compliant, totally up to all the codes, and can be driven from park to park, parking lot to parking lot around the city, because residents wanted more in their neighborhoods. They're happy to drive to a destination venue for a special arts experience, but they'd like some, you know, day-to-day arts experiences. They'd like experiences in their neighborhoods that they can walk to and bring their kids to. And then for these performances, to develop an opportunity for local artists and performers in Costa Mesa, amateur and professional, to perform on a showmobile stage and around town, and develop a sliding scale of fees that reflects that, as well as cover technical costs. So if we go to the next page, we have some rough estimate figures as to what it would cost over time to develop those. But here we're beginning with existing programs of the city, like the Art Venture, which is a multi-day weekend showcase of visual and performing arts, and the Galleries program in City Hall and in the Senior Center, and Action Arts, which was that attempt really to blend arts with action sports, and that needs a little more attention to really take off. And then the free park performances I was talking about by local artists, to schedule them in every one of the city's districts, and make sure that every district gets served equally well with these, and modest investment there to start it, and the art crawl that I mentioned as well. And then the next page talks about the Costa Mesa Free at Segerstrom campus. And I think working with the Segerstrom Center for the Arts and their resident organizations to determine the best way to implement this, promote it, and how many tickets they will be able to distribute as part of this package. And then also, what can the city do in return? We've got a suggested subsidy here, but I think all of that is on the table for discussion. And as they come out of the COVID shutdown of more than a year, they are going to be seeking the opportunity to get people back in those venues as quickly as possible. So this is a real opportunity for the city to really help kickstart the re-emergence, the renaissance of those organizations. And then, as I mentioned, the showmobile. So we go to the next goal, and that's to expand public art throughout the city. A city of the arts needs a world-class public art program, and there is some public art that the city engages in. There is public art that individual private property owners have provided to the city, such as the one that was talked about tonight, the Dolly Parton mural, and of course the exquisite mural by Shepard Fairey on the side of the Baker block. And beautification of the city was a high priority for people polled in here. When we look at the next chart, which is really from our we maintain an inventory of all public art in the County of Orange. There's more than 600 works countywide. The city of Brea has it all over everybody else with 200 works of art there, and they started back in the 70s with their program. Laguna Beach, of course, is noted for their public art. Costa Mesa is next, but there's a considerable portion of what it has there in its temporary art program, the utility box program. So there's room to grow, and there's, of course, the wonderful world-class public art in the theater district adjacent to South Coast Plaza and Segerstrom Center and the Noguchi Garden, the California scenario. But people want public art in their neighborhoods, and they want it in the areas where they do business so that they can walk and see it. It's citywide beautification is the goal. So how do you accomplish that? Continue the utility box program, develop a plan for more ambitious temporary and permanent art, and there's different models to look at for that, and to create temporary large-scale exhibits of public art, and then how to fund it. Most cities do fund their public art programs through developer fees, and that's really how there's been such an explosion of public art in cities around Southern California. Huntington Beach is a great example. There's been a tremendous amount of new public art emerge there as new projects have been developed. And then murals. Murals is of great popularity in Costa Mesa, but murals do need very specific policies and procedures associated with them compared to other kinds of public art. And that is something that needs to be developed for the city as well. And then finally, and hearing tonight about the bike trail program and that bike racks are already being installed. I mean, there's an opportunity for artist-designed bike racks and other public fixtures and amenities that really show people that a city cares about the aesthetics all the way to its benches and its street lights and bus shelters and bike racks, and signage as well. So that's definitely something that it doesn't have to be a standalone program where you started on day one. It's as you start replacing things, when their useful life is over, you go for great design. So the utility box art is shown to be budgeted at the same amount, but the other areas are large scale temporary rotating installation of art recommended at $60,000 with art in one of each of the districts. And then the other items, the public amenities and permanent public art, do require more study. So third goal is to professionalize and elevate the status of arts and culture in city government. Boldly asserting that brand of Costa Mesa and its stature. And one stakeholder said, art should have a seat at the table in all city matters. Whether when you're considering homeless issues, when you're considering public works that may seem mundane, when you're considering redesigning a street intersection, having an artist there. The city of Calgary has an artist full-time in their Department of Public Works to ensure that whatever is built in terms of new public works or replaced public works is aesthetically pleasing. So what we heard was that there should be a new logo. The logo is a little bit dated and it isn't quite as artistic as it might be. It's colorful. So in rebranding through a new logo, the city has the opportunity once again to really share this widely and to tout its brand. An artistic moment. Now you have wonderful student groups coming to sing, and individual students to sing the national anthem, but there's other artistic disciplines as well. And to have an artistic moment at each city council meeting would be a meaningful statement. And to appoint an artist laureate of any discipline, a poet, a writer, a painter, a musician, for a year, a very modest stipend to conduct some public activities around the city, instructional, demonstrations, performances, and the like. So asserting the brand, we've plugged in some figures here for a graphic design process for an artist laureate. And that brings us then to what I mentioned early on about who is going to drive the process. So having a professional arts and culture staff member is really going to be necessary because right now you have your Parks and Recreation staff assigned to this, and it's not their full-time responsibility to do this. And they're doing a great job, amazing job, considering how much arts and culture activity is already taking place in the city. But in order to really drive these other goals, it's really going to take an arts and culture professional. And other cities have them. City of Santa Ana has one. And we included a copy of their art specialist position job description with its information in detail, just as a sample. But we believe that that's going to be what's necessary. And frankly, it was made very clear by one stakeholder that this plan will be worthless unless you hire somebody to drive the implementation of it. And we plugged in a number for that, which was based on information that we had collected, and staff validated that that was a number that was about right for that level position. Next, a city arts commission. Again, it's a matter, it's a very symbolic act to create an arts commission, but you have a lot of other cities in Orange County that have arts commissions that are not the city of the arts. So let's look into this. And it also means that the city council members can appoint individuals who they regard as representing the highest and best standards in terms of arts for the community, who can represent their district and can bring to the table a seriousness to deal with things such as policy issues in the development and implementation of some of these goals. Now, that being said, Costa Mesa has a wonderful cultural arts committee, and it's large. And these are people who roll up their sleeves, and on the day of the art venture, they're there putting up display cases and racks and hanging art. And so, you know, and joyfully doing it. And so there is a need for them too, and a place for them too. And I think splitting those kinds of responsibilities from the responsibilities that an arts commission would oversee makes a lot of sense. So, and it's very modest in cost to the city to do that. Goal 4 is supporting the thriving creative economy. And this is really to help continue to fuel the creative industries and the outstanding arts infrastructure that was bestowed upon Costa Mesa. The city did not build this. The city did not spend its money to build this, but the city is so dependent on it for quality of life and for economic input that the city's interest in making sure it thrives is imperative. And so everything from the grassroots level on up to stimulate that innovation and creativity, to reimagine the city's small arts grant program, to address the need for creative spaces. So there's a dearth of spaces for individual artists to work within, for studio space and the like, as well as exhibit space. So the visual arts side of things is certainly weaker than the performing arts side. And so this is something that we consistently heard from the many creatives who live in Costa Mesa and are dearly in need of spaces in which to work. Now, how to address it? There's ways to utilize existing facilities that the city has, and certainly assist the artists in identifying privately owned properties within the city that might be affordable and suitable for this kind of activity, and work with private property owners to persuade them that this is in their interest to have this kind of activity and this kind of tenant. In the performing arts, the Lions Park is a great opportunity for performances, and the adjacent community center for local performers to use to showcase their works, including students. And there's also a situation that many are aware of with community theaters. There's the Costa Mesa Civic Playhouse, which is was founded in 1965 and still exists and is still a community theater of great importance to many in Costa Mesa. And they're on kind of a handshake year-to-year situation with the school district for their space. And there's a community theater that was just over the border in Santa Ana that shut its doors during COVID, the Attic Theater. And they have been interested in moving to Costa Mesa as well. I think a task force to work with them on finding a solution, perhaps even a shared facility situation, is a role the city can play. It's staff time, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the city buying a building or renovating a building itself. It can be something that it helps stimulate the private sector side of this. So I'm moving on to the next slide, Ashley, to help keep Costa Mesa's creatives in the city. Boy, this is a tough one. We all know what the situation is with the cost of real estate, whether you're a renter or a buyer. And yet there is pressure from the state to make more housing available. And in Santa Ana, in July, they opened the Santa Ana Arts Collective. And this is a 78-unit apartment complex, affordable housing for artists. It also has an art gallery, maker space, dance studios, and music practice rooms. And the tenants just moved in the summer. It's been difficult to activate it. It's not all active. The gallery is now active, but there's a model to look at. And that was a consortium of developers working with the city, working with a variety of different lenders who specialize in this kind of thing. So I know that you have looked at affordable housing issues within the Costa Mesa community, but this is one where, and by the way, you are allowed by law to have a specialty audience for affordable housing. Just like there is for veterans, you can also have for artists. And that would be a great way to help retain creative talent in the community.
Mr. Stein,
yes.
that it's been a long time coming, but we need to kind of wrap it up a little bit.
Okay, I'll whip through the rest. So greater creative sector collaboration was the next point, getting everybody in the same room together to talk. That's a role the city can play. And when we're talking about the creative economy, Costa Mesa has 50% more firms in the creative sector than average US cities. It has 50% of more than the jobs in the city, and $15 million in state and local tax from the creative sector in Costa Mesa. But get this, $1.7 million in direct tax revenue from the creative sector to the city, and that is from the LA Economic Development Corporation statistics. They provided those statistics and did the research on that. So as you can see, Costa Mesa's investment has been very modest at 91 cents per capita. The average large US city is spending $8 per capita. Laguna Beach is an anomaly at $65 per capita. But if you look at Santa Ana and Newport Beach that are in the $4 and $5 range, there's room for Costa Mesa to grow. The funding can come additionally from outside sources and not just the city's general fund. There's independent private sources of funding for the arts that cities can apply for, by the way. And finally, our numbers are that in the first year, we go from 91 to 99 cents per capita and grow over time to over $4 per capita over 5 years. And again, as I said at the beginning, those are goals, those are our priorities that your community communicated to us through this process. And how you choose to prioritize and the timetable that you implement these goals is your decision to make. So thank you, and I'm sorry it took up so much time, but it was a 2-year wait.
I know, we appreciate that. And we know you're so passionate for the arts. So we appreciate your passion. Okay, at this time, I want to ask if there's any council members who have any questions for Mr. Stein or with staff. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that robust presentation. It's good to know we're really taking our title to the arts to heart. I did have one question, and hopefully you can elaborate a bit more on this. So what would the difference be from the City Art Committee to the Cultural Arts Committee? Because I feel like there's overlap, but I could be wrong.
So an arts commission would be much more policy oriented and, operating under the same kind of rules and procedures that any of your commissions would do. And so they would actually be sort of a high level implementer of the plan. They would oversee the plan and work with the staff on that. The Cultural Arts Committee can be a resource to them for input, but also for events and activities that the city operates itself,
So
as
Mr.
they do
Stein,
now.
Policy makers versus worker bees, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Got it. I just feel a bit bad for the PAX committee because they aren't going to be the Parks Arts anymore. Parks Arts and Community anymore. But thank you for that clarification.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councilmember Reynolds and then end with you, Mayor Pro Tem Mark.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I've got tons of stickies in this, but don't worry, most of the stickies just say yes and have like varying number of exclamation points. So I won't go through all of those. Just know that I'm really excited by so much that I see in here. A couple questions or points I want to cover. I think maybe things I would hope to add here. And one of those would be on page 25, and this just jumped out to me because I've been working closely with the Fairview Park Committee. Costa Mesa's history starts way before the Estancia Adobe, and that's something that with the Fairview Park Committee we definitely want to raise some more education on. Possibly one of the oldest indigenous villages in this area exists in Costa Mesa. It is, try to get my facts right, we have two of the four sacred sites in Orange County are here in Costa Mesa. So I'd like to see us make sure we're including that part of our very rich cultural history here on this timeline. And I think that's a great thing to sort of infuse in our arts and culture master plan as well. I think that site
That's so important.
is also
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes.
Yeah, and I want to learn more about that together over the next year as well. One other thing on page 39, action 1.1.5, we mentioned working with OCC and Vanguard. I'd like to just see us, if we need to be explicit, add Coastline Community College to that list. They have a relatively new art campus. It is in Newport Beach, but it's just over the border in a great asset in a beautiful building. So I just want to make sure they're included on the list. And then one other question, we've talked a lot in the last couple years, and I think you shared it in your presentation about the value of art among many things for sort of sharing cultural understanding and celebrating diversity. I think there were two quotes you included in the master plan on from stakeholders about using art to celebrate diversity, honor and celebrate ethnic diversity, celebrate diversity were in a couple places. I didn't see that explicitly listed as an action or a recommendation. And so I just want your feedback, Mr. Stein, on whether that's just like implied in art or if we should be explicit about, using artistic actions and activities to celebrate the diversity in Costa Mesa.
Well, Councilmember Reynolds, I think if there ever was a time when we have learned we have to be more explicit in terms of publicly setting our goals with respect to diversity, it's now. And I absolutely agree that it needs to be articulated. Whether it goes into individual points or whether it becomes part of the mission statement, that everything that takes place in the implementation of this plan must reflect, adherence to racial and cultural equity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And before you ask your question, I want to thank you for all your work on this item. A lot of amazing work that you put into this to get this to this phase. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Moore.
Thank you. So just quickly for the people in the back, can you confirm that there's no budget, and this is probably for Mr. Minter, there's no budget associated with this item. This is the framework of a plan. So the next step is figuring out what we want to operationalize and how, and all of those recommendations are recommendations.
I think there's a little bit of a budget. It's like $6,000, but go ahead.
Did you want me to answer that? I mean, it would require an
It's
implementation.
purely rhetorical, but yes, please.
Okay, it would require an implementation plan. If there are certain pieces of the plan that you want to see come forward first, if they require budget action, obviously we want to bring those forward either with the budget process. Having the staff member would be a great one to help shepherd all of these projects through, do the research, get the different groups involved. I know Mr. Stein has offered to, participate in that, moving forward, and whether it be the recruiting process. I don't think he'll do it for free, so there could be other requirements, that require budget action from the council. But it is a very comprehensive plan. I'm blown away by it when I was first presented with the whole plan. It's not something we can do in 6 months or in a year, but definitely things we want to incorporate into the council's strategic goals, 6 months and a year. And it would be great to, have a dedicated staff member that could work with, whether it's the Culture Arts Committee or a full-fledged, Culture Arts Commission. I think upgrading the level of that committee to a commission and giving them stipends could be very beneficial in recruiting and attracting, fine arts people that are worth it. I think the committee members that we have are great. I'd love to make sure we can retain them for years to come. They represent all different, industries of the arts in and around our city. So I'd really love to see that. And it doesn't mean we have to drop the arts liaison from the PAX Commission. We can still have a liaison that incorporates all the different art components into any park project. But it's not exclusive to just the new commission. But those are some thoughts. I mean, who wouldn't want a showmobile? I mean, I think that would be a great piece, but I think that might be something that comes later. But working on, I think the plan suggested, there's a lot of things that we either are doing or we can enhance little bits and pieces at a time. Things like redesigning the logo should be kind of the low-hanging fruit. But when you look at the comparison with other cities, it doesn't feel good to be the city of the arts and kind of be down low in terms of what the investment is in the arts in our community. Having a development fee that goes specifically to the arts would be great. We talked about it in the proposed grant application for Ketchum-Leabolt Park, was having an arts component that represented the community. So I think it's unlimited what we might be able to do, but this is all, making sure we get the plan approved, and then we start picking away at some of the things that, make the most sense, or the hopes and dreams of the council.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we get to council member comments at the end, I'll provide some thoughts about kind of where I would like to see us start in terms of biting off pieces of this plan. But there were some things sort of flying around social media and being promulgated over the last day or two that was suggesting that, we were spending tons of money during COVID, or we were spending our entire relief package on this. And I just want to be very clear with the public that this is a plan that we can choose portions or all of which to go implement and fund. And that you were not seeking authorization for millions of dollars at this time.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's right. Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one question for Mr. Stein, but first I just have to say how
thoroughly impressed I am with what was produced here. The breadth of not just the ideas, but just documenting what we have is, I mean, it's great to have a master plan like this that you can actually look at and get excited about. It's very visually appealing, but it also, I think, very much shows the investment that we've made in our community. Even if it may not necessarily be directly city monies, our community has certainly made that investment. And I couldn't agree with you more. People want to see art in their neighborhoods. And I'm especially pleased to see the mural right here in my neighborhood at Brentwood Park on someone's wall with everybody's local pet, including mine. So thank you for that. But here's my question. Obviously, the per capita spending by the city is a staggering number. But I'd like to know if the other communities that have much higher numbers are the result of an arts and culture master plan, or if that amount is just kind of coincidental.
Oh, that's a very good question, Councilman. You know, I think in the case of Santa Ana, it certainly is a master arts and culture plan process that they went through about 5 or 6 years ago. And in fact, I was on the steering committee for that as well. And in Laguna Beach it was, because back in the 90s, I ran the Laguna Playhouse and was involved in that plan and even wrote a portion of it. And that led to the Business Improvement District, hotel add-on funding that funds the arts in Laguna Beach. And that's where a big portion of that $65 per capita comes from. But I think that you also have some cities that own and operate their own facilities too. So, there's certainly significantly more cost when the city of Brea, for example, has an art gallery and a theater in their civic center that they operate over and above that wonderful public art program. So it really varies.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying. I mean, I think for our purposes and from my perspective in particular, I want to make sure that whatever investments we make, we do track and tie it to certain metrics. I mean, how do we leverage the money that we invest? I mean, it seems like spending less than $1 per person. I mean, we could capitalize on that with doubling that investment. It seems like something small, but I would want to make sure that it actually is tied to specific goals and how we can build off of that. So it's good to know what other communities are doing, and I don't know if others do track it in that kind of formal way, but it's something I think that we should definitely take into consideration.
Councilman, the typical thing that they track is economic impact if they're using hotel tax money, for example, because it's tourism related. But I don't think that they're usually as good at tracking the non-tangible impacts.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this item up to public comment. We have 2 people wanting to comment on this item. Well, now some more. We will first start with phone number ending 888. You can unmute yourself.
Andrew Nelson, Red Oak Investments. Thank you for a minute to take a call here. We were the developers of the Baker Block building and the Shepherd Ferry Welcome Home mural. We considered that mural was highly successful for us. No public dollars there. That was all private, put up with the intent just to be art only, not advertising of any kind. But just by being what it was, it led to greater interest in the property. I mean, it was a conversation piece. It gives the property additional personality and identity. And in the end, dollar for dollar, we conclude those were the best dollars we invested on the property. So that's just a word to say that art can be self-funding and self-perpetuating if supported and given good direction. The words in the art piece, City of the Arts, were not originally there, Mayor Foley. I see you smiling. And in our hearing, the good visionary mayor said, well, why don't you just go and see if you can do something to acknowledge the location of that building we're an artistic city. See what you can do. And I pushed back a little on the mayor. You can't ask the artist to change his artwork, Madam Mayor. But I sure enough, I put the request into Shepherd Ferry, and he could see the same vision that the mayor could with this use of City of the Arts. He said, I'll put that right in my art piece, because if that city, Costa Mesa, wants to embrace that moniker, and if I put it right in my art piece, then everybody who sees my art piece will say, this is a place where art happens. And maybe that will lead to more public art. So that's precisely what Objective 3.1 of Rick's write-up here calls for, putting that brand first and front forward. So just a word to say, good job on the part of public officials here. We're delighted with the mural, and thank you for taking a risk on us and giving us that approval. And I appreciate that you're wrestling with a path forward for arts here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Nice to have you on the call. Thanks for your comments. Let's see. Phone number ending in 145. You can unmute yourself. Press *6 there.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Barragan, and I'm one of the Starbucks managers at Store 33. I strongly believe that we deserve hazard pay, because not only are we risking our lives, but we are also risking our family lives. Stephanie,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're not on that item yet. That item is coming up. We're on the Arts Master Plan. I know it's getting late. I'm so sorry. Okay, we have 2 more items to go before that one. Okay, Wendy Lees.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. First of all, I want to congratulate you, Mayor Foley, on being, elected supervisor for the 2nd District. I've always enjoyed working with you over the years, and know you'll keep working hard for all of Orange County. And I think over the years, we've agreed on more issues than we've disagreed, and we've partnered in many good projects. I love this arts and culture plan, even though it's taken a long time. Great ideas, awesome presentation. I like that it involves the whole community. Great wish list. I sent an email to you regarding this, but I would urge you to allow the FIPAC to review the budget requests and the timeline in context for the whole budget, and kind of like we did with the technology plan, kind of have it planned out, and then that things would roll out, and then we could the FIPAC would make recommendations to the City Council. But thank you everyone who was involved in this, and I think it's just going to be great for our city in the next years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Ashendorf, member of our Culture Arts Committee and our PACS Commission.
Thank you very much. Good evening. This plan is about green, the color green. Give this plan a green light. And I address you tonight not as the chair of the Cultural Arts Committee, but for all the committee members who over the years have committed efforts to our arts and believe that this art plan will define and solidify the role of the arts for our city. And I address you tonight not as the chair of the PACS Commission, but all of the commissioners over the years who demonstrated that Costa Mesa is defined by its cultural assets, its creative revenues, its creative venues, and visual and performing arts programs. Rick, it's really great to see you tonight. You lift my spirits up with your enthusiasm. We are grateful for your leadership and guidance. And I know you're as anxious as all of us art advocates are for the council to approve this tonight, because this document is a high-level one that articulates strategic thinking for the arts. And Mr. Minter, we appreciate your well-written report to council. Newer to our city, I'm so happy to see you have embraced this plan like the rest of us with an equal amount of passion and commitment to our numerous stakeholders. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you, Ms. Thomas. You have worked tirelessly with these nonstop committee members and meetings, and your clarity and enthusiasm has been a guiding light to all of us. Mayor Pro Tem and former cultural arts member, You encouraged each of us to lean forward and to believe that this master plan with defined goals will move us forward. And finally, thank you, Mayor Foley. You are the most formidable champion of the arts that this city could have ever had. Tonight, when we adopt this plan, this will be your legacy. You will leave this for future generations. Tonight's the beginning of the moment that will lead us on the path. Adopt this recommendation and you will provide the Cultural Arts Committee with the impetus to take this document, dig deep into discussions of priorities, examine budget considerations and funding options that will elevate, enhance, and incorporate the arts. Thank you so much. We believe that the creative arts are the measure and reflection of Costa Mesa for work, for play, and exploration. Now let's turn that green light on.
You are such a great ambassador for us, for our arts in our city. Thank you, Ms. Ashendorf. Mr. Forsythe.
Good evening. I know it's late and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and congratulations to all of you for your civic leadership. And we're truly grateful for your public service, and thank you, Mayor Foley, for an amazing tenure as mayor. I'm John Forsythe. I'm president of the Pacific Symphony. We're the largest American orchestra founded in the last half century, and we're proud of our connection to Costa Mesa. In addition to the 100 performances we schedule in Costa Mesa's venues, our flagship education program, Class Act, is deeply connected with Costa Mesa as one of your elementary schools. Victoria was the first school about 26 years ago to enter the program and continues to this day as part of the 30 school initiative, more than half of which are Title I schools. We're also proud that 40% of all the people who hear the orchestra do so for free. I'm advocating for the adoption of the Arts and Culture Master Plan and to make a financial investment to back it. I'll join the chorus. Great job, Rick Stein and Arts Orange County, for the thorough work in creating this plan. Costa Mesa depends upon a healthy overall arts ecology, including prominent organizations resident at the Sagerstrom Center that do not receive city support. These same organizations contribute millions back to the local economy, as well as provide service to the residents of Costa Mesa. And as you've heard, the city has not made a substantial investment in the growth and development of this sector while benefiting. Imagine what investing a portion of tax revenue might contribute to further growth in terms of increased tax revenues and service to the community when times are good. There's a leveraging and multiplier effect. The Arts and Culture Plan was created before COVID-19 hit us, and now Costa Mesa's creative sector is in crisis. Arts organizations were the first to close and will be the last to reopen due to their social gathering nature. I respectfully suggest that the city consider a direct distribution as part of the American Rescue Act, dedicated, a dedicated percentage of those funds be available in fast-track relief support to nonprofit arts organizations. Just by example, the city of Sacramento dedicated 20% of its CARES Act funds to the arts. Costa Mesa's flagship arts organizations have reached a point where cash reserves are stretched, and reopening this fall will require an infusion of capital. There are a number of major reasons for this. One, first-time budget losses in fiscal 2020 and accumulated debt due to event cancellations, suppressed ticket sales due to hesitancy to return to public venues, and continued social distancing, which reduces capacity, and the expenses related to investing in continued testing, upgrades to air handling, and other PPE. Sadly, the Pacific Symphony lost $5 million in revenue and ended its year last June, excuse me, with a $3 million budget deficit in just 3 months of the pandemic. We canceled 60 concerts, and while we remained committed to free lessons, digital concerts, and community service, we are still compensating our musicians to do so. So all I'm saying is that if you approve the cultural plan, please align your investments and do so quickly, because we're in a sort of a desperate state at the moment. This is really the hardest period in my 22-year history as CEO of the Pacific Symphony. It's time for the public sector to recognize that. PPP is not enough. We need local and county support. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ibarra.
Hello. I just want to say that this plan looks amazing. It looks great. I think the arts is a great way for other committees to even work with each other. For example, the Historical Preservation Committee, there's that mural by Placentia Fire Station 4, History of Costa Mesa. That's wonderful. As a member of Bike and Walk, I think that murals along, for example, the Santa Ana River Trail or the last stretch of the Joanne Street Trail, murals along those areas where people are going to be biking, moving slowly, they can stop and appreciate the city of the arts. So it would be nice to see stuff like that. And it would be nice to have access to all of our murals in the city. I think the Baker Block mural, I've only been able to see it from the freeway off-ramp. So I hope more murals in the future are placed in areas that we can bike and walk to. I was a student in the Costa Mesa High School band for, wow, like 6 years. It was a long time, and it was an amazing experience. If I remember my numbers correctly from the parent booster meetings, I think they said 25% of students passed through the instrumental music program at Costa Mesa High School. I can only imagine that there would be many more students who were involved in visual arts and in the vocal music program. So I encourage you to support our NMUSD arts so that many more students can appreciate that. And one last thing, I see that there's mention of changing the city seal to make it better. And I would just ask and see if maybe the city flag needs an update as well. I'm a vexillology nerd myself. That's the study of flags. And words on a flag is not the best choice. So I would just ask that you consider changing the flag up as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, call-in user number 4. And then if you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand now, or otherwise we have one more public commenter.
Hello?
Yes.
I read the plan, and in the history, I appreciated Council Member Reynolds' comments regarding the thousands of years of history we have in Costa Mesa. Another item that needs to be added is the founding of the Costa Mesa Art League in 1964 that currently is known as Orange County Fine Arts, but it originated as the Costa Mesa Art League, and so that's one of the oldest arts organizations that we have. But going on. Okay, art, we think of art sometimes as entertainment or amusement, but at its heart, art is really a form of expression. And incidentally, while art and design are very much intertwined, art and design are not really synonymous. And I sort of got that sense from the presentation a little bit. But really art, whether we're looking at music, drama, sculpture, other form of art, really expresses the deepest yearning and highest aspirations of the human soul. So let's not reduce it to just design. At its best, government involvement in the arts can foster that expression by helping artists better learn and refine their craft and by providing an open platform. Sadly and commonly, though, government involvement in the arts results instead in stifling of free expression, and it creates a platform, the dissemination of government-sanctioned communication by the chosen few. Examples of this would be the proliferation of the mediocrities of Soviet progressive realism and Leni Riefenstahl's cinematic efforts in support of the Third Reich. While I would hope that the city's intentions leans towards the former, reading the plan, I have some concerns about the latter. This impression was reinforced by the notice earlier in this meeting regarding the city quashing free public comment on YouTube during council meetings. Costa Mesa City's government must stop trying to control, limit, or otherwise insert itself into the exercise of free expression in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guinness. Okay, next speaker is phone number ending in 698. This will be our last speaker. Phone number ending in 698. You can unmute yourself.
Stephen Chan. Let me begin by saying residents named the mural installed on Strut, No Serenity. For listeners new to the long saga of Center Street with its commercial neighbors, a short recap. Down here by the soup kitchen, we have entities that the city has given preferential treatment. Entities that have a history of association with politicians and city employees. Take the bar premises currently operating as Strut. Before the pandemic, every weekend, low-frequency base invaded neighboring homes into the wee hours of the morning while complaints to city officials and employees were ignored. Residential security cameras are laser attacked multiple times. As it is, there's a zero sound emission policy on the liquor license. But they have friends in high places. The only thing that stopped that base beating was the pandemic. Let's get to their art installation. About a month ago, paint went up on the east wall of the Strut bar with painters cursing residents, which goes hand in hand with the rogue grocer, Smart and Final, directly next door, who do the same in multiple languages directly into residential structures a mere 10 feet away. The art installation was made by a painter over a 30-day period, and a beeping scissor lift was used. No scaffold like Leonardo, rather a beeping scissor lift penetrating deep into the minority residential area. Complaints to city officials went nowhere. Do you want a city full of art the neighbors name? The one on Strut Bar, residents have named No Serenity because in its making, it was a nuisance. It was installed on a nuisance building that should be torn down and developed to modern standards. Will the city enable month-long installations of art under the construction rubric to enable nuisance noise generation to adjacent residents? Are we going to enable art installations somehow gaining stature so that they encumber redevelopment of blighted strip centers like this into something like housing? Are we setting up residents for No Serenity number 2, No Serenity number 3? Down here by the soup kitchen, the last thing we need is virtue signaling, whilst we face predatory business practices from commercial neighbors. Residents don't need commercial neighbors weaponizing the environment to be armed with so-called art. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will close public comment at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
I'd like to move to accept the Costa Mesa Arts and Culture Master Plan as written with the addition of the historical references discussed tonight.
I'll second. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Mark, want to speak to the motion?
I would. This is amazing. Can we go back and just replay Ms. Ashendorf's comment like a couple more times? Because I feel like that really captured everything that was wonderful about this. So obviously there are no cost, low cost measures in the master plan. I think we should try to implement as many as possible as soon as possible. I'm particularly intrigued by the idea of having an arts laureate at City Hall. I've read a bunch of different models about this, about how, you know, they could attend meetings. It's easier over Zoom as well, and just find those opportunities to like add a little bit of creativity here and there. I think the after school programs are going to be incredibly important as we start getting back to normal. So I'm really excited to see kind of how we can continue those partnerships with Smart Camp and other sort of other collaborations that really provide a lot to the city. And I think part of this also is setting us up for access to grants and private money by having our plan out there into the world and saying this is kind of what we want to be able to do. And so I think it was mentioned in the plan, and I know I've certainly had a number of conversations, but creating a framework by which we say, this is kind of our process for murals, or this is our process for large art installations, is another way in which we can kind of facilitate some of the things that are in the plan, don't cost a lot of money, but say, put a big art thing here, right? And this is how you do it, and this is who you contact. I'm so excited for another art venture, for us to like get back to doing things that include the art and seeing each other and seeing artists. And so I would certainly hope that all of those things remain funded as they are. But I'll stop talking about money for a hot second. This was a huge collaboration between so many people, and really, Mr. Stein, this represents what so many of us up here have been talking about in terms of what good public engagement looks like too. I mean, your survey was so well attended. Those meetings about the arts were really well attended. The amount of stakeholders that you talked to, if I remember that process correctly, you had like a list of 75, and then you brought it to the Culture Arts Committee. We added another 75, and you went out and you talked to all those other people too. And then we sat on it for like 6 months, and in that time, we were like, I interviewed another 75. So there was another never-ending list of people that you made sure their voices were included. And in actual fact, it's actually the process itself was how I met some of the people that became more involved in the arts, right? I think Selena Mendoza showed up to one of our things and had, seen it online and said, look, I'm an artist, maybe I can contribute something. And now has had this relationship with the city for a long time and is involved in all these other things that we're doing. Power of One, right? These collaborations that start from asking everyone in the city what they think and getting their feedback and getting them to participate in the process. So thank you for going through that. I know you probably spend about 17 times more time on this one particular plan than you ever thought you would, and certainly that you probably budgeted for, but you went above and beyond. It is an excellent example of what we can do when we work together with the community and when we put a structure in place to allow us to then go plan for the future. So thank you. And then I would be remiss if I didn't say anything to Ms. Thomas. You've been there through this whole process side by side with Rick. And this is really your baby too. And so I'm so excited to pass it tonight.
Excellent. I echo everything Mayor Pro Tem Mar just said and everything Charlene Ashendorf said. And I'm so glad that we met each other, Mr. Stein, and we had that meeting with the Culture Arts Committee, and then this whole thing took off. So really excited to vote on this tonight. And in case anyone didn't notice, I was trying to we got to get the Arts Master Plan on my last meeting. So thank you all for enduring this meeting. And I will reiterate again, Mayor Pro Tem Mar put in so much work for this, and you can hear her passion for this. So excited for what could come in the future. So thank you. Thanks everybody who helped with this. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, in case it wasn't included in the motion, would you include a sort of explicit mention of a objective around sorry, I'm looking at my notes here, honoring and celebrating ethnic diversity?
Yes.
I can concur.
Okay, great. Want to make sure that got in there. Thank you. Thank you. I won't repeat, just congrats to everyone who's been a part of this. My contribution will be to do a mural community bike ride.
Awesome. Okay, call for the question. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Congratulations, Mr. Stein. You finally get to finish your job.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, and congratulations to you on your new position. And thank you all, especially thank you to Ashley Thomas and the wonderful work she did.
Thank you. Okay. Our next item is new business item number 3.
Thank you, Mayor. That is COVID-19 homeless prevention and street outreach services and food assistance programs. Presentation by Ms. Price, Assistant City Manager.
Okay, Ms. Price has told me that she's going to give a short presentation, right?
Good evening, everyone. Here's the recommendation. I'm just kidding. So let me just give you kind of the backdrop on this item. And first of all, I just want to say I'm super inspired by everything that I'm hearing tonight. And so hopefully you'll be equally inspired by this item. So this is COVID CDBG dollars. And so it has to be specifically tied to a COVID impact. And you may recall that the council's taken 2 actions. We've had 2 public hearings on 2 different allocations of CDBG COVID money. So the first one was June 16th, 2020. That was $668,000 approximately. And then in October, we received another allocation of approximately $1.2 million. So we've been rolling out different programs. You heard earlier that we were doing the rental assistance program. And those of you that want to follow along with what I'm saying, if you look at attachment 1, which is handwritten number 5 in your agenda packet, that chart will explain basically everything I'm verbally going to be saying to you. So it'll be very, very easy. No PowerPoint involved, I promise. So with that, what we've been allocating funds, we did some rental assistance, and at the meeting in October, the council put $400,000 more into rental assistance for when that first tranche is over, when that money gets expended. But then they also put $177,000 into food assistance, as you may recall. And so when we did this RFP process to roll out the next kind of portfolio of programs, the priority in the bid that we did was for street outreach augmentation. And as many of you know, and much of the feedback I get from our constituency is they see a visible increase in homelessness in our community. And the impact of really why there's an increase in homelessness is multitude. We don't need to go into that here, but just to say that the occupancy and the census and many of our resources regionally and in our city are lower because of the COVID pandemic and the safety requirements for public health. So we're not able to serve everybody right now because of COVID, and that is impacting our need to have an increased street outreach component. So what we asked for in the bid was after hours and weekend street outreach assistance, and that would be working with our CPU team and the after hours weekend calls that we get to our lines. And the second one was the innovative street outreach program, working with a population that typically doesn't go into our traditional model of care. Maybe some folks call them service resistant. I call them pre-contemplative. But we're looking for ways to overcome the engagement barriers that some of our clients face. And that's what was in the bid. So the long and short of it is we had 3 agencies apply under street outreach and no agencies apply under the food assistance line item. And so while I was not on the panel, I worked with the panel to meet with the top 2 scoring agencies, which are listed in your recommendation. The first scoring was CityNet. The second scoring was Trellis. And so they met with them to make sure that everything that they were applying for was going to be, visibly and clearly eligible under the COVID CDBG guidance. And so both of those are recommended for funding at a reduced amount because the total amount that we have available on street outreach is $282,382. And if you look at the chart on page 5, you'll see that there's a portion of that money is coming from round 1 and a portion of that money is coming from round 3. Same pot of funding, but what you'll see is a 122,382, and then you see 160. That's the total amount that we have available. And so the recommendation is to fund Kingdom Causes doing business as CityNet for $192,000 for 1 year or until the funding is expended. And also for Trellis in the amount of $90,382 for 1 year or until it's expended. because the money is really operating on a 3-year term. So we can operate this until the funding is gone. The final recommendation is that for the 177, it's locked into the category of what's called homeless prevention food assistance programs. And what my recommendation to the council is to allow us to put that money into the broader pot because no one applied for it as food assistance. We'll put it back out there. We'll continue to do our outreach to the food assistance providers. But just know I've had contact with some of them, and there's some difficulty in finding eligible activities and things that would be meaningful for them, given the guidelines and requirements of this funding source. So we'd like to be able to have that bid process be a little broader in case we find additional things that really are COVID-related impacts that are clearly eligible. And that is the recommendation that we have before you. And if everybody hopefully understood what was in the chart, there's still other money that hasn't been operationalized yet because it's a 3-year term and we're just operating it in these categories that are outlined in that chart on page 5.
Okay, thank you. Excellent.
And that completes my report.
Great job. And thank you for that great work. Okay, council, any questions? I don't see any hands raised, so I'm going to open up for public comment. See, there is one hand. Okay, we have a couple hands raised. Mr. Stevenson.
Madam Mayor and council members, I'm Ian Stevenson, the Executive Director of Trellis. And first of all, I want to thank you, Mayor, for all your hard work in this city. And it's exciting to see that progressing to the next level for you. So congratulations. And we're very proud of you and all that you've done for our city. I want to just thank you for considering Trellis in this proposal. Our plan with this, as Ms. Price was talking about, is an innovative program that we've actually been running for some time and seeing incredible success with. It's a transitional work program that helps people who are on the street become part of a team, start to do things that actually make a difference in our community, that help our community. That's why we call it the Community Impact Team. So it really is innovative in that it affects, it's really a hand up. And we're excited to be able to take this program to the next level, even though it does happen on the heels of COVID. We feel like with what's taken place with COVID, there's even more potential for being able to help more people. So we're grateful for your consideration. We're thankful for the opportunity, and we hope that it passes through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Okay, next speaker is Brad Fieldhouse from CityNet.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Council. Congratulations, Mayor Foley, on your new post. My name's Brad Fieldhouse, and I'm the Executive Director of the nonprofit called CityNet. And just wanted to take a moment to introduce myself on behalf of our team. We're a seasoned outreach organization that does everything from street outreach. That's primarily what we're known for, and across many cities across Orange County, as well as some high profile projects on behalf of the county. But we're a full service agency that does everything from street outreach all the way to shelter operations, housing navigation, supportive services, and those sorts of things. We are also working in your neighboring city of Newport Beach. So congratulations on the new shelter that's coming online. That's very important for what we look for as an agency is system flow, where people are moving from the streets into the resources that are available to them all the way to housing. So we look forward to that. We're also friends with Trellis as well. So we look forward to partnering with them. And so, yeah, for your consideration tonight, I just want to check in and introduce ourselves and appreciate your consideration on this item tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no other speakers, I am going to close the public comment. Council, is there a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Move to accept the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Chavez.
Second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just grateful for all of our partners continuing to work with us. I love that we're still innovating as we go. There's more to learn and better ways to do things. Totally understandable. The CDBG money is hard to spend, so completely understand why we're kind of putting it back out there, but have heard and talked to a couple of organizations that I think are going to be good to apply. So again, keep trying new things. There's no failing. Let's figure out what the best thing to do is and move forward.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez?
I think it's a great motion.
Okay, I agree. Call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please read new business item number 4.
Thank you. This is Frontline Grocery Workers Hazard Pay. This is an urgency ordinance entitled Ordinance of the City of Costa Mesa, California, establishing temporary premium pay for grocery workers and declaring the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. Presentation by Ms. Farrell Harrison, City Manager.
Ms. Farrell Harrison?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'll make a very brief presentation this evening. I know it's been a long but exciting night. So tonight before you, we have the urgency ordinance that you requested that we bring back based on our discussion last meeting, which was on March 2nd. The ordinance that's before you provides for a $4 hazard pay adjustment for grocery store workers and drugstore workers for 120 days. And so this is here for your consideration this evening to help to incentivize these employees to stay in this business while we go through the pandemic. As you know, we're 1 year into this with still some months to come until we're fully vaccinated, which the county anticipates will still be happening through at least July 1. So the 120 days aligns with Operation Independence at the county level in terms of hoping to reopen fully by July 1. And so this item here is for you to consider as to whether you'd like to move forward for $4 in adjustment for hero pay or hazard pay for these employees. It was provided in the past, earlier in the pandemic, then it was rescinded. And as you know, we're still undergoing a pandemic with lots of challenges, and this is an essential service that workers are providing to the public. So that's my brief report. If you have any questions, both the city attorney and I are here to assist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Chavez, is that left over or is that a new question?
It's left over.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, council? Okay, Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, I got a email earlier on more information about the number of stores. So the number of total stores, including, and this includes pharmacies now, correct?
Yep. Yes, we provided numbers on the grocery stores and the pharmacies.
And also it says we have about 32 grocery stores / markets. Does that 32 include pharmacy?
No.
It does not. Do we know how many pharmacies we're referring to?
Yes, that's in the second the document that we sent. So let me open that up.
I'm sorry if I missed the second one. It had to be later or I didn't get it.
Let's see here. And so on our review of the information, the pharmacy section is further on the page. And so the notes that we sent indicate that there are 32 grocery stores. However,
There you go.
Yes.
You're right, 24. So we've got 56 total stores we're affecting.
No, if you continue to review some of the more detail that's provided, there are 32 grocery stores. However, the ordinance applies to grocery stores that have 15 employees on site and 300 nationally. So that shrinks it to about 14 grocery stores for which this applies. On the pharmacy side, there are 24 total in the city, but there are 9 that are franchise stores like CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid that would clearly fall into the category that would be subject to the ordinance. And so it's 9 or so grocery stores and about 14 or so, 14 grocery stores and about 9 pharmacies.
I know it's late. I'm struggling too. So we got about 23 stores. Yeah, 23 stores. And do we estimate this 1,100 that I see listed here, total estimated grocery store workers in Costa Mesa? That includes pharmacy workers?
No.
It does not. Do we know how many pharmacy workers we're talking about?
I think that's in the unionized members number. We know that we have 98 drug retail workers.
Got it. And 427 grocery workers. So, yeah, I see your numbers. I just don't. What's UFCW? United. What is that? UFCW.
That's the employee association that represents the grocery store workers.
Is that a okay? So is that a union?
Yeah, it's for food workers.
For food workers, thank you. I just didn't know. So again, I'm trying to figure out. I'm talking about 1,100 grocery workers, 525 unionized members. I'm looking for a total number of pharmacy and grocery store workers. Do I have that number in front of me?
I believe. I think the only information we were able to obtain is the information that's before you. So it's 1,100 for sure on the grocery store side, and it would be larger than the 98 on the drug side. That's just how many are unionized. And that's the information that we were able to obtain from either public sources or our economic development database.
Wow. So maybe drug retail workers maybe is another 500?
I don't want to
guess. I don't blame you. So I got 1,200 workers times $4 times 8 hours a day times 120 days. That's plus benefit. That's about $4.6 million in impact. I think that's right. What's the current pay of a grocery store worker that we're talking about, and what's their benefit package that we compared in your staff report? And I know you're bringing this forward on the behalf of council, so forgive me. But we compared grocery workers to doctors. So what are the grocery workers making and what are the doctors making?
I do not have access to any proprietary payroll information to be able to provide that for you, but I think it's a reasonable comparison. I think it's fair to say that physicians, we know that's a different level of compensation, generally speaking, than a grocery store worker. I think that's fair to say.
That a doctor makes more than a grocery store worker.
I know.
Because that's fair. I think that's probably fair to say too. I'm not doubting it. I also know a doctor. What's the cost of an education of a doctor? I mean, there's a difference in professions, and there's a difference not relative to what they're doing, but relative to the profession they're in. So I don't know why it's compared to that. I really want to know what the benefit and the pay package is for a grocery store worker and how it compares to other categories and other occupations we're not including Home Depot, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, one of my favorite, Ross's, Target, Walmart, 7-Eleven, gas station, convenience store owners, but we don't know that, do we? I don't think we have the information. Again, I'm looking for any benchmark here to compare what we're doing here, and I don't see it.
Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just make a recommendation to Councilmember Harper? It may be that one of the speakers who speaks during public comment has some of that additional information. So if you sort of
okay, I'll leave it
what you want, maybe somebody on the phone can answer your question. I don't know, but I'm just saying it might be
right. No, I appreciate that. But I'm looking for. We have a recommendation by council and by staff, and I expect if they're going to make a recommendation, they have the information and the basis for it. If I'm going to give a raise to someone, I got to start with what they make as a base pay, and I don't know that, so it's really hard for me to understand this. How do we enforce this ordinance?
Ms. Barlow?
Yes, thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, we don't have to enforce the ordinance. it allows for any grocery worker or pharmaceutical worker who qualifies for this pay and who does not receive it to pursue claims through the Labor Department, or in court, whatever they find necessary. It does not require the city of Costa Mesa to take any action any more than any other minimum wage law does.
That's helpful. Thank you. I'm assuming we have not contacted any of the owners of these businesses, the pharmacies or the grocery stores, to get their opinions about what ordinance we're writing and their opinions about what we're doing as a city in an ordinance. Have we gotten any feedback from them?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council member, any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open up public comment. Okay, we have public comment. You have 3 minutes, and you don't have to take all 3 minutes, but you have 3 minutes. So first speaker is phone number ending in the phone number 486. You can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Deliana Spates, and I am a resident of the city and have been for 20 years living in District 1. Today, I ask the Council to adopt an urgency ordinance to support grocery and retail workers with hazard or hero pay. Since the start of the pandemic, grocery stores have been the lifeline and survival for our community. Grocery and retail workers show up every day to provide the vital services regarding of the hazard they face daily. Yet everyday grocery workers go to work with fear of getting the virus, getting sick, and potentially dying. Customers arguing about having to wear masks, as we saw last year at Mother's Market here in town, and there were customers who aren't even wearing masks correctly today. Customers are standing less than 6 feet apart at the register, not socially distancing from a cashier within a thin sheet of plexiglass between them to protect them. The brave workers are in close proximity to customers for their entire shift. When customers order from the deli counter, there is no plexiglass at all. They get close to workers because stores are so crowded that appropriate social distancing is actually impossible. Grocery workers have been the only place where a large amount of people can gather at a time, and customers flood stores daily. Even with the vaccine rolling out, grocery workers are facing risks because not enough are vaccinated. The vaccine does not remove the risk that grocery workers face every day with new variants of COVID affecting our communities and providing a false sense of safety from vaccines. These workers have a few scary months ahead. Their jobs are not high-paying jobs, and a majority are part-time workers that live paycheck to paycheck, and corporations making billions in profit are rewarding executives for company performance. The drug stores throughout our city, such as Ralph's, Stater Brothers, Bonds, Mother's Market, Sprouts, Smart & Final, Trader Joe's, Target, Northgate, Gonzalez, CVS, and Rite Aid are all profitable companies who can afford to pay additional hazard pay to their employees for the 120 days that is in this ordinance. The additional monies received by these workers will only go back into our community they continue to spend throughout the businesses here. Therefore, grocery workers deserve the additional hazard hero pay during this time for a minimum of 120 days, as other cities have done. This is a necessary and temporary ordinance, and these workers deserve to be compensated for being there for all of us. Therefore, I urge the council to move forward to approve the urgency ordinance tonight to provide the hero hazard pay for grocery workers and join nearby cities like the city of Irvine and Santa Ana in doing so. Thank you again tonight for this consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Wendy Leese. Okay, next speaker is Nick Burrow. You can unmute yourself. You can press star, or you can unmute yourself on your computer or press *6 on your telephone. Nick Burrow. Okay, I'm going to move to a phone number ending in 569. Oh, there's Nick. Nick Burrow.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Nick Burrow, and I'm here to speak on item 4 on the agenda. On behalf of Costa Mesa Grocers, the California Grocers Association respectfully asks that you do not move forward with the grocery worker premium pay ordinance, given the numerous negative consequences to grocery workers, neighborhoods, and the grocery industry. Based on the negative consequences experienced in other jurisdictions with similar ordinances, we must oppose the ordinance for both policy and legal reasons. We would also like to note that we at the California Grocers Association attempted to reach out to council to share information with council members, but unfortunately we received no responses to our meeting requests and would welcome those meetings. We agree that grocery workers serve a vital and essential role during the pandemic. They have worked tirelessly to keep stores open for consumers, allowing for our communities to have uninterrupted access to food and medications. To protect our employees, grocery stores were among the first and continue to implement numerous safety protocols, including providing PPE and masks, performing wellness checks, enhancing sanitation and cleaning, limiting store capacity, and instituting social distance requirements, among other actions. On top of increased safety measures, grocery employees have also received unprecedented amounts of supplemental paid leave to care for themselves and their families, in addition to already existing leave benefits. Grocers have also provided employees additional pay and benefits in various forms, including hourly and bonus pays, averaging an extra $2 to $3, along with other significant forms of support. All of these safety efforts and additional benefits clearly demonstrate grocers' dedication and appreciation for their employees. Most importantly, the industry has been fierce advocates for grocery workers to be prioritized for vaccinations. The grocery worker pay ordinance would mandate grocery stores provide additional pay beyond what is economically feasible, with nearly 30% increase in employment costs. This significant increase would severely impact store viability and result in increased prices for groceries, limited operating hours, reduced hours for workers, fewer workers per store, and most concerning, possible store closures. These negative impacts from the ordinance would be felt most acutely by independent grocers, ethnic format stores, and stores serving low-income neighborhoods. We respectfully implore the council to not move forward with the grocery worker pay ordinance at this time. If council must bring the ordinance forward for a vote at this time, we ask that you oppose its passage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Burrow, I did receive an email and I responded and forwarded to our office to schedule the appointment. I don't know what happened from there, so I apologize. Phone number ending in 569. You can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hello, my name is Aristo Bella, and I'm currently employed at Rob's Store 33 in Costa Mesa. First of all, I want to thank you for your consideration to receive a hero pay increase of $4 to hourly rate. During this pandemic, I've worked at Rob's Santa Monica and Costa Mesa as a pharmacy technician. And since I came to the store for fall last year, this team has done their very best to keep things in order according to the CDC guidelines. I personally believe I have done my part in following regulation and being sure to fulfill the needs and sometimes worry of our customers here in Costa Mesa. A couple of major reasons why I believe we deserve the pay increase. I want to point out the increase in sales and customer footprint of this company since the start of the pandemic. We have worked tirelessly to put our lives on the front line, working daily. This will be both incredibly needed and appreciated. Personally, this would also help me in my own personal life. My partner has lost her job at the start of the pandemic in early 2020 and still has not been able to become employed. Finding a good paying job is harder than ever right now. Us living together, we have done our very best to remain strong and hoping for better opportunities. My team and I have looked forward to this and have put in extra work in our department to be sure our store performance is better than outstanding. I believe this company should reward us more than just a thank you letter. This is just a temporary, but I want to close out by saying thank you for this consideration, and I hope everyone stays healthy.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Abraham?
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for staying late. Again, I'm Henny Abraham. Councilmember Harper, I have some numbers for you since you're the numbers guy. If you want to know, I went ahead and got the numbers for you. The median pay for a cashier at a grocery store is about $28,000. The high is 31, the low is 25. Now, as someone who's been a pharmacy technician since 2007, the lowest as a pharmacy technician, not a pharmacist, starts at 14. You can go all the way up to 25 if you work at a hospital setting, 14 to 25, depending on how many years of experience you have as a pharmacy technician. Your pharmacists make six figures graduating from pharmacy school. They start about 120 a year. However, they have $200,000 in student loans to pay. So half of their paychecks goes to student loans. Your store, my parents worked for Walmart. They were higher up managers. You can make six figures as easy as 75 to 100 grand as a assistant manager or a store manager. Just throwing some numbers out there. Now, if you're going to do a hero pay for grocery stores that include pharmacies that right now are giving out COVID vaccination, and some of the people that are administering those are pharmacy technicians, just reminding you that it costs about $10,000 to $20,000 to go to school to become a pharmacy technician. There's no student loans for it. You have to pay for that out of pocket. Nobody goes to a pharmacy on their best day. Usually when you show up to a pharmacy, you're at your worst, you're at your sickest to get your medication. It's completely different than going grocery shopping. So I don't think a hero pay can apply to a cashier. No disrespect. I have worked in retail in both settings, but we need to be a little bit more clear with our understanding of a hero pay, or just call it something else. If we want to say we're going to give our grocery store associates an extra benefit because they're there, that's fine. But doctors, they have $300,000, especially if they have a specialty, emergency room doctors, worth of student loans. Their pay that they take home doesn't cover much. Yes, they make a lot of money, but they also pay back a lot. So please be a little bit more vigilant in the data that you collect. So questions like this, are already answered in this study session, especially when it comes to numbers. And just differentiate pharmacy associates, please, from the regular store associates, because they truly are heroes, because they actually deal with sick people who cough on their prescription pads and hand them to you. And, they don't go there to buy kombucha on any given day. Anyways, thank you for everything that you guys do. Have a great night.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the subject is frontline grocery workers hazard pay. Next speaker is phone number ending in 698.
Stephen Chan. Proposed pay regulations in this city should take into account the predatory practices of my neighbor hedge fund run, Smart and Final, that have harmed markets in the city. For a half decade or more, ending in the fall of 2017, this grocer illegally sold millions of dollars of alcoholic beverages in the Soup Kitchen neighborhood of West Side, Costa Mesa. In fact, this store may have served as the prototype for this scheme operated in disadvantaged neighborhoods in dozens of cities across California. Many mom and pops were severely economically injured by this predatory behavior, costing tiny stop and shops tens of thousands of revenue per month and others tens of thousands per week. As the first districting city council was being elected, the city, the state, and Smart and Final made a deal resulting in predatory and illegal operation of an outdoor back room, something other grocers in the city do not have the luxury of. In fact, Elma Tati was severely injured by the hedge fund run Smart and Final, and the city re-enabled the injury with the backroom deal. This enabled Smart and Final to continue kicking the dog while it's down. This city-mandated raise, if applicable to this grocer, would further economically hurt them. And now, Northgate Markets has just made a significant capital investment in the city, taking over the space in Albertsons. The last thing the city should do is slap this cost upon them after this seven-figure plus investment in our community. Lastly, during our daily battle seeking compliance from Smart and Final, during a conversation with management, I quipped that perhaps the staff there wasn't being paid enough to care to comply with local regulations. And he stated flat out that they were all paid plenty. Smart and Final is operating as a nuisance. Their paid staff abuses our neighborhood with glee. Paying them an additional would add insult to injury. And I say this even though they are a $450 billion hedge fund, Apollo, who can most afford it. This pandemic has prompted rules and regulations that have largely benefited big businesses while harming untold numbers of mom and pop businesses. This proposal at the local level would do the same. Vote no on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman? Mr. Chapman, are you there?
Hi, City Council. I'm calling on behalf of Awam, myself, and I'm calling in opposition to this agenda item. This proposal is an infringement on the free enterprise, and at the very minimum, it's an overreach of City Council authority. Additional pay does not address the safety of these important people and our economy. Perhaps you as a council should work on doing more to help fix this health problem, which I believe you are, so maybe more needs to be done. This is a public health problem. The city should look into getting more vaccines and prioritize that for this community of workforce to help make them safer. Look at the health problem with a health response. When it comes to economics, these regulations could harm businesses, and these businesses are going to pass the costs on to shoppers like you and myself. Our everyday groceries like fruits, eggs, milk are going to cost more to residents, and our residents are going to have to pay that. Grocery stores, when purchasing these items, are going to disproportionately fall heavier on people that are on a lower income scale. Overall, I would recommend dealing with the health crisis at hand and getting these men and women vaccinated as soon as possible versus paying them more, which is not going to necessarily translate into them getting vaccinated and safer from COVID-19. Aside from the economical point of view, this is a clear path to opening up lawsuits, forcing the city to spend money that we don't have. There are currently businesses that are already engaging and paying their employees more money, and that is great for them. However, as someone who works with a 55 and over community as my daily job and has been working since the pandemic hit in March of 2022, also I have someone who I've been married to for 11 years that is vulnerable in the age for COVID-19. My company should not be forced by the government to pay me more money. That's a government overreach, and I strongly encourage you to help our Costa Mesa businesses, big or small, and not hurt them. We're now in red tier, which means restaurants, movie theaters, gyms, etc. will have these employees on the front lines as well. Why are these specific employees being neglected? Please vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tom. You can press star.
Mayor, City Council, my name's Tom Pollitt, a resident for 18 years in Costa Mesa. I oppose this ordinance on a number of reasons. I don't think it's the City Council's job to pick winners and losers. You've seemed to pick 12 or 18 businesses that are out there in the city of Costa Mesa when there's hundreds of businesses that are probably in the same situation. So you're picking some winners and losers there. I'm concerned that that it's going to present, it might present a precedence that you don't want to have. What happens if there's a business that either comes into Costa Mesa or one that you don't like that's in Costa Mesa? You could pass an ordinance that says, Well, you have to pay your employees $10 an hour more and try to bankrupt them like that. So you're using the government authority to control commerce, to control capitalism, and I just think that's wrong by the very nature. It also seems that you're picking a union. So is this a union payoff? Is this a reason to thank the unions for supporting you and your colleagues on the city council? If that's the reason you're doing it, then I think the voters are going to realize that, and that's going to become an issue in 2022. So I would recommend that if you've received any association or union money in your campaigns, that you would recuse yourself tonight in the vote on this. Thank you very much for the time, and thank you for all you've done for the city.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ibarra.
Hello. We've been on a bit of an opposition streak, so I'm gonna tell you to support the $4 increase in wage. I've heard a few people say that the city council doesn't have the authority, blah blah blah. So why is it that the cities of Long Beach, West Hollywood, Irvine, Berkeley, Coachella have all implemented hero worker pay? I think it's just common sense to give these people more pay. I mean, they're on the front line, really. They're having to handle money. They're having to restock shelves that other people have touched. These are, if I understood correctly, these are the big businesses that are being affected. 15 employees or more and 300 workers or more nationwide. This isn't your mom and pop shop, your ethnic shop, as someone else said. These are the big businesses who are already making a lot of money. So I don't see why they shouldn't help our local community. And plus, this money will also go towards helping our local community. They'll spend it at our local businesses. So it just makes sense. These frontline workers have to deal with all kinds of people. They have to deal with anti-maskers. We saw the news at the Mother's Market last year. Someone said that doctors have to pay for student loans and pharmacists have to pay for student loans. So why shouldn't we be paying them more? Well, the frontline workers of today may become the doctors of tomorrow. So they are using their pay right now to go through their education. They're trying to pay their student loans or their future student loans that might happen in the future when they're trying to get an education to become a doctor. I think if anything, my only complaint is that it might not go far enough. Why not other workers? But I think this is a very good step so that we can do more in the city to help our frontline workers.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra. Okay, Wendy Lees.
Yes, Madam Mayor and City Council, I believe that this is a dangerous idea. For government to order any business owner or corporation that it must pay its employees an increase of wages or premium pay. You're being arbitrary in selecting grocery store employees who may be experiencing hardship during the pandemic, and it opens the door to the government next ordering more businesses that do business in Costa Mesa to increase wages or maybe lower wages. Where will it end? Amazon, Home Depot, private hospitals? I urge you to vote no. Government should not be imposing economic justice. This encourages employees to sue their employers. It orders owners to keep records and not to retaliate. That's more overhead. I can understand why the government may intrude into operations of businesses during a serious pandemic, because of health concerns. Code enforcement is another area where government may order compliance with businesses and residents. But to pass an ordinance ordering premium pay is government overreach. Unions should work with employees and owners to negotiate raises. And you should have talked to some of the grocery store people. Last year, longtime local business owner and Costa Mesa resident John Muntean passed away. His son now runs the 17th Street business where he and his late father did specialty work on vintage cars and boats. John Muntean's book, Willing to Die, describes living under a communist dictatorship for 36 years and how the Romanian Communist Party took over private property and private businesses. Mr. Montaigne fled Romania and communism and came to America in 1981. In his final words in his book, he wrote, "I lived under a communist dictatorship for 36 years. I have freely lived in America for 32 years. Daily, we face the reality of our freedoms are being taken from us. We must stop it. If not now, when? If not us, who? If we do not, then what will the future hold for our grandchildren and children?" His words resonate with me. Were John alive, I wonder what he would say tonight about the city council voting to order grocery store owners to pay its employees hazard pay. I think he would be very alarmed that government was sticking its nose into private business and be worried that the writing was on the wall, that his business in Costa Mesa might be next targeted by government overreach.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Next speaker is phone number ending in 145.
Yeah, hi. My name is Stephanie Barragan, and I'm from Store 33. I strongly believe that we deserve hazard pay because not only are we risking our lives, but we are also risking our families' lives. I was personally very stressed and worried working during the pandemic because of my dad's health. My dad is a dialysis patient, therefore his immune system is very weak. I tried my hardest to follow protocol to protect myself, but most importantly, to protect my dad. I did, however, end up getting COVID back in November of 2020, and I ended up giving it to my younger sister because we share a room together. At that point, my sister and I had no choice but to leave because we couldn't risk my father's life. We live in Costa Mesa, and we ended up having to stay at a friend's house in the city of La Puente because she had extra rooms available for isolation. Even to this day, I still worry about possibly contracting COVID again because many people don't take COVID seriously. I constantly find myself having to repeatedly ask customers to put on a mask, and some of them are not civil about it. They yell, they curse, they insult us. One customer even spit at a coworker of mine. Grocery stores have continued to do exponentially well during the pandemic. So the least they can do is appreciate our hard work by giving us hazard pay because we are the foundation of these stores, because we continue to try and make our customers feel as safe and comfortable as possible, even if that means some of them make us feel unsafe and uncomfortable. So please call on City Council to support temporary hazard pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Johnson. Okay, Mr. Johnson, you can unmute yourself.
You know, I clicked the wrong button. I'm waiting for another item.
Oh, okay. Maxine Molly.
There we go. Hi, my name is Maxine Malley, and thank you for taking on this topic tonight, and congratulations, Mayor Foley. We're thrilled that you're going to be our next supervisor, and congratulations, Andrea Marr. I have a very close friend who stocks shelves at the Stater Brothers on Newport Boulevard. He's up at 3 o'clock in the morning every morning and stocks shelves from 4 a.m. to about 8 a.m. every morning. He earns $300 a week. He's 65 years old. He has to deal with customers coming in the morning who are belligerent about wearing masks, as the previous speaker said, spitting mad in some cases. And these stores are making money hand over fist as most people are cooking at home, are not going to restaurants, are not going to other places. Grocery stores have really, really benefited in terms of their profits. The least they could do is offer their employees a little bit more. We're not talking about a lot of money here. As I said, this friend of mine makes $300 a week. So I think this is the least we could do for these people who do so much for us and put up with so much nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that was our last speaker. I'm going to close the public comment at this time. And council, oh wait, let's see, there's somebody else who raised their hand. If you'd like to speak to this item, please press *9 on your telephone or raise your hand, the hand raise feature. Oh, okay. 451, phone number ending in 451.
541.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilmen and Councilwomen. Tonight I'm requesting hazard pay based on the following reasons. I have been working since day one during the COVID pandemic as a cancer survivor with a compromised immune system. That stress alone has caused me to have anxiety on a daily basis. I often drive to work thinking, is today the day I get COVID? It's especially hard when I've had 5 friends and family members that have died from COVID. The closing and the limited reopening of restaurants has greatly increased our needs for grocery stores. Also, it's because of the pandemic, essential items were often limited, which caused an even greater pressure on our store and employees. There have been several incidents where customers violated employee-only areas and accused me and my coworkers of hoarding essential products. As a supervisor, I have had daily interactions with combative customers that refuse to wear masks. I have to make these customers comply with state mandate or have them leave the store. This has caused mental and physical distress on my part. Due to the COVID and the compliance with hazard and precaution requirements, the store is frequently short-staffed. I regularly have to fulfill several positions in our store during a shift, work in bakery, service desk, meat department, as I'm a supervisor at this store. Again, the COVID pandemic has caused untold physical and mental stress for me and all my coworkers as we work on the front line with the public. I have dedicated myself to working for Vons to serve the community of Costa Mesa and provide you and your family with food and nutrition and essentials during this year. I will continue to do so with a smile on my face and a great attitude, no matter how difficult customers continue to be. We are frontline essential workers and deserve to be compensated for what we do for the community and what we endure from the public. I thank you for your time in this matter. And if you have any questions for me at this time, please ask. I will answer the question from the gentleman from the very beginning, the councilman. I am a supervisor and I make $16 an hour. So we are not full-time. None of the employees there are full-time. They are all part-time because that's the way the union works and that's the way the store has set it up. So any type of other questions you would like answered from me, please ask me at this time.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your comments. We'll go to the next speaker. It's the phone number ending 309. This will be our last speaker. Press *6. There you go. Are you there? Phone number ending in 309.
Yes.
You have to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Nora Whittington. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, and congratulations, Madam Mayor, on your win. I'm Nora again. I work with Vons at 2513. I've been with the company for 15 years. I'm on here again because I cannot overemphasize what we're going through. We continue to have management allow customers without a mask. We continue to have customers upset, spitting, cursing, carrying on that they don't want to wear a mask and have every excuse in the world not to wear it. From the last time I was on this council meeting, I had numerous customers come up to me and they basically were congratulating me for being brave. And I was, wow. And they said, you all do deserve this. And there's a lot of customers that support the grocery workers that are residents of Costa Mesa. And they agree on us getting that $4 raise. Madam Mayor, all we need is help. We cannot overemphasize, implore that we need assistance and we need help. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for staying up. Okay, I now will close the public comment. And council, if you'd like to make a motion, please raise your hand with the hand raised feature. Councilmember Gameros.
I'd like to move to accept the staff recommendation for the frontline grocery workers hazard pay.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Gameros, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor. Thank you. In light of what we heard this evening, I would just like to say that to put yourself out there like this and not even have a livable wage is almost unthinkable right now. And I know that there's a lot of people that have gone through this pandemic and they haven't missed a beat financially, and some people have even profited from what's happened. It's unthinkable to think that you'd be forced to work in a frontline situation for $16 an hour and then have to fight for another $4 an hour. Even at $20 an hour, that's still not considered a livable wage. I'm going to support this for a number of reasons. And I want to just thank everyone for the time they spent to speak to us about this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez, would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the line that sticks to me the most is, we call the grocery workers heroes, but we don't accommodate them for it. I spent a lot of time this weekend talking to residents in my community to kind of gauge interest in this. And one of the things that was resounding was people kind of felt that the grocery workers needed to get paid more. They understood the severity that they were dealing with. All of us during this pandemic went to grocery stores because we need to eat. There's not a day that goes by we don't eat as human beings. So obviously we're going to go grocery stores. So people just in various parts of my district were saying, I can't believe not being paid more. And I think one thing to recognize about this is we're just giving some parity throughout this entire year, right? We're doing 120 days for this pay because in 120 days, should all go well, is when we'll be done with Operation Independence and things will be back to a normal. We're kind of essentially paying the workers for the stress they had last year, where they weren't getting the help they needed, where they weren't getting that recognition they needed. And there's one thing I want to add to as well, apart from just the human element of it. People mention that where does it end? Where does this begin with government oversight? Well, it's quite simple. This is going to be a one-time thing, an extraordinary thing, because COVID is going to be an extraordinary thing. When we look back in our lives, we say, yeah, 2020, that was a mess. That was a weird year. And we're accommodating for that with this, and I feel fully confident supporting my district in their opinions of supporting the grocery workers, because quite frankly, and let's be honest here, I'm in D4. We're a lower income community. My residents are the grocery workers. My residents are the ones who go home fearful that they might have COVID and give it to a loved one. They're the ones who are in overcrowded apartments because they can't afford to go anywhere else and are constantly more at risk. And they're the ones who I think we should be giving a bit of help during these tough times. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
That was really well said, Councilmember Chavez. Thank you. There's an FDR quote that I heard on a podcast a couple of weeks ago that I haven't been able to get out of my head, and that is, better the occasional faults of a government that lives in the spirit of charity than the consistent omissions of a government frozen in the ice of its own indifference. So I struggle to listen to all those stories and say, nah, we shouldn't do anything. If we err, for those of you who think that we're interfering, if I'm erring on the side of doing something good under extraordinary circumstances for 120 days, and I'm capping the scope of that to a limited number of people and a limited pay, I'm okay with the idea that this isn't something the government normally does, but this is an exception that I feel comfortable with. So thank you to everyone who stayed up late to speak and share your stories. They're so important, particularly the woman who answered the questions about pay and how they're paid and the role of their union. I think that there's some misinformation out there that everyone within a union can suddenly go ask for more money and it magically happens because they're in a union. And so I think it's really, really important that we do good when we can. And so I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Well said. Councilmember Harper and then Councilmember Harlan.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I of course I have empathy for the grocery workers, and should people all get paid more, yeah, that'd be great. And I do have empathy. I have close to 200 blue collar essential workers that work for me, and they've been at risk during the whole pandemic. And I encourage them to have courage and to get through this, and they're providing a service to people, and they go through a lot of what I've just heard, and I take care of them the best I can. So I understand, and I understand charity. I give a tremendous amount to charity every year, a significant amount, and but it's my money, it's my pocketbook. I pay my workers extra, and I paid my workers extra during this pandemic, but it's my decision, my money. I have a difficult time, and I want to do this for these workers, I really do, but I have a difficult time as a representative of a voter base or a government official doing this. I don't think it's our role, not even close. I don't even think, if you don't live by certain principles, when do you draw the line? And I've made the comment to others, if I did my campaign based on, I'm occasionally going to take money from one business and give it to other people, or one business and give it to another business, I don't think I'd get voted in. And if I did, I wonder what country I was in. So that's my fundamental difference with all of you. I appreciate your compassion, and I think if you knew my life and knew what I do, you'd understand I'm equally compassionate with my own money, but I can't do this as a representative. I've got a list of 25 other occupations that are higher risk, and they are in many cases, customer service, maids and housekeepers, drivers, which I employ, laborers, freight stock and material movers, office administrative support workers, bartenders, chefs, cooks, that are higher risk. And so again, we're picking one group of workers, and it frankly looks like a union favor. I'll be blunt about it. And I'm not saying everybody in here is saying the same thing, or that's why you're going to vote for it. And I know I've lost already, so I may win the argument, but I'll lose the vote. So you can all feel good about that. And I think that's.
Councilmember Harper, did you want to include those other employment sectors?
Did I want to include them?
Yeah.
Yeah, cooks, packaging and filling machines, miscellaneous agricultural workers. When I think about immigrants and immigrants working in our fields, they're one of those. Why are you smiling? Is there something funny about what I'm saying?
No, I think because she was being sarcastic about expanding the ordinance to include the 25 people you were talking about, and it sounded like you were going along with it, so it made me laugh. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm trying to be lighthearted about it. It's a serious issue, though, and I take it seriously. And it's just a fundamental difference in how we think as council. And I'm not disrespecting your intention or your heart.
No, and I apologize. I wasn't laughing at. I didn't mean to be laughing at you. I understand where you're coming from. So.
I'm worth laughing at, Andrea.
I did.
I would.
I'm sorry. I got a sidetracked. I'm getting loopy. Go ahead.
I don't blame you. Yeah, it's from that University of it's a San Francisco study that was published in January, and I got it out. So again, I have a hard time trying to be fair. I think the one thing I pride myself in the 30 years of business I've been in, where I've managed as an executive or an owner, I've always tried to be equitable, and I'm having a hard time seeing how I'm being equitable if I vote for this. So I won't support it. It's not to say that I don't empathize with grocery workers. I do. I empathize with anybody making $16 an hour and in the position there, and I understand, but I just can't. I don't think it's my role. So,
thank you, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I certainly can appreciate where Councilmember Harper is coming from, and I appreciate him sharing that perspective here. However, I fall in the camp of Mayor Pro Tem Mar and Councilmember Chavez, who I think both very clearly articulated why we should be doing this. The only thing I would add is that, these are extraordinary circumstances. I think this is a one-time opportunity or deal, but more importantly, that the workers that we're talking about here have had added risk for which they did not bargain. And so that's a circumstance that I think needs to be remedied.
Thank you. Councilmember Gameros. Well, I'm going to go with Reynolds because she hasn't spoken yet, and then Gameros.
Thanks. I'll be quick. I just wanted to add, I am going to support the motion. I do appreciate all of the different perspectives here. I spoke earlier about the value of diversity, so I appreciate those diverse opinions. My position on this is similar to what we've heard from, I guess, the majority here who are voting, who have expressed support for this. We've heard the term extraordinary circumstances, which has found many of our workers in unexpected, unplanned, dangerous situations at businesses that must stay open, right? Imagine the situation we would have been in if grocery stores were closed when there was, when everything else was. I spoke a little bit in our previous discussion on this about sort of the legal right. Is this in our purview as a local government? And why I believe it is, and what I've been thinking about a lot since then is the sort of the moral decision. Is this something that we should do? And I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Mar's quote. I think that's where I land too. And this is why, as policymakers, we have discretion, and I do believe that where we as a council, are tasked with creating the environment that our residents want to live in, creating a city for workers here, creating a business environment where businesses want to come. We make decisions that influence all of those things, and I believe it's consistent with my constituency that we support this ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Gameros.
Yes, I just want to also add to something. I'm in a union. I am in a union, and I'm going to support who I want to support. And I will add that the UFCW did not give me any money, and there's no payoff for the decision that I made. I just want to add that.
Thank you. I will support the motion as well, and for all the reasons expressed here already. This has been a tremendously difficult time for many. I myself am a small business owner. I'm not nearly as successful as you, Councilmember Harper, but I write paychecks, I pay rent, I have overhead. I've been doing that for 24 years. There's lots of things that the government imposes on my business, and it doesn't mean that the government is communist. And so I resent that, that narrative.
Did I say there were communists?
I think that was implied.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, and I don't appreciate it personally, because I am an American and I'm a patriot. And my brother fought for this country. My grandfather fought for this country. My other grandfather fought for this country. And, we have a council member up here who is a Navy veteran. And so for me, I think that those comments are disrespectful. So
I have one more comment.
And can I finish?
For sure. I just want to make sure I have one more comment.
I can see your hand raised. I'll get to
Great.
it. And I also think that it's very important at this time that we take care of people in our community if others are not taking care of them, because we're in a just a situation that is beyond anyone's control. There's light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to get there. We've got the vaccine rolling out, and I think everybody's working on that. I know I am, and we will get there, and we will get back open, and people will get back to living their lives in a way that's more enjoyable and less stressful. And people making $16 an hour working out as a grocery cashier or clerk are going to get back to having a job that didn't put their life at risk, because that's not what they signed up for. So I'm comfortable with this, and I support unions. Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. I think everyone knows that, and I do it because I believe that there are jobs in unions that will help rebuild our middle class, help provide stability for Americans, help provide for care for family members when they get older, help provide for not putting the burden of the senior years on the younger generation, help provide people to have the income that they need to live in this great city or county or state. And right now in Costa Mesa, you cannot even buy a house in this city for less than $800,000. I mean, it is out of control. And so that's not going to change. We're lucky that we all live here already. And for those of us who own our homes, we're really lucky. And that's not going to change. And that's just because we're a great place to live. But we have to acknowledge that you can't live in Costa Mesa if you make $16 an hour working part-time, and you're putting your life at risk to do that. So I think it's a small gesture, frankly. And the grocers should have just done it on their own. Did you have anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I wasn't calling anybody a communist. I really was defending a principle that I believe in. And I thought if I was disrespectful, I apologize. It wasn't my intention. I just hold it. And I loved, if you knew me in my business life and you knew how I treat my employees, you'd know I'm a very giving person and supportive of them. So I just don't think it's our role. And I look at the regulation in California, and I live with it every day. I live with what we do. We have a significant amount of regulation that I deal with on a monthly, if not weekly basis. And so I understand what California's created. I also understand where people are moving. I understand what the real estate values are doing in neighboring states. They're skyrocketing even more than this state because people are moving out and businesses are moving out. And so I'm protective of business because I think that's the core of what we provide. And so, yeah, do I think this is a socialist principle? And that I'll admit to. But it has nothing to do with the hearts and souls of the people on this council and what they're trying to do. I understand that. I respect it. I just don't think it's my role, and that's all. So hopefully that you appreciate that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, we're going to call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gamaros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
No.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, we made it. We have one last item.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
in the interest of efficiency, can I move now to extend the meeting past midnight?
Oh, yes. Second. Ms. Green, can you call for the vote on the extending of the meeting past midnight?
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
No.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gamaros,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Foley. Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Harper voting no. And the next item is number 5, vacancy in elected mayoral position. Presentation by Ms. Farrell Harrison, City Manager.
Yes, hi, Madam Mayor, I'm going to do this one if you don't mind, if that's all right. Madam Mayor, members of the council, we've brought this item forward to you in the anticipation at the time, and certainly now we're pretty clear that Mayor Foley will soon be sworn into the Orange County Board of Supervisors as the representative of District 2. And therefore, we will have a vacancy on the council in the mayoral position. The government code provides for preference for appointing a replacement for the elected mayor with the default, if no mayor is appointed, being a special election. We're recommending that you appoint or determine a process to appoint to fill the vacancy for Mayor Foley's position because of the long delay in time that there would be for a special election, 9 months before you would have a new mayor seated by that election, and the need to really have the council full during the continuation of this emergency. In addition, the cost of a special election is quite enormous for standalone election, and we would be looking at that expense solely to fill the remaining 1 year of the mayor's term. If it was a 4-year mayoral term, we might be making a different recommendation. But that is our recommendation, and we would we're available to answer any questions if you have any.
Council, are there any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Attorney, would you mind also clarifying for the public? I've gotten this question a couple of times, why the pro tem doesn't just automatically become the mayor?
Yeah, that would happen if this were a city council with, well, it could happen. If we were a city council without a directly elected mayor, that would normally be what would happen. It's not automatic. But when there is a directly elected mayor, it's not automatic that the mayor pro tem fills that role. So the council does have to make a decision. You have 60 days to either appoint or to call that special election. And as I say, especially for the position of elected mayor, the statute does prefer that the council appoint for that vacancy.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll open this item up for public comment. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone. Ms. Abraham.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask, since we clearly have a 6-1 council majority right now, or 5-1, I should say soon, that please consider appointing someone who's actually ran a mayoral campaign before. Please don't appoint someone who's only ran a district campaign and actually lost. We have had this discussion before back in 2016 that, whoever got the second highest votes should be appointed. I think that's a fantastic idea. At this point, Sandy Guinness was the one who got the second highest votes. The public voted for her. Yes, she did not get as many votes as Mayor Foley did. However, she got enough to be in second place. She has a proven leader. She's been a mayor before. It's only a year and a half. We're going to have another election in 22. Please do not appoint anyone who has not ran a mayoral campaign. It is not the time to just appoint someone who doesn't have any knowledge about city council. So even if you want to appoint someone who's held a city council position for longer than a single term, 2 years is not enough to be equipped with everything. Tap into your previous resources. Please don't use this majority to appoint someone just based on favoritism. I am begging of you. My district begs of you. There is a lot of people that are asking you to please consider. We're not asking for a special election anymore. We understand it costs too much. It doesn't make sense to spend that much money, but please consider appointing someone who knows how to run a city. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Arith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, and members of City Council. It's a pleasure to join you this evening. Firstly, congratulations, Mayor Foley, or should I say Supervisor-elect Foley, on your win in the recent race. This is a very exciting time for Costa Mesa, but also a sad day to see you leave the council after such a monumental and positive career in our city. I wish you the absolute best of luck in the new position, and I'm sure you'll continue to make us proud. With that said, as you may know, I am the programs director of one of our city's most recognizable and longest standing nonprofits focused on homelessness and food security in Costa Mesa. And I'm proud to say we've taken some pretty aggressive efforts to tackle COVID at our facility as well. So we're staying strong on that front. I have been a proud, lifelong Costa Mesa resident, with the exception of a handful of years I spent in South Carolina working on my PhD. I'm an appointed member of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Costa Mesa Sanitary District, the City of Costa Mesa's Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, and serve among a range of other local involvements, though I'm not calling on behalf of any of these committees or commissions tonight. As you may know, my family, the Perrys, have lived in this city since the mid-1950s, when my grandfather Raymond was hired to build what is now known as the Mesa Water District. As a family, we have served as business owners, teachers, coaches, professors, and strong community supporters through a variety of organizations and offices. It is an honor to be among a family that takes city business as seriously as we do, and a privilege for me to play a professional role today. I'm calling this evening to discuss the present agenda item, the mayoral vacancy. This decision isn't one that can or should be taken lightly. Our city has a rare opportunity, having one mayor ascend as county supervisor while entrusting city council with the awesome responsibility to appoint a new mayor. This leads to the obvious question, exactly who will this person be? I think it will be worthwhile for us to take an assessment of the qualities that make for a great leader in this city, such as our own. I'm of the opinion that a true leader in this city is someone who endeavors to see all sides of a topic and to debate nuance before handing down judgment, has dedicated a lifetime to advancing the things that make a community more cohesive, has developed their professional craft in a way that can be shared with the community they serve, and they serve with humility. Leaders in this city look for opportunities for sustainable growth that is socially, economically, and environmentally sound and responsible for all of our people. A leader in this city looks for opportunities to expand their thinking and how best to serve in the areas they may not have considered before, and subsequently explore those possibilities. A leader in Costa Mesa, a true leader, is someone who has shown through years of service and dedication that they are invested into this community and have a stake in the health, well-being, and economic security of all of our residents. A great leader is someone that we already know very well for all these reasons and many more, and his name is John Stevens. As you know, John has been deeply involved in important issues in this city for a long time.
Thank you. It's been 3 minutes.
I have about 1 more minute if I may finish, Madam Mayor.
I can't allow it. It's too late. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Mr. Chapman.
Good evening once again, City Council. My name is Ben Chapman. I'm a District 2 resident. I'm also the co-founder of the new nonprofit organization, Costa Masons for a Better Future. Our focus moving forward will be to educate and inform residents on issues such as this particular item. This morning at 9 a.m., myself, along with the co-founder of this organization, Hangame Abraham, hosted a small gathering in front of City Hall to rally support for this, and what we're assuming will move to an appointment process over a costly special election. The invitation for this gathering was shared on several social media outlets, and I met some new attendees who had some great questions. One in particular was, what qualifications will the City Council be looking for when appointing a new mayor? There's been some social media chatter that our former mayor and the gentleman who spoke right before me, Adam, kind of confirmed it. John Stevens is already handpicked, even though losing his reelection to campaign to one of our newest council members, Don Harper. It's all speculation. John Stevens, from what I've seen and heard from him, sounds like a very nice gentleman, and I thank him for his service to our city. However, the voters of District 1 rejected his campaign for reelection. If council will look to appoint I believe the best move would be to appoint a former mayor of Costa Mesa and a candidate for 2020 election who came in second place after Mayor Foley with over 1,000 votes, Sandy Guinness. Sandy has the experience, leadership, and financial background that our city needs to help guide us through this pandemic and our $30 million deficit. She also has the support of former Costa Mesa mayors. A reporter from the Daily Pilot asked me this morning if I will be turning in an application, as well as other candidates for who ran in 2020, and we all said no, because we are supporting Sandy Guinness for this. So no, we would encourage others not to put in their applications for this. Sandy Guinness is the best person for the job, and we hope you, as a council majority, would look to appointing her as our next mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Foley and City Council members. Mayor Foley, congratulations on well-earned success. My name's Tom Johnson. I am the owner-publisher of Stu News Newport and the President Emeritus of the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce. I too agree with the discussion with the name John Stevens in mind, and I want to tell you why I think he should be considered for the role. First of all, the argument that Sandy came in second, John didn't run, and one of the reasons he didn't run is because he was aligned with Mayor Foley. Had he run, he probably would have come in second, but that's neither here nor there. So what does John bring to the city? He has proudly and effectively served on our city council and as mayor pro tem, and I would argue that he has more elected council service than any other sitting member on our council other than our mayor. He has, over the past 4 years, been intimately involved in virtually every major decision facing the city. He's worked arm in arm with Mayor Foley and has been in lockstep with her leadership, and could most effectively continue that leadership that she was elected to do. He's a longtime resident of Costa Mesa. He's raised his family here. He's been involved in youth activities as both a supportive parent and a committed coach in the sports arena. John has a love for this city. He's been a friend to residents and businesses alike and is widely known and liked by each. Despite leaving council last year, instead of taking his ball and going home, John stepped up and took an active role in our planning commission, putting himself out there again on the front lines of decisions. He understands the inner workings of this city, is familiar with all the departments and both of the chiefs. He's also familiar with all of the issues facing the city. He knows the players and the elected officials in the surrounding cities and has strong working relationships with many of them, including representatives from both sides. He's worked directly with most all other of you council members. I think John would make a wonderful mayor and believe he is deserving and would represent the city as the leader it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next speaker is Tom.
Mayor, City Council members, my name's Tom Pollitt, and I'm a resident of Costa Mesa for 18 years. And I would just comment that elections have consequences. Each one of you, there's 6 of you there besides Mayor Foley, who won their election. And I think that's what the voters today want, is somebody, they picked you guys. And I think one of you should step up and be the mayor. And then we can appoint somebody to that position. But certainly, I would think somebody that lost an election shouldn't be considered. Thank you for the time, and I appreciate the jobs you guys do.
Thank you. Mr. Humphrey.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. First, Katrina, congratulations on your win and lots of luck in your new endeavor. You're going to have a lot of fun with it.
Thank you.
And of course, that brings us to tonight's discussion. You know, in 2016, we in fact had an election that stipulated that we wanted to have an elected mayor by the people as a separate entity from the council, even though they had the same duties as a council member. And the reason for that was we had 6 districts, and the mayor would automatically live in some district. So the mayor would have to get elected by the people, would have to convince the people that they were in fact unbiased and concerned with the entire overarching needs of the city. Consequently, we elected a mayor, Katrina, and she served for 1 term and then 4 months of her 2nd term. The problem here is that the cost for a special election is scary and expensive, but in reality, if in fact the 6 of you pick a new mayor, you're picking somebody who lives in a district, and that now gives a disproportionate benefit to that district. The public has not had a chance to weigh in on that. We can all say, well, yeah, you guys are all representatives, but the reality is you guys each represent your district. And so your choice is going to be pushed in that direction, as opposed to what is necessarily the best thing for Costa Mesa. And that's what the public is going to see. My concern here is that by you guys actually trying to figure out who to do this, put yourself in the position of, as a precedence, now establishing that the voters of the city of Costa Mesa are no longer necessary, that the 6 of you can make those decisions no matter what they think. And the mayor is a very important position, both visually and action-wise, and it would be in your worst interest to do something predetermined. It would be much better than, in fact, if you found a way to let the people of Costa Mesa speak their thoughts on the issue, not necessarily the 6 of you making that choice. One last point. Tom Johnson was a little incorrect. Sandy Guinness has 16 years on council compared to John's somewhat less than that. So let's just keep in mind that let's use truth for truth and reality for reality. That's all I'd appreciate. So bottom line, I know what's going to happen. You guys are going to appoint somebody.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up, Mr.
Thank
Humphrey.
you. Thank you very much.
Okay, speaker with the phone number ending 698.
Stephen Chan here. Well, Mayor Foley, I've got to chime in and congratulate you on your move to the seat representing the 2nd District. Though I have to say, I wish you had done your job here in my neighborhood. So, having said that, obviously I'm hoping whomever fills the seat next will do something for our neighborhood. Unfortunately, our entire street nearly met with you and John one day on the 5th floor about our commercial neighbors about 5 years ago. And you threw us under the bus. So I can't say that that John Stevens would have my support at all. What am I looking at here? I just don't get it. There's a big disappointment in that even all government has to represent everybody. And I believe that they owe, when they have a majority, they really owe a duty of representation to the minority, which we have not had here. And I see this. I've got this super majority going on here on city council. There's a lot of Latinos there. I don't understand why you who have the majority on this council don't use the power. You haven't used the power for 2 years in my neighborhood to solve problems. Why aren't you using your obvious power? That makes me doubt y'all. It should make the voters doubt you all. You have a clear 4 out of 6 voting bloc. And the next mayor of Costa Mesa should obviously be a Latino. All this talk of experience is hogwash. A directly elected mayor, elected by the people, that's the best campaigner. You four need to take power. You sit there on our screens looking out at us week after week, and we are watching you. I don't understand it. The next mayor should be a Latino. If it's not a Latino, something's up. If it's not a Latino and it's not John Stevens, then yeah, consider Sandy, absolutely. Thank you for your considerations. And Mayor Foley, enjoy Santa Ana.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Okay, phone number ending 056.
Good evening, Council. This is Ralph Taboda. I'd like to offer my support for John Stevens for mayor. I've known John since about 2012 when we were both on a board of directors for a Costa Mesa organization promoting good governance for the city here. He showed me then to be a reasonable and very capable person, and he worked well with people and they with him as we worked together as a team to accomplish common goals. Pre-COVID, I attended most council meetings and observed John firsthand and zoomed in on council meetings since COVID. I believe John has continued to show the strengths and abilities that would make him a productive and successful mayor. He's a longtime resident of Costa Mesa and cares about the city and wants it to be the best it can be. John demonstrated his strengths and abilities while on the council as mayor pro tem. He worked well with his fellow council members, and just as importantly, they worked well with him. He also worked well with city staff. There was mutual respect on all sides, and I have no doubt this would continue if he was appointed mayor. Another one of John's strengths is wanting to hear all sides of an issue. He reaches out to make sure he understands all viewpoints, pros and cons, so he can make an informed decision. Very importantly, he listens to public comments and the comments of his fellow council members. There are many hardworking council members, and John showed himself to be one of the hardest. While John was on council, he was also a liaison to the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee. I'm a member of that committee. John took the liaison position seriously. He attended all of our meetings, he listened, and asked relevant questions. All the attributes you would want for a mayor. So it was mentioned that he did not win his recent election at the district level, but when he was elected to the council back in 2016, that was a citywide election, and he did win. And I believe he still retains citywide support. So again, I fully support John for mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taboda, and thank you for your service. Okay, next phone number is call-in user 5.
Thank you. I'd like to state that, the council right now is saying that the people of Costa Mesa shouldn't have the democratic right to vote in a mayor. I believe they should. We had the districting issue that came around. The people weren't fully aware of that just because of some of the things that the city didn't do. And we did, in fact, vote this in. So we voted it in. I say we keep to the standard and that we have another elected mayor. Democracy is just what it is. I think that if you turn around and appoint a mayor, that the council is going to really be tainted as far as the trust of the residents of Costa Mesa. Everybody's been speaking on Mr. Stevens. I'd like to remind them that in the complaint filed by Chief Sharpnick that there's a number of issues where he had poor relationships with a prior police chief, which ended in litigation that's still pending, that when he was on the finance committee, that he was accused in this application of wanting to fluff the budget when there were issues. In the latest planning commission, where he was appointed by Mayor Foley to planning and finance, which seems like a very coincidental step to move him up to the mayor position, that he wanted to, quote, kick the triangle square issue over to the council rather than mediate and arrive at all the facts at the planning session. When the mayor race was last year, I understand that John had his own Costa Mesa for Mayor campaign, but evidently didn't want it bad enough that he went forward in his own campaign and stepped aside to let Mayor Foley run when she had a failed campaign against Dave Min in the primary. I mean, Min and Morlock in the primary. So if he wanted the mayorship that badly, he had the opportunity to run for it in November. The people spoke in November. I think they need to speak again now. Trust us. We have a vote. We know how to vote. We know what's best for Costa Mesa. All of you are on that dais because you're an elected. We need an elected mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia McDonald.
Good evening again, or rather good morning. So I think the city attorney explained the dilemma very well. The cost of a special election, particularly during the time when we were just beginning the journey of recovering from COVID, makes it a really easy decision. Appointment of someone who understands the inner workings and the challenges the city faces would be the correct choice. And I'm not going to weigh in on the merits of one candidate or another because I think you should take applications. For those who are concerned that Mr. Stevens lost his last election, well, Ms. Guinness lost her last two bids for mayor. So I don't think she wins in that category. So I hope you take the applications and make a selection from the candidates. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Cassius R.
Good evening, Council. I understand the tough decision you have before you tonight, and I just wanted to uplift and agree with what Cynthia said about the cost of a special election. I think we all understand that it's not a prudent option right now, and I think and I support that you will be making an appointment to this position, and I strongly support and agree with what's already been said about John Stevens. I think he is uniquely qualified for this position. I think his qualifications are undisputable, and I hope that you will appoint him tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Morse.
Madam Mayor, I hope that you bring to the supervisors the common sense that we have enjoyed here in Costa Mesa.
Thank you.
Under normal circumstances, I would want a special election, but this is not normal circumstances. And I may regret saying this. I have faith in this city council to make the proper choice. I know most of you and know of the rest, and I believe you can do the job. And I thank you as Santa Bob. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this will be our last speaker. Unless you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature at this time or press *9 on your telephone. Mr. Ibarra.
Hello again. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, first of all, the reason we even are discussing this item. Congratulations, Mayor Foley, for your election as supervisor. I've heard a lot of what's been going on, of what people have been saying, and I heard someone say, "Oh, well, we should just appoint the person who got the second most amount of votes," and I have to strongly disagree with that. Mayor Foley received 52% of the vote. That's over half in a race with 5 candidates. That is very impressive, and we don't know who their second choices would have been should Mayor Foley not have ran, and other candidates probably weren't in the election. So we don't know who the second choice of many voters, of over 25,000 voters would have been. So I don't think it's fair to anyone to appoint the second choice. If we had a system of ranked choice voting, where we did know who the second choice of those voters would have been, then perhaps we could have done that. If you know me personally, you know that there are 2 things I talk about a lot, biking and ranked choice voting. So I could go into ranked choice voting for an hour, but I'm going to spare you that because it's 12:13 in the morning. But I would like to say, if in the future, when if we did have that system, people have been complaining. I've heard them about John Stevens not having won the election for his city council district with a system of ranked choice voting. The votes may have gone in his favor. They might have gotten 50% of the vote. So it's just something to think about. And yeah, I would like to say quickly that I would support appointing someone. Obviously, special election is very expensive, and appointing someone with application so that the public can have a chance to comment on those applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this will be our last speaker. Unless you would like to speak to this item, please press *9 on your telephone or raise your hand with the hand raise feature. Phone number ending in 869.
Hi, good morning. For me, there's really no other choice except to have a special election. That's actually what the law says. That's what the voters voted on. And I wouldn't care who you appoint. That, in my case, would just be the absolutely wrong choice. We can't pick and choose what we want to spend money on. So if it's things like, paying for chief of staff and aides and other expenditures, that as a fiscal conservative, I've been constantly coming to these meetings and raising issues about. Then spending was no issue. Then we went ahead and spent it because the city council wanted it. But now, because they have someone they would like to appoint, all of a sudden cost is an issue. I think we can find that money and do it correctly. And also in terms of the perspective of the city attorney, the city attorney is a consultant who is an at-will employee by the city and the city council. On multiple times, I feel the city attorney has rendered opinions that lean towards what the city council prefers, and bends the law. It doesn't outright break it, but I wouldn't count that as 100% legal opinion that wouldn't necessarily get us in trouble if someone was to challenge that opinion, which is a opinion of a consultant who's basically an at-will employee. Anyhow, so my recommendation is just to have an election and not open the city up to more liability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was our last speaker. Before I take a motion, Ms. Barlow, did you want to address that comment? Only because the staff report is just simply restating the government code. So if you want to read the government code section, maybe that would be helpful.
Just very briefly, Madam Mayor, I think anybody who's paid attention to my work in this city since 2004 will tell you that I don't just say what the council wants to hear. It's
I can attest to that.
it's sometimes difficult, but I try very hard to get it right. And so far, so good. I'm proud of my record, and I apologize to Ms. Verska if she hasn't paid attention to how I actually act. So the government code says what it says, and I stand by my opinion.
Okay, just for reference, it's California Government Code Section 34902A. Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone for speaking today. I'd like to make a recommendation. I move to directly appoint John Stevens as mayor to fulfill Mayor Foley's term, pending certification of her election on March 23rd and subsequent resignation.
Councilmember Gameros.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez, do you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you everyone for speaking today on this important issue. It's not very often we get to appoint a mayor, but there's a couple things that led me to this conclusion. The first is obviously the fiscal impact and the impact of an election in general. Obviously, we're trying to overcome and prepare ourselves for the tough slog of working through COVID and its aftermaths. And furthermore, alongside of that point, I do not feel comfortable having no mayor for 9 months until we have election in November. I think that will definitely hurt our council missing a person, because we'll still require to have 4 votes, and it'll be a lot harder to get to those votes. You know, a lot of times we need to make decisions that are going to impact our community, and we need to have that stability, having 7 members. And stability is the next word I want to talk about. We're going to be losing the last person on this dais who's been here for more than 2 years. It's going to be really weird being someone with the most experience in city council, because we need someone with a steady hand who's been in government before, who's been in our city before, and knows our city staff and knows how to navigate these difficult times. John Stevens can do that. And furthermore, he has a proven experience of running citywide and winning citywide. He has experience of having been in the role, and he now has that benefit of serving on the planning commission and other committee roles as well. So I think for those reasons, John is the best choice.
Councilmember Gameros, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to add to that and say that John does have 4 years of experience. Whether or not he lost a prior election should have no relevancy on this. He's been a proven leader. He took us through a lot of hard times and helped us navigate through our COVID-19 situation. And I can't think of a better person. So for those reasons, I do support Manuel Chavez's.
His motion, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, you cut out. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
I would really like to see this go through an application process. As much as I love John and support him, I feel like that would be the more transparent thing to do at this point, and that we could do it rather quickly. So I don't think we need to rush this tonight at 12:30. So at this time, I'm not sure if I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Harper.
It is late, but you guys kept me up even though I didn't want to, so I tried to protest it. Hopefully I don't call anybody a communist this late hour. That's a joke. It's just a joke. I do support a process. I think it's a fair thing to do. And I like John too. I like John as a person, as a family guy, as a dad, as a husband, and I like his whole family. So I'd like to go through a process. You know, the only other thing I'd accept is it's like the Miss America pageant. The runner-up wins, the runner-up that ran wins. That would be the other thing I would support. But if that doesn't fit well with the council, let's do a fair process and be transparent about it and try and be objective about it. So that's my comment.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to this item? Okay, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I speak to the specifics of this motion, I do want to address what I think is maybe kind of a misunderstanding about what we're charged to do here. I read the government code pretty narrowly. I think it's very clear that we have an obligation to fill the vacancy by appointment. I don't think it gives us the option to choose a special election. I think we have to go through that process, which we're mandated to do. And if we can't come to that resolution, then the next step would be a special election. So I feel compelled to actually go through that appointment process. And I think now may be as good a time as any to do it. You know, there's a question about whether or not this is democratic. You know, I feel pretty strongly, and I think most of us all recognize that, you know, we were elected, especially as district representatives, we were elected by people to make the decisions. Some are tougher than others, but in no way do we have an out. You know, there's nothing that says that the electorate chooses certain things for us to make decisions about, and others are strictly in our purview. So I've really tried to listen to the public tonight, and it's clear to me that everybody has their preference. They have their front runners, and we've heard a couple names bandied about. And what I've struggled with is whether or not having a process like applications is really going to make a measurable difference here. I don't want us to go through some illusory process. I don't think that benefits the community in any way. And so my opinion at this point is that I would support the motion to appoint John Stevens. I think that everybody's provided enough testimony to support that nomination. I've known John for almost a decade now. I don't think there's anybody I would trust more in this role, especially at this time. I think he's exercised sound judgment. He has demonstrated leadership, and he has, in fact, won a citywide election. And that actually, I think, is something worth considering. And lastly, you know, I represent District 6. I feel like John has a very good understanding of the issues here. He and I have walked through the district several times over the years. And, you know, in as much as I represent the district itself, I do have to look out for the city as a whole. And I think John would be the best choice for this position.
Thank you, Councilmember Harlan. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all the comments. I don't disagree with most of what I've heard. I think we're all in the boat of not wanting to spend upwards of $400,000 in 6 months to elect someone who would serve for just about a year. I do, however, always want to keep an open mind. We heard earlier today of some you know, how outreach and how opening up appointment processes, engagement has found new leadership. And so in the interest of trying to balance not having a direct election and hearing from more people, I do prefer an appointment process, especially at 12:26 in the morning. That would be what I would prefer here. It's very possible that John Stevens is the outcome of that process, but I think it's important to open the process to hear from other potential candidates, hear who's interested, and I think a little bit more about what the role of an appointed mayor should be. I'll share some of my thoughts on that. The directly elected mayor is certainly a very powerful position in this city, and we've heard some comments on who you know, who has been elected and who hasn't won the races. The fact is that the only people who have won races are on this council right now. I don't think we can appoint someone who's won their last race. I do think that moving forward, as we sort of grow together and rebuild from COVID, we have 6 excellent directly elected council members representing 6 districts. And it is my opinion that an appointed mayor would play a different role than a directly elected mayor, and one that is more of a facilitator of the visions that we have for our district, bringing those ideas together and working alongside us to rebuild in Costa Mesa. And I'd like to hear people's visions for that. So for that reason, I won't support the motion. I'll offer a substitute motion to open up an appointment process using the schedule that staff recommended in the staff report.
Right. Councilmember Harper.
I don't want to get this wrong, but can I second that substitute motion?
Yep.
Did I get something right finally? Thank you.
Councilmember Harper, did you want to speak to the item any further, or?
Yeah, I do, and I reiterate how much I like John, but the Councilman Harlan, you were talking about his support as a mayor candidate, and I know that election very well. In our district, for the friends and neighbors and community in our district that knew John's policies well, knew what he did, we voted, 6-4 to elect someone else. So, and again, it's about his policies and his politics, and at least that's the nature of who we were in this community. It may be different in different districts, but we knew his policies and we knew what we thought. And again, fair or unfair, and maybe not fair to the work he did and the body of work he did, but I do think, and I agree with several of you have said that let's take it through a process. Let's be open about it. Let's take a look at the different candidates, including any of the council that wants to apply for that position, and be considerate of those individuals as well, and any individual that comes out of the woodwork, including Sandy Guinness that may want to come back, or Quentin Poland that may want to come back and apply. Let's take a sincere look at it and go through a process. So that's all.
Thank you. Well, Quentin won't be applying. He's moving, unfortunately, so he won't be applying. I'm not going to weigh in on this other than to comment that I won your district the same time you won your district, and John and I share a lot of the same issues and values. So I don't know if that's a good argument. Okay. Council members, is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Or otherwise, I'm going to call the vote on the substitute motion. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yeah, so I'm not going to support the substitute motion. I'll end up supporting the original motion. I think Councilmember Harlan's argument was actually pretty persuasive, right? That we're pretty much there anyway. We've all said it. So are we stringing this out, and is it going to feel illusory if we end up doing the same thing in 2 weeks? What? I think that's where most of our hearts are at anyway, right? So what? I don't know. A couple of things. I guess I want to be super clear with the public that this was not a thing that we all decided on, right? This was not a preordained situation by any means, and sort of assuming otherwise is insulting to me personally. And then the other thing is that to Councilmember Harper's point, actually, you're sort of proving the point why John would be a good fit, because he did win citywide, and this isn't just about your district. This is about the whole city, and this is about stability for the whole city. And frankly, the 6 of us represent the entire district right now, or the entire city. We're not divided. We're not still kind of half like we were the previous 2 years, right? We're not half districts, half at large. Every single citizen in the city right now is represented by one of us. And so if the 6 of us aren't going to come to some conclusion here quickly, no one will, the way the government code is written. So I'm gonna, I guess, rip the Band-Aid off and side with the original motion.
Okay, call for the question on the substitute motion. Ms. Green,
Councilmember Chavez,
No.
Councilmember Gamero,
No.
Councilmember Harlan,
No.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
No.
Mayor Foley,
I'm going to abstain.
motion carries 2-4 with Mayor Pro Tem Mar, Councilmember Chavez, Gameros, and Harlan voting no.
Call for the question on the original motion.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Sorry, I want to make sure what I'm voting on here. I'm voting for John Stevens.
correct.
Oh, okay, that would just be silly at this point, so no.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Foley. Oh, what? Mayor Foley,
I'm abstaining. I don't know why I can't-
abstaining, okay. Motion carries 5-1, Councilmember Harper voting no.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the good discussion. Congratulations, John Stevens. There's councilmember comments. Any additional comments that anyone wants to make at this hour? The only thing I would say in parting is that there was just one thing I wanted on this agenda that we didn't make on this agenda. And Councilman Reynolds, I hope you're going to carry the torch on this. I would love to see the fish fry parade and the Lions Club fish fry come back this September, if we get the park open in September. And so whatever I can do to assist in getting the parade back, please call, okay?
Madam Mayor, can I make one comment? I have to. In the video that we saw of Officer Neff, I noticed the Open Streets event, which was the parade down Harbor Boulevard, which will make happen. I'll carry that torch.
So thank you for carrying that torch. Okay, and then I would like to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Hui Pham. So thank you, everyone. What a really great meeting tonight. So much amazing work done tonight for the community for the future. So thank you. It's been great serving with all of you. Appreciate you. Good night, Costa Mesa.